Robb Stark stood on the ramparts of Riverrun, the breeze rolling in off the red fort carrying the scent of mud and damp stone. He felt every tremor of his exhaustion, long nights that led into restless dawns, the weight of new responsibility pressing down on his shoulders. The young wolf, they called him, but sometimes he felt more like a weary pup, unsure of its place in this bloody world. The wind ruffled his hair. The torchlight along the walls lit his figure, accentuating the rigid tension in his posture. The war he had begun in the name of his father, Lord Eddard Stark, had sprawled into a brutal struggle that consumed every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. He was a king in the north by acclamation, but the victory felt as distant as the faintest star in a stormy night sky. Catelyn Stark approached with quiet grace, a look of worry and resolve etched across her face. She had been mother, counselor, and occasionally the steel that Robb needed when his own resolve wavered. The lines around her eyes had grown deeper, but she still carried herself with that unwavering sense of duty that all the Tullis seemed to embody. Riverrun was her home, but it was not a place of rest for them. War had turned home into a citadel of strategy and defense. When she spoke, her voice was subdued. "Robb," she began, "I've been thinking about the future and the alliances we might forge." He inclined his head, for he understood the subtext. He had learned to read the finer lines of her face, the way her lips tightened when she was thinking about matters that troubled her soul. She had been the one to send letters to Renly and Stannis, seeking any advantage for the North. So far, neither Baratheon had proved cooperative. Renly was dead now, under shadowy circumstances, and Stannis had retreated after his disastrous defeat on the Blackwater. The war had grown complicated beyond any single strategy. "We need to re-examine our path," she said, especially with new information. He heard the slight tremor in her voice and nodded. "Mother," he said, "I know. We have fewer allies than we had hoped." The phrase, "well, we cannot risk them again, not after your sister's dealings. Lord Bolton is half-trusted at best." And Roose he swallowed. He did not trust Roose Bolton, though the man had been outwardly loyal for the time being. The North, for all its fierce pride, felt tenuous now. Men needed victories, and Robb had to deliver them if he were to keep his crown. "We must consider all possibilities." Her eyes went to the distant shadows where the river cut an inky path around Riverrun's walls. "There is a letter you should read," she said, producing a small, neatly folded parchment from the sleeve of her gown. It looked old, the edges of the parchment worn and discolored. "It was found among your father's things, seemingly hidden in the bottom of his traveling chest." Robb frowned and took the letter. He had grown accustomed to rummaging through Lord Eddard's possessions, hoping for some clue or strategy that might rescue them all from the chaos. If his father had hidden this letter, it might contain something that he could leverage or that could haunt him. He opened it with careful hands, scanning the words by torchlight. His heart hammered as he read. There, unmistakable and undeniable, was a revelation that changed his understanding of everything. Jon Snow was no Snow at all. Jon was, in truth, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, legitimate if the letter spoke truly, and thus heir to the Iron Throne by blood. His father, Ned Stark, had guarded this secret with his life to protect Jon from those who would see all Targaryen heirs wiped from the earth. Robb exhaled a shaky breath. "How can we be certain this is real?" he asked. His mind reeled with memories of Jon, the sullen and lonely boy who had grown into a capable man. Jon, who had gone to the Night's Watch. Jon, who had no knowledge of any of this. Eddard Stark's greatest secret was now in Robb's trembling hands. Catelyn, for all her history with Jon, for all her resentment of a supposed bastard in their midst, looked drawn. "Your father never lied," she said, her voice soft. "He kept secrets, yes, but never lies. If this is what he left behind, then I can only believe it's true." Robb stood silent for a long time, letting the rush of the river drown out the thud of his heart. If Jon had a rightful claim to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, that changed the entire game. It was more than just a bastard lineage. It was the golden key to forging alliances, to turning the tide of the war. But how to use it? Would Jon even accept such a claim? And what of the Lannisters, Daenerys Targaryen across the Narrow Sea, and Stannis Baratheon, who was still preaching his own right to kingship based on Robert's line? Everything twisted together in Robb's mind like a ball of knotted yarn. He turned his gaze toward the moonlit horizon. "Stannis is the only surviving Baratheon claimant," he said, "but if he learns of Jon's heritage, how would he react?" In the letter, Ned Stark had mentioned that Robert Baratheon never knew the truth of Lyanna's child, or at least not the truth of his survival. Had Robert known, he would have demanded the boy's head as the last Targaryen. But Stannis was different, fueled by an iron sense of justice and a rigid moral code. If they could make him see reason, perhaps an alliance could be brokered. The thought of approaching Stannis Baratheon felt like stepping into the lair of a hungry bear, but maybe it was their only chance. Catelyn touched Robb's arm. We have ravens enough to send word. You must decide how or if to reveal this. But understand, if this is shared carelessly, it places Jon in mortal peril. And it places all of us in the path of the storm. Robb nodded grimly. I understand. I'll speak with our bannermen in the morning. We will move carefully. This secret is sharper than Valyrian steel. It could cut us to ribbons if wielded poorly. He returned to his chambers that night and could not sleep. The candle burned low as he read his father's letter over and over, imagining each word dripping in Eddard's honorable voice. Ned had written of Rhaegar Targaryen not as the monstrous villain that the songs portrayed, but as a thoughtful prince who had captured Lyanna's heart. The result was Jon, hidden away and raised at Winterfell for his own protection, disguised as a bastard. Robb felt a pang of guilt for every moment he had seen Jon's pain, recognized it, yet done so little to alleviate it. Maybe if he had known. But he shook his head. No, that was not the path. Father had his reasons, and it might have saved Jon's life. When at last the morning arrived, Robb gathered his lords in a small solar off the main hall. The Great Jon, Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, and Edmure Tully joined him. His mother was by his side. All of them carried the weight of war on their shoulders, eyes ringed with fatigue. The tension in the room was palpable even before Robb began to speak. As the king in the north, he was expected to have answers or to provide them. He told them of the letter carefully without letting them read it in detail. He withheld Jon's actual name and lineage at first, simply stating they had discovered something that might allow them to forge an alliance with Stannis Baratheon. The men exchanged confused glances. Roose Bolton's eyes were sharp, full of that cool cunning that Robb distrusted. And what do we have that Lord Stannis would want? He asked softly, his tone measured. He has always declared himself the true king by right of his brother Robert. Robb clenched his jaw. We have a stronger claim, he answered, letting the words hang in the air. That sentence alone nearly caused an uproar of baffled incredulity. Stronger claim than Stannis? It seemed inconceivable to them. He waited for them to quiet before he continued. It concerns my brother, Jon. This brought further confusion. Jon Snow, a bastard of Winterfell, had no claim to anything. We have discovered that he is not my father's son, but the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and my aunt Lyanna Stark. In the hush that followed, one could practically hear hearts pounding. Rickard Karstark stood as though the ground beneath him had turned to ice. A Targaryen? He spat. All that we fought against, all that Robert fought to overthrow. How can you think to use that as a bargaining chip? The man's rage was always close to the surface ever since the loss of his sons. The Great Jon cleared his throat, looking bewildered. If this is real, it changes everything. The Targaryens are said to be extinct, aside from the girl across the sea. How do we know any of this is true? Robb drew a breath. My father wrote it in his own hand. You all trusted Lord Eddard's honor as I did. He protected Jon's life for reasons we can well understand. Robert would have killed him had he known. But Robert is dead, and Stannis lacks his brother's hatred for the Targaryen name. Stannis cares only for rightful claims, for what is lawful. If we use this carefully, we can forge an alliance. The North, the Riverlands, and Stannis' forces combined to oppose the Lannisters. He glanced at Bolton, whose face was a mask. No hint of emotion, only those pale eyes. The man's reaction was nearly impossible to read. An alliance. You believe Stannis would bend the knee to your newly discovered Targaryen cousin. I do not believe Stannis would kneel, Robb answered. But there could be terms. Perhaps a shared regency, or an accord that recognizes Jon's claim while allowing Stannis power as Hand or Regent, considering Jon's vows to the Night's Watch. Edmure Tully, who had been silent, finally spoke, wariness creeping into his voice. Jon is a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. He's taken vows. How can he claim the throne? If the realm is in jeopardy, there are precedents for releasing men from such vows, Catelyn said, her tone crisp. The Night's Watch is meant to protect the realm. If the best way to protect it is for him to be king, perhaps the Watch would allow it. She hesitated, smoothing her skirts. It is complicated, yes, and Jon may refuse it outright. But if we do not try, we could lose everything. There was a long argument. Voices rose and fell. Rickard Karstark walked out at one point, only to return with a thunderous scowl. Finally, Robb silenced them by raising a hand. I have decided, he said, in that tone he used as king. We will send envoys to Stannis, and we will protect Jon's secret at all costs. I mean to treat with Stannis Baratheon myself if I must." The next few days were spent drafting letters that revealed enough to spark Stannis's interest, but not enough to put Jon in mortal danger should the letters be intercepted. Robb's mother helped him craft every word carefully. "My father believed in you," Robb wrote in a private note to Stannis. "And I believe, with certain knowledge we have recently obtained, we can come to terms that will see the true enemy in the south vanquished and justice done. I come with a knowledge that concerns the rightful blood of the Seven Kingdoms. Meet with me at Moat Cailin if you would hear it in person." They sealed the letters, letting ravens fly east and north, in the hope they might reach Stannis's encampments wherever he was regrouping. Meanwhile, the war raged on. Lannister armies still prowled the western fields. Tywin Lannister was as cunning as he was ruthless, and word had spread of some arrangement with the Freys. Catelyn Stark wanted to send her own envoys to the twins to calm Lord Walder's ambitions, but Robb refused to trust the man any longer. "We must keep our eyes on the larger prize," he said. "I'll not risk a betrayal by that snake again." So he marched his army north, back toward the Neck, carrying with him the battered pride of the north and a flicker of hope that Stannis might respond. It was during this march that Robb received a response. Stannis Baratheon agreed to meet at Moat Cailin, albeit with caution. He demanded that Robb come with a small retinue for safety so that neither side would fear a trap. Robb complied. He chose Grey Wind, his great direwolf, his mother, and a handful of trusted lords, Galbart Glover, Edmure Tully, and the Great Jon, to accompany him. Roose Bolton he left behind with the main force, suspecting that Stannis's presence would unravel whatever duplicity might lurk in Bolton's mind. Moat Cailin had changed hands more times than Robb could count in the wars of old, but for now it was a neutral and half-ruined fortress that offered no advantage to either side. On a gloomy afternoon, Stannis's banners appeared. The crowned stag of House Baratheon flapped beside the burning heart of the Lord of Light. Swords gleamed beneath the weak sun. Robb looked upon the men who came with Stannis, grim, disciplined warriors, each with that fanatical edge in their eyes that came from the Red Priestess's influence or from Stannis's unwavering severity. Stannis himself rode at the front, jaw clenched, his dark hair receding, eyes colder than any northern storm. By his side rode Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, a man rumored to be the sole bright conscience in Stannis's retinue. Melisandre was not immediately visible, but Robb guessed she was nearby. He had heard the tales. Shadows, curses, he did not trust that Red Woman sorcery. But he needed Stannis, and so he would do whatever it took to form an alliance. They met in the crumbling courtyard of Moat Cailin. Stannis dismounted and walked forward, looking at Robb with that unwavering stare. "King in the north," he said, voice like iron. "You claim knowledge that will interest me. Speak plainly." There was no greeting, no courtesy, nothing but the blunt will of a man who believed entirely in his own righteousness. Robb bowed his head briefly, acknowledging Stannis's rank as an older man and potential ally. "Your Grace, I have certain knowledge from my father, Eddard Stark, that points to another who has a stronger claim to the Iron Throne than any living Baratheon or Lannister." Stannis's lips tightened. He was no fool. "You would not waste my time with rumors, boy." Robb's mother came forward. "My lord, this knowledge was secreted away by my husband for the safety of all involved. It pertains to Jon Snow, my son's half-brother, whom we have reason to believe is the son of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, lawfully wed." That produced a murmur from the men. Davos Seaworth blinked, brows rising. "Lawfully wed? That would change many things," he whispered. Stannis kept his expression stony, but he didn't scoff or lash out. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "Sire," Robb continued, meeting Stannis's gaze, "I bring this to you because of your unwavering commitment to the law. If Jon Snow is indeed the true-born son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, he is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne ahead of any Baratheon claim, certainly ahead of the bastards that Cersei Lannister passed off as Robert's. My father discovered the truth in King's Landing before his death. But with Robert living then, he hid the boy to save him from being killed as a Targaryen." Stannis studied them all with that intense, unblinking stare. "I recall Eddard Stark's sense of honor. If he wrote this, if you possess some proof—" "We do," Catelyn said quietly, producing a copy of the letter. "We cannot show you the original. Forgive us, but it is too dangerous. Yet we swear upon House Stark's honor, these words are true. If you have doubt, you can examine the seal and the hand." Stannis took the parchment from Davos, who held it with care. His brow furrowed as he read. When he was finished, he cast Robb a calculating look. If this is proven, it would indeed give the Targaryen boy, or rather man, a superior claim. But he is sworn to the Night's Watch, is he not? He is, Robb admitted, but there are ways. The War for the Dawn may require a king who can unite the realm. Should the Night's Watch release him, the path is clear. We have spoken with maesters, we have read old annals. They allow for a man to be freed from his vows if the realm's very survival depends on it. Stannis' expression darkened. He did not like the idea of stepping aside for anyone. You said you were calling me to an alliance, boy, not to kneel to a Targaryen. His tone was sharp. Behind him, a few of his knights stirred uneasily. Why would I relinquish my claim to someone else? I have bled for this crown. Robb straightened. Because it's the right thing to do. And more pragmatically, because with our combined forces we can defeat the Lannisters, bring peace to the realm, and then meet the threat from beyond the wall. Stannis, my father once believed you were the rightful king after Robert. But if Jon is truly the legitimate son of Rhaegar, then not only does it surpass your claim, it also ties the North to him by blood. We would have reason to stand with him. We would fight for him and for you if you join us. But if you fight us, if you declare war on Jon as you did on others, we will oppose you. A hush settled over the yard. In the distance, crows cawed. Stannis seemed to be wrestling with his own pride and his unwavering sense of justice. I am king by law, he began. Yet if what you say is true, the law would not favor me. And do you truly believe the Lannisters or any other southern lord would accept a Targaryen on the throne again? His question probed not just the letter of the law, but the reality of the realm's sentiments. Catelyn looked at him calmly. There have been many kings, and there will be many more. All that matters is who can hold the throne and rule justly. With the North behind Jon, with you as a champion of the law, and with the Riverlands, we can take King's Landing. The small folk have seen the cruelty of Joffrey. They may welcome a change. Davos ventured a step forward. Your Grace, he said to Stannis. You have always said a king must do his duty, no matter how hard. If the truth is that this Jon Targaryen, Stark as it were, has a better claim, then might we not consider working with him rather than warring against him? Stannis glowered. A king does his duty, Onion Knight, yes. But a claim discovered in a dusty letter? I would require absolute proof. He cast a sharp glance at Melisandre, who now stood in the shadows of an archway, silent but watchful. Her red robes clung to her tall figure, her ruby choker gleaming faintly. We will see what the Lord of Light says. Robb tensed, disliking the thought of magic or prophecy deciding matters of the realm. Your Grace, he said softly, all I ask is that you meet Jon. Let him speak for himself. Let me bring him here. If you still refuse after hearing him and seeing the evidence, then we will know where we stand. He hesitated. But know this, the North will stand beside Jon if he agrees to claim his birthright, and we will fight for him. It was a bold stance, one that risked Stannis' rage. But the older man only nodded slowly. Bring him, then, but do not take too long. The realm will not wait forever. And so they parted, an uneasy truce forming between them. Robb rode away from Moat Cailin, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. They had not yet secured an alliance, but they had a chance. Stannis had not outright rejected the possibility. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the gloom of war. Now to find Jon. But that was no small matter. Jon Snow, Jon Targaryen, was at the wall, serving as a brother of the Night's Watch. Robb knew the journey would be arduous, the negotiations with the Watch uncertain. Yet he had to try. He left the bulk of his forces in the Neck, instructing them to fortify Moat Cailin in case of treachery. Word was sent to gather more men from the north. The next day, with only a small company, Robb and his mother set out for the wall. The fields turned from green to brown, from brown to white, as they ventured ever northward, a creeping chill settling in their bones. Along the King's Road, they passed farmland that had been ravaged by passing armies. The peasants looked on them with wary eyes. War had made no difference between friend and foe to common folk. It was all the same devastation. Each night, Robb brooded on how Jon would receive this news. Jon had chosen the Watch for reasons of his own honor, to find a purpose beyond the scorn of bastardhood. Now to tell him that he wasn't a bastard at all, but rather a king by birth, felt almost cruel. Would Jon want to carry that burden? Robb suspected not. Yet if the realm needed him, perhaps Jon would do his duty the same as he had done for the Night's Watch. It left an uneasy knot in Robb's stomach because he knew Jon's heart was both noble and stubborn. When at last they reached the wall, they were greeted by black-clad sentinels suspicious of any arrival. The watch was battered too, from wildling incursions, from the White Walker threat rumored beyond the ice. Robb and Catelyn were escorted through the gates by men who recognized them, or at least recognized the banners of the wolf. The walls of Castle Black stood austere and grim. Nightfall cast a haunting glow over the yard where recruits trained with dull swords. Some eyes lit with relief at the sight of King Stark, others remained cautious. The Night's Watch took no part in the wars of the Five Kings, but that did not mean they were happy to see kings come calling. They found Jon in the common hall, seated near the fire, speaking in low tones with Samwell Tarly. Jon rose to his feet when he saw Robb. Surprise and a flicker of warmth crossed his eyes. He grasped Robb's forearm in greeting. "My lord," he said with a small smile. Catelyn stood off to the side, her expression hesitant. Jon looked at her, offered a polite dip of his head. The old wounds between them flickered across both their faces, but the times had changed. There was no place for petty resentments in this new reality. Robb breathed in deeply, feeling a surge of affection for Jon, recalling their childhood in Winterfell's courtyard. He placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Brother," he said, letting the word linger, though its meaning was about to shift dramatically. "We need to speak. Alone." Sam glanced curiously between them, but Jon nodded. "Come with me then." He led them into a small side room where crates of rations and old casks of ale were stacked. A single torch lit the cramped space. "What's this about?" he asked quietly. "I've heard rumors of your war in the south, of Father's death." "I am sorry." Robb swallowed. "I know. We discovered something. Something about you." Jon's brow furrowed. He glanced at Catelyn, who was staring at him with a complicated mix of concern and regret. "Jon," Robb continued, "you've always known you were different. That you were not truly my father's son." Jon stiffened. "Yes. Is that why you came all this way, to remind me of my bastard status? I have the Night's Watch now." Catelyn stepped forward, her voice gentler than Jon had probably ever heard it when directed at him. "We have a letter from Ned," she said. "A letter that says you are not his son at all, but Lyanna Stark's son. And Rhaegar Targaryen's. Their legitimate child." Jon stared at her as though she had grown two heads. "That can't be," he said in a low voice. Father never said anything. Father was an honorable man. That's precisely why he hid the truth," Robb said. "He saved your life. Robert Baratheon would have killed you if he knew you were Rhaegar's son." Jon let out a ragged breath. His hands shook at his sides. "You must be mistaken," he whispered. "How can you possibly know for sure?" Robb produced the copy of Ned's letter, carefully unrolling it. He held it out. Jon took it, eyes scanning each line with growing disbelief. He read his mother's name, Lyanna Stark. He read about the Tower of Joy, about Rhaegar. It was as though the world had tilted beneath his feet. Robb could see the swirl of emotion in Jon's eyes: fear, anger, betrayal, longing. At last, Jon lifted his head, the torchlight casting shadows on his stark features. "How could he keep this from me?" he asked, his voice breaking. Catelyn's eyes were moist. "He did it to protect you. Do you not see how Robert hated Targaryens? You would not have survived." Jon nodded slowly, anguish twisting his face. "And you've come for what reason? To tell me that my entire identity is a lie?" Robb gently clasped Jon's shoulder. "There's more. There is a chance for us to end this war, once and for all, if you claim the birthright that is yours. The rightful claim to the Iron Throne is in your blood. Stannis is prepared to ally with us if we can prove this, or at least if you will stand behind it." Jon's eyes darkened. "You're asking me to leave the Night's Watch? To become king?" He nearly scoffed at the absurdity. "I took vows, Robb. I pledged my life to the Watch. My place is here, defending the wall from the dangers beyond." Catelyn raised her chin. "Defending the realm sometimes means carrying heavier burdens. If the realm falls to the Lannisters or to chaos, or if winter truly brings the White Walkers south, what use is it having you shackled here when you might unite the kingdoms?" She let out a breath. "I know how you might feel about me, Jon, but I have no illusions now. Your father, my lord husband, believed in doing what was right. If he thought you had a rightful claim, it must be for a greater purpose." Jon raked a hand through his hair. "This is madness. The Watch doesn't get involved in the wars of the realm." His eyes flicked to the letter again, reading the lines as if searching for some escape. "Why me, Robb? Why must I be the one?" Robb's voice was thick with emotion. "Because you were the one, Jon. I wish I could spare you this, but if we are to end the fighting, if we are to stop the Lannisters from butchering our countrymen, if we are to rally the realm against the threat from beyond the wall that you've warned of, then we need a king who can unite the North and the South. House Stark and House Targaryen in one. Who else can do that?" Jon stood there a long moment, wrestling with the enormity of the choice. Samwell Tarly's soft footsteps approached outside the door, pausing as if sensing a private conversation. Jon's fists clenched. "I need to think," he said finally. "This is too large." Robb nodded. "We'll stay at Castle Black for as long as you need, but we must hurry. Stannis waits for us at Moat Cailin." Jon left them and vanished into the deeper corridors of the fortress. For 3 days, he wrestled with the truth. He spoke to Maester Aemon, who was once a Targaryen himself. The old man's eyes glimmered with sorrowful understanding as he listened. "Blood calls to blood," Aemon said in a rasping voice, "but the vows of the Watch weigh heavily. You must look to your heart, Jon. If you can serve the realm better as a king, then that is your duty. Do not let old oaths stand in the way of saving men from what lurks beyond." Jon found himself praying, though he had no gods to truly call on. He walked the ramparts, gazing out at the endless ice, the swirling snows. He thought of the White Walkers Sam claimed to have seen, the looming threat that overshadowed any petty mortal throne. Eventually, he made his decision. He summoned the senior brothers of the Watch, including the Lord Commander, an older man, for in this timeline the command had not yet passed to Jon. He explained his situation, showed them the letter. Some reacted with shock and even anger at the notion that he might abandon his vows. Jon stood firm. "I don't do this for personal glory," he said. "I do it because if we don't unite the realm, if we don't put a stop to this bloody war and turn our eyes north, we will all be lost. You've seen the darkness in the night. I swear by the gods, if I can unite the armies of Westeros, I will lead them here to defend against the long night." It was an impassioned plea, one that carried in it the heartbreak of a man torn between identities. The Lord Commander and Maester Aemon conferred with the other officers. In the end, they agreed to release Jon from his vows for the sake of the realm, for the sake of protecting the living. It was unprecedented and it unsettled many. But these were desperate times and Jon's sincerity could not be doubted. Robb was there when Jon emerged from the meeting, looking wan but resolute. He nodded once. "I will go with you," Jon said quietly. "I will at least speak to Stannis. If he can accept the truth, then we will see what must be done. But I do not want to be a king, Robb." Robb embraced him, relief warring with sympathy. "I know, brother, but sometimes the crown picks you." Catelyn stood at a distance, watching them, the smallest glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Perhaps she finally understood why Ned Stark had protected Jon so fiercely. They set out south once more, braving the chill winds. Jon rode next to Robb, gloom haunting his gaze. The weight of his new identity, of the entire realm's future, pressed on him with every hoofbeat. He wore his black cloak of the Watch out of habit, though soon enough he might need to don the trappings of a different station. More letters were dispatched ahead of them, letting Stannis know that Jon would come in person. It was at Moat Cailin that they found Stannis waiting still, his encampment huddled around the ruin. As Jon entered the courtyard, the soldiers took note of his dark hair, the stark look in his gray eyes, yet his demeanor spoke of the Watch, of Targaryen blood, of something beyond easy categories. Stannis studied him. Melisandre appeared at Stannis's side, her red hair catching the pale sunlight. "You have a certain power, Jon Snow," she said softly, making him bristle at the name he had borne so long. "Or should I say Jon Targaryen?" He did not like the look in her eyes, that hungry fascination. "Jon Snow is who I have always been," he said. "If I am also Jon Targaryen, it matters only in that it might help save the realm from threats both south and north." Stannis's jaw worked. "Let us speak in private." They gathered in a battered hall within the fortress. Robb and Catelyn stood behind Jon, with Davos behind Stannis. Melisandre hovered like a silent flame. Jon presented the letter, told the story of Ned Stark's secrecy, how he had been released from his vows so he could unite the realm. Stannis listened with stern composure. Finally, he spoke. "I do not question Eddard Stark's honor. If he wrote this, he believed it. Yet the realm is torn apart by war. How do we prove your parentage? A handful of lords might accept it based on Ned Stark's word, but the Lannisters and Tyrells will not bow so easily." Jon swallowed. "Then we show them the truth through action. The North stands behind me. The Riverlands will stand behind Robb. House Stark, by blood, will stand behind me. The Tullis, the other northern houses. We have an army large enough to challenge the Lannisters, especially if you ally with us. Your men are seasoned. Together, we can break their hold on King's Landing." Stannis considered. You would have me cede my claim to you? Pledge myself to your cause. Jon shrugged, uneasy with the politics. I am not Robert's son. I did not ask for any claim, but it seems I have it. If it truly is the best way to unite the kingdom, then yes, I suppose I must ask that. But I will not forget your loyalty. If I become king, then you will have a place of highest honor, hand of the king, perhaps. Davos's eyebrows rose at that, while Stannis's face twitched with something akin to grudging acceptance. He could not abide compromise easily. You are untested, he said, his voice carefully neutral. Young, the realm is in flames. How can I trust you to rule justly and keep order? Robb stepped forward, bristling a little. If you want a hardened king, Stannis, one who's proven himself on the battlefield, you have him right here. Jon has spent his life training to fight. He has faced wildlings, even White Walkers, from what I hear. The good of the realm is at stake. This is not about who has the better claim, or who is older, or who has fought more battles. This is about uniting behind the rightful heir to bring peace and to prepare for the threat beyond the wall. Melisandre's ruby glowed as she gazed at Jon. I see a shadow in you, a power you do not yet understand, she intoned. There is a darkness in your future, but also a light. The Lord of Light's flames show me that you could lead the realm against the great darkness that comes in the long night. Perhaps this is fate. Jon tried to ignore her cryptic words. He felt profoundly uncomfortable in her presence, as though she could see the deepest secrets in his soul. But if this was the price of Stannis' alliance, he would swallow his discomfort. Stannis exhaled. Very well. I will accept that your claim is stronger, but I do not kneel lightly. Show me that you can rally the other great houses. If the Vale, or if the Stormlands, or the Iron Islands. If we can show them a united front, they will not stand with the Lannisters. Robb and Jon exchanged glances. This was at least a partial victory. Stannis was open to the idea, though not yet committed. We will send emissaries to the Vale, Catelyn offered. My sister, Lisa Arryn, still rules there. She might be persuaded if we show her the right incentives. The Vale has remained neutral so far, Robb said, but that can change. As for the Stormlands, you might hold sway there more than we. If you declare that you are setting aside your claim in favor of Rhaegar's son, your lords may follow. Stannis' face hardened. Do not presume to tell me how to deal with my lords, boy, he snapped, then drew a calming breath. But yes, I will do my part. Now, let us speak of strategy. Tywin Lannister remains the main threat. The Lannisters hold King's Landing, but their power is also threatened from the east if Daenerys Targaryen crosses the sea. Should we consider her as well? The mention of the Targaryen queen beyond the sea unsettled Jon. He had never met her, and she too was a Targaryen with a claim. But if Ned's letter spoke true, Jon's claim superseded hers, as Rhaegar was the crown prince, not the Mad King's second child. It was still an uncomfortable thought. More Targaryen claimants meant more chaos. Yet that might be a conversation for another day. They spent hours discussing the labyrinth of alliances. When night fell, they retired to their separate quarters. Robb found Jon sitting on a half-collapsed battlement, staring up at the stars. He approached quietly, remembering the nights in Winterfell when they would sometimes watch the sky together, thick cloaks keeping out the chill. Are you all right? Robb asked, taking a seat beside him. Jon sighed. I don't know what I am anymore. I feel like my entire life has been ripped away and a new one forced on me. It's like wearing armor that doesn't fit. Robb nodded, gazing at the dark horizon. I understand. I wish there was another way. I never wanted you to be burdened like this. He hesitated. I need you to know that to me you've always been my brother, no matter what name you bear. Jon's eyes flicked to Robb, and a small, sad smile tugged at his lips. Thank you. That means more than you know. He paused, pressing a hand to the hilt of his sword, the bastard sword he still carried. If Father had told me earlier, maybe things would be different. But maybe he thought I'd try to run or do something foolish. Maybe, Robb said. He was always trying to protect us. The world is an ugly place, Jon. Sometimes I wonder if it can be saved at all. But if you can bring the houses together, if you can sit the throne, maybe we have a chance. Jon closed his eyes. I worry that I'll become a puppet for other men's ambitions. You've seen how lords whisper and maneuver. I have no taste for it. Robb cracked a gentle laugh. So be it. That might be why you're the right man for the job. You don't hunger for power. The best kings are often the ones who don't want the throne at all. They sat in companionable silence. Before them, the torches of the camps flickered, revealing the shape of Stannis' men, the northern banners, the watchfires of the few Riverlander knights. Far to the west, they knew the Lannister armies moved. Far to the south, King's Landing glowed in decadent splendor, home to a boy king rumored to be cruel and monstrous. Farther still, in the east, Daenerys Targaryen gathered her own power, if rumor was to be believed. The War of the Five Kings might soon become the War of the Two Targaryens or something even more complicated. The world was on the cusp of a new age. Within a week, the plan was set. Stannis agreed to march his forces west, using the northern roads to draw out Tywin Lannister, while Robb and Jon would move south through the Riverlands. They would call upon the houses sworn to the Tullys and the Starks to join them. If all went well, Tywin would be forced to split his armies to deal with threats on two fronts, and in that confusion they might isolate and crush the Lannisters before turning to King's Landing. It was a daunting task, but with Stannis' discipline and the fierce loyalty the North commanded, it felt more possible than before. The letter from Ned was circulated carefully among key lords to convince them of Jon's legitimacy. Some balked, but many recognized the advantage. House Mormont famously declared, "We know no king but the king in the north, whose name is Stark," but on hearing that Jon was both Stark and Targaryen, they warmed to the notion of a northern man on the Iron Throne. Jon, forced now to assume the mantle of Prince of the Seven Kingdoms, struggled with the courtesy titles, the bows, and the older lords who jostled to ingratiate themselves with him. Robb tried to handle much of the negotiation, playing the part of older brother and king in the north. Catelyn used her diplomatic experience to smooth tensions, though she occasionally looked at Jon with a lingering sadness, perhaps recalling how she had once despised his presence at Winterfell. Now he might be their greatest hope. As the armies split according to plan, Roose Bolton arrived with the remainder of his forces, giving Robb uneasy looks. Robb placed him under close watch, suspecting that the Boltons might harbor treacherous designs. Walder Frey's letters also began arriving, demanding amends, offering certain benefits if Robb would wed a Frey daughter or accommodate their ambitions. Robb refused. Treading carefully, he recalled the oath he had once made and then broken, and he knew Walder Frey was not a man to forget a slight. But for now, the Freys were quiet, seemingly content to hold the twins. Jon began training with some of Stannis' knights and some of Robb's men, forging unity in the shared practice yard. A curious bond formed between those from the harsh north and those who had followed Stannis' iron will through storms and fire. Men muttered that perhaps this was a good sign, that the realm was not so irreconcilably divided. But there were still new rumors, red priests leading prayers in the camps, men losing themselves to zealotry. Jon tried to avoid Melisandre. She often stood near a fire, eyes closed, whispering that she saw him in the flames, a man wreathed in light, battling shadows. He did not know what to make of it. When the RST snows began to fall in the neck, a rare thing in that region. Messengers brought word that Tywin Lannister was massing at Harrenhal, preparing to either defend King's Landing or strike at them. Harrenhal loomed large in every man's mind, a cursed place of ghosts and ruin, but also strategically vital. Jon found himself poring over maps with Stannis and Robb by candlelight, discussing roads, supply lines, the timing of forced marches. Catelyn Tully once more sent ravens to her sister in the Vale, pleading for aid. No reply came. The Vale remained silent behind its mountains. Finally, the day came to march south. Robb took half the Northmen, the Riverlanders under Edmure, and a sizable portion of Stannis' men led by Davos. Jon rode beside them at the head, newly armed and clad in partial plate. Nothing too ornate, but enough to mark him as a royal claimant. He had not adopted the three-headed dragon sigil, at least not yet. Instead, he bore a shield that combined the dire wolf of Stark and the Targaryen dragon in a halved pattern, an emblem that caused murmurs among the ranks. Many stared at the dragon half with awe or superstition. The others simply nodded, seeing the black dire wolf as a sign that the North remained at the center of his identity. Overhead, the sky was an iron-gray sweep. Winter was drawing closer, though the final throes of autumn still colored some of the trees in the Riverlands a dull gold and crimson. As they advanced, the signs of war were everywhere. Villages burned, fields trampled, rotting corpses of men and horses by the roadsides. The men trudged on, faces set in grim lines, knowing that only more bloodshed awaited them. In private, Robb and Jon worried over what it would mean to assault Harrenhal. The fortress was famously cursed, but also enormous, with walls thick enough to defy a siege for months. Yet Tywin's presence there suggested he intended to lure them in. Could it be a trap? They considered bypassing Harrenhal, striking straight for King's Landing, forcing Tywin to abandon his fortress to chase them. but that might expose them to flanking attacks from the west. War was a chess game, and Tywin was a master at it. One evening, as the encamped forces spread out near a ruined village, Jon found himself alone with Davos Seaworth by a campfire. The Onion Knight offered him a piece of hard bread and salt fish, a humble meal reminiscent of the hardships Davos had endured. "You wear that shield well," Davos said gently, nodding at the Stark Targaryen sigil. Jon managed a thin smile. "I'm still not sure I have any right to it. All I have is a letter and the word of my father, Lord Eddard Stark. That's enough for many in the north, but for those in the south, it may not suffice." Davos shrugged. "Men need a reason to follow. If you lead them honorably, if you keep faith with them, that might matter more than papers and claims. I served Stannis for that reason. I believed in his sense of justice. But if the true king is you and you are a just man, I will serve you too." Jon gazed at him, uncertain. "It feels so strange to be the focus of all this. I was content to be a soldier at the wall. The biggest responsibility I had was choosing where to stand for the watch." He paused, thinking of nights on the ice ramparts, of the black wind that howled from the north. "I just pray this is the right course." Davos's eyes flickered. "If we do nothing, the war goes on, more people die, and we remain divided when the real darkness arrives." He let out a sigh, lines of care deepening around his mouth. "I have seen men die for lesser causes. To bring peace, to unite the realm, there's no greater cause. If Stannis can set aside his claim for you, then so can I." The sincerity in Davos's words gave Jon a fragile hope. He thought back to the men at the watch, to Sam, to the old bear, how they'd all looked to him in times of crisis. Maybe he had been groomed for leadership without even realizing it. He recalled the story of his father, Rhaegar Targaryen, a prince who read prophecy and believed in some great coming war. Was this all part of that destiny? Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of scouts bearing urgent news. Tywin Lannister had sent a cavalry force to harass their vanguard. A skirmish had broken out near a crossing of the Red Fork with heavy casualties on both sides. Robb called his bannermen together and they planned a rapid countermove, dispatching archers to secure the riverbanks while the main force pressed forward in tight formation. Jon found himself riding at Robb's side the next day, helm on, sword at his hip. The battered countryside slid by in a blur as they forced a march, eager to push Tywin's men back before they could regroup. At midday, the clash came upon them. Lannister outriders, resplendent in gold and crimson, emerged from behind a low ridge and charged. Horns blared. Stark outriders galloped to meet them, banners whipping. The ground shook with the thunder of hooves, the clang of steel on steel ripping through the air. Jon's heart hammered. He'd faced wildlings and wights, but this was a pitched battle of armor and cavalry, lords and knights aiming to kill. He raised his sword, spurring his horse forward alongside Robb. Grey wind darted ahead, leaping at horses, ripping men from their saddles. The Great Jon roared somewhere to Jon's left, cutting down foes with savage glee. The Riverlander knights pressed in from the flank, forming a wedge. In the midst of the chaos, Jon spotted a group of Lannister knights trying to isolate Robb. With a determined grimace, Jon veered his horse to intercept them, steel ringing as he parried a lance aimed at Robb's flank. The jarring impact nearly tore the sword from Jon's grip, but he held fast. He slashed, unhorsing the knight who had charged. Blood spattered on the muddy ground. Another knight came at him, and Jon ducked beneath a swinging mace. He countered with a quick thrust. The knight reeled, wounded, and fell from the saddle. Robb spared Jon a quick glance of gratitude before turning back to the fray, his own sword lashing out in a swirl of steel. The Lannister lines began to falter as more Stark men poured in. Horns sounded from the ridgeline, and a banner of a flaming heart signaled that Stannis' portion of the force had arrived to bolster the assault. Within minutes, the Lannister troops broke, fleeing or dying on the field. When the dust settled, Robb found Jon in the chaos. Blood smeared Jon's surcoat, and his eyes were alight with the energy of battle, though he panted heavily. Robb clasped his shoulder, ignoring the gore. "You fought well," he said breathlessly. "I'm proud to call you brother." Jon swallowed, scanning the field littered with bodies, the moans of wounded men filling the air. "This is what it takes?" he asked softly, staring at a dying Lannister footman who couldn't be more than 16. "Is this the cost of the throne?" Robb nodded grimly, wiping sweat from his brow. "This is the cost of war. But we fight so that maybe one day fewer men die like this." Word soon reached them that Tywin had not fully committed his main force. This was but a probing attack. Still, it was a victory for the Stark-Baratheon alliance, one that emboldened the men and lent credence to Jon's leadership. More lords came forward, pledging fealty if Jon would guarantee peace and the restoration of their lands once the Lannisters were defeated. Jon accepted these pledges with quiet solemnity. Each new banner that joined the host felt like an additional weight upon his shoulders. Yet he carried it, and the men took heart in the idea of a king who did not relish bloodshed. The campaign rolled on. Messages arrived. Stannis, marching on a parallel route, had engaged another Lannister detachment near the Blackwater Rush, forcing it to withdraw. The two allied forces converged outside Harrenhal's domain, their combined might forming a ring of steel around Tywin's position. The imposing towers of Harrenhal loomed in the distance, black and twisted. Smoke curled from the parapets. Jon could almost feel the weight of history in those cursed stones. In council that night, Stannis argued for a direct siege. "Starve Tywin out," he growled. "He cannot hold Harrenhal indefinitely. That castle is too large to be properly supplied, especially with winter coming. We block the roads, cut off his supply lines. Let him rot." Robb, however, worried about the approach of winter storms and the vulnerability of the Riverlands. "If we wait too long, the Lannisters might break out or receive reinforcements from the west. The Ironborn are also raiding our coasts. We need a swift end." Jon listened to both sides, torn. He was no master strategist, but he recognized the advantage of speed. "If we can lure Tywin into open battle, we might be able to defeat him decisively," he said. Stannis and Robb exchanged uneasy looks, for Tywin was cunning. But the decision was made. They would attempt to draw Tywin out, threatening to bypass Harrenhal and move directly on King's Landing, forcing him to either come out or cede the capital. For a week, the allied armies skirted Harrenhal, feigning an approach to the King's Road. Tywin indeed sallied forth, unwilling to let them take King's Landing unchallenged. He marched out with his host, forming ranks in the rolling fields south of Harrenhal. The final confrontation loomed. It was dawn on the day of battle. Jon stood atop a small rise, watching lines of armored men assembling. The air was crisp, the sky the color of pale steel. Thousands upon thousands of men gathered under the wolf, the trout, the crowned stag, and the burning hart, united, if uneasily, behind the cause of restoring order to the realm. Opposite them, a sea of crimson and gold, the lion banners snapping in the breeze. Jon's stomach churned. So many lives would be decided in the next few hours. He whispered a silent prayer, though to which god he was not sure. Robb stood at Jon's side, clad in mail and plate. "We stand together," he said quietly, offering a small smile of reassurance. Stannis, severe in his black armor, took position on the right flank, commanding his men with quiet authority. Davos stood nearby, anxiously adjusting the straps on his gauntlets. Catelyn observed from behind, ready to dispatch ravens as needed, her face a mask of composure. The horns blared, a deep, mournful sound that vibrated through every man's chest. Drums echoed across the field. Tywin's lines began to move, shimmering in the early light. The allied host advanced to meet them, banners streaming, hoofs pounding, boots thudding on the earth. As the armies drew closer, archers loosed flights of arrows that darkened the sky. Shields raised, men ducked behind them. The hiss of arrows was followed by the cries of the wounded. Cavalry on both sides peeled off to strike at the flanks. The center lines collided with a thunderous crash of metal and flesh, swords hacking, pikes thrusting. Horses screamed. The shriek of steel rang out, echoing across the field. Jon found himself in the thick of it, cutting down Lannister pikemen who tried to stab his mount. His shield rang with the force of blows, its once pristine direwolf Fandragon emblem now scratched and stained. Robb led a wedge of Northmen further along the left flank, trying to push through to Tywin's command. Stannis' disciplined ranks on the right advanced methodically, halting each Lannister charge with deadly efficiency. The field became a swirling chaos of violence. At one point, Jon glimpsed Tywin himself, riding at the rear, shouting orders to a group of bannermen. A surge of adrenaline prompted Jon to spur his horse forward, forging a path through the melee, slashing aside a Lannister knight. But Tywin retreated behind a wall of guards. Robb's wedge joined Jon, and for a moment, it seemed they might overrun the commander's position. Then fresh Lannister reserves arrived, crashing into the northern ranks. The tide of battle swayed precariously. Men yelled for the king in the north, for House Targaryen, for Stannis. The confusion was overwhelming. Stannis, sensing the moment, unleashed his reserve of cavalry. They slammed into the Lannister flank with terrifying force. The lion lines buckled. Men began to flee. Robb pressed forward, gray wind tearing through the chaos. Tywin's guard was overwhelmed. Jon parried a sword thrust from a Lannister captain, then lunged, unhorsing him. Blood spattered the ground. Through the haze, he saw Tywin's face contorting with realization. The day was lost. Sensing defeat, Tywin signaled a retreat toward Harrenhal's gates. But it was too late. Stannis' cavalry cut off their path, and the gates remained barred. The defenders within refused to open them, likely fearing the wrath of the allied host pouring in as well. Tywin and what remained of his host were surrounded. Trumpets sounded, calls to yield echoing across the field. In a final gesture of pride, Tywin refused, trying to break through the encirclement. He failed. Lannister men threw down their arms, scattering or surrendering in droves. Robb advanced warily, flanked by the great Jon and Bolton's men, who had arrived late in the fight. Jon rode up alongside him. Stannis approached from the other side, Davos at his side. There, in the churned mud and carnage, Tywin Lannister stood dismounted, sword in hand, half a dozen loyal guards around him. He glared at them with fierce contempt. Blood and sweat streaked his face, but he was still Tywin Lannister, the Lion of the West. Jon halted his horse, gazing down at Tywin. "Yield," he said. "It is over." Tywin's eyes flicked with scorn. "This is what comes of trusting incompetent wards, incompetent children, incompetent kings," he spat. "You have no idea what you claim, boy. The realm will tear itself apart for your throne." Robb exhaled. "We are done with your tyranny. Throw down your sword." Tywin gave a bitter laugh. "You think yourself a king? Or is it him?" He gestured at Jon with disgust. "So be it." Slowly, he let his sword fall into the mud. His guards followed suit. The Lannister banners sagged around them, limp and blood-stained. A wave of relief washed over the allied ranks. Victory, at last. But the cost was high, with bodies strewn across the field, men groaning in pain. In the ensuing hours, the allied armies secured Harrenhal, overcame the reluctant garrison, and tended to their wounded. Robb and Jon walked the battlefield, faces etched in sorrow. They came upon Bolton's men dispatching wounded Lannisters, an act that made Robb's stomach churn. He ordered them to stop, to offer mercy where possible. Bolton gave a thin smile, bowed, and withdrew. That night, Tywin Lannister was brought before the new powers in the Great Hall of Harrenhal. Stannis insisted on immediate justice, but Robb counseled restraint. They would need Tywin's compliance to prevent more bloodshed, to arrange a settlement in the west. Jon listened, uncertain of the best course. Perhaps even Tywin's death would not end the conflict entirely. They needed to unify the realm. In the flickering torchlight, Tywin sneered but offered terms. He would convince Cersei and the boy King Joffrey to surrender King's Landing if the lives of the Lannisters were spared. Robb, Stannis, and Jon conferred. If they took King's Landing by force, it might burn as it almost had before. Thousands could perish. But if Tywin still had enough influence to secure a surrender, that might open the door to a bloodless entry. The next day, Tywin wrote to Cersei, demanding that she lay down arms and allow Jon Targaryen, king in the north and rightful heir, to assume the throne. Surreal as it was, the letter was sent by Raven. Now they waited, camped around Harrenhal, expecting the Lannisters within the city to either stand down or attempt one last stand. In that wait, men spoke of the future, of the uncertain reaction from other great houses, of what it meant for Jon to be king. Some grumbled that a Targaryen with Stark blood was no Targaryen at all. Others found hope, especially the Northmen, who saw a chance to finally end southern tyranny over their lands. Stannis made no secret of his grudging acceptance, but at least he was cooperating. The realm's fate hung in the balance like a sword over a pit. After a tense week, word arrived that King's Landing had indeed opened its gates to a Lannister envoy seeking peace. Cersei had little choice. With Tywin captured and armies at her doorstep, they negotiated a formal surrender. Jaime Lannister remained absent, rumored to be in the Riverlands, but the immediate threat was contained. The city belonged to the Targaryen Stark claimant if he would accept it. Men began hailing Jon as Your Grace. Bowing before him, Jon felt the weight of 1,000 ancestors pressing down on him in those moments. He remembered the solemn vow he made at the wall, to protect the realms of men. Now the realm was truly in his hands, and so they set out for King's Landing, the battered but victorious alliance riding through the war-torn Riverlands, gathering supplies and men as they went. Stannis maintained a watchful presence, preparing for any sign of treachery. Robb walked among his men, greeting them, offering words of encouragement to the wounded. Jon rode at the head, his black cloak swirling behind him, uncertain if he should wear the Targaryen red or the Stark gray, eventually settling for a mixture of both. The small folk along the roads watched with a mix of awe and apprehension, many just praying for peace. When they reached the city's outskirts, they found the gates manned by gold cloaks who had been ordered not to resist. The wide streets of King's Landing bustled with anxious crowds. As Jon and Robb led the army through the gates, they were met by the stench of too many people packed into too small a space, a city half-starved from war, rife with fear. Yet they were not greeted with hostility, for the rumor had spread that this new king might bring an end to the bloodshed. And with Tywin neutralized, the immediate terror that had clutched the city had loosened. They made their way to the Red Keep. Some Lannister banners still hung, but fewer than before. Courtiers peeked from behind pillars, uncertain how to greet this host of Northmen and Stannis' loyal knights. Cersei Lannister stood at the foot of the Iron Throne, wearing a gown of deep crimson, her golden hair coiled in a regal fashion. Joffrey lingered at her side, sullen and pale. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, stood behind them, watchful and grim. The hall was silent, an air of tense expectation filling the space. Robb and Jon advanced, each step echoing on the polished floor. Stannis followed, flanked by Davos, and behind them came a contingent of sworn swords. Grey wind prowled at Robb's side, a reminder of the North's fierce presence. Jon paused before the throne, that monstrous seat of swords hammered into a jagged mass. He could almost feel it calling to him, a symbol of power and ruin. Cersei's eyes flicked to her father's ring on Jon's belt, signifying Tywin's capture. She tightened her jaw, but forced a thin smile. "You come to claim what you believe is yours," she said icily. "You have forced our hand with treachery and war." Robb stepped forward, anger flashing in his eyes. "Speak carefully, or your father's life may depend on it." Cersei's lips thinned, but she said no more. Jon squared his shoulders. He saw Joffrey glare at him with a twisted sneer, though the boy king was now powerless. "I have come to end the war," Jon said, voice trembling slightly with the moment's significance. "To restore order and justice to the realm. If that means I must sit on this throne, I will. I am Jon, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." The words still felt strange on his tongue, but they resonated in the hush. Sandor Clegane snorted softly but did not speak. Cersei let out a cold laugh. "Do you think the people will accept you? A half-breed of wolf and dragon, a bastard who calls himself king? We shall see what the city thinks." Before Jon could respond, the doors opened behind them and men of the city watch entered, bearing witness. They carried a message from Pycelle, from Varys, from those who truly ran the city's apparatus. The people yearn for peace. The Lannisters have surrendered. The crown belongs to Jon Targaryen by rightful claim. A hush fell. Joffrey's face contorted with rage and fear, but he was powerless now. He glanced at Cersei, who grasped his hand, but neither mother nor son could halt the tide. Jon took a trembling step toward the Iron Throne. It loomed over him, cold and unwelcoming, the swords of 1,000 conquered enemies forming a jagged silhouette. He saw reflected in its twisted metal the weight of all the kings before him, Aegon the Conqueror, the Mad King, Robert Baratheon. So much blood had been spilled for this seat. Was he truly prepared to bear it? He felt Robb at his shoulder, felt Stannis' stern gaze, felt the eyes of all those men who had fought and died for this moment. He swallowed hard. Duty. Honor. The realm. He ascended the steps, each footfall echoing in the chamber. The last step brought him face to face with the throne. Light from the high windows caught the metal, making it gleam with a harsh brilliance. With a steady exhale, Jon turned, lowered himself slowly onto the seat. The swords pressed against his back, an uneasy fit, sharp points reminding him that a king's seat was never comfortable. From his vantage, he looked down at the lords and ladies, at Robb, Stannis, Cersei, Joffrey, the Hound, and all the gathered watchers. He felt the silence stretch. Then, one by one, they bent the knee. Robb was first, with Grey Wind at his side. Stannis lowered his head, though stiffly. The Great John crashed to his knee, a wide grin splitting his bearded face. Bolton followed suit, expression unreadable. Even Cersei and Joffrey, with venom in their eyes, sank into reluctant bows. The hall reverberated with the shuffle of countless knees hitting the marble floor. So many different ambitions and grudges momentarily set aside in the face of this new reality. Jon's breath trembled in his chest. He wanted to stand up to deny this destiny, but it was too late. The crown was his, hammered into shape by war and sealed by Ned Stark's final revelation. He closed his eyes briefly, remembering Winterfell, remembering the chill wind on the wall, remembering the brotherhood of the Night's Watch. Remembering the father he'd known and the father he'd never met. All the souls who had guided him here. Opening his eyes, he fixed them on the assembly. He spoke in a voice that carried across the hall, resonating with the echoes of centuries. I am Jon, of the House Targaryen and the House Stark, rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms, protector of the realm. I claim this throne not for glory, but for the good of all. Let it be known, I will not forget who I am or where I come from. We have labored under war. Let us find peace to face the true enemies that rise with the coming winter. A ripple of murmurs passed through the hall. Some felt relief, others apprehension. But the throne was now occupied by a king who wore the virtues of Stark honor and Targaryen birth. In that moment, the bloody war of the Five Kings drew to a close and a new chapter began. Outside, the city's bells tolled, not for morning this time, but for a fragile, hopeful dawn. If winter was coming, they would face it united, and if the realm was to be saved, perhaps Jon Targaryen, once Jon Snow, once a brother of the Night's Watch, might be the one to guide them through the darkness. Jon could hear the dull roar of the city outside the Red Keep. Even at a distance, King's Landing was never truly silent. The cramped streets teemed with murmuring crowds, uncertain and wary. By night, torchlight lit the narrow lanes in flickers of red and gold. Smoke from cook fires and hidden forges drifted overhead in a hazy veil. The bells were still tolling intermittently, acknowledging the drastic change that had just befallen the city, the fall of House Lannister's rule and the arrival of Jon Targaryen, once Jon Snow, a brother of the Night's Watch, as the new king. He had not yet donned a crown, but men were calling him Your Grace, bowing and scraping as though he wore the regalia of Aegon the Conqueror. He sat on the Iron Throne for the first hours in a state of shock. His surroundings were surreal to him, every detail slipping through his mind with an unreality he couldn't shake. The spiked, twisted swords that made up the throne were uncomfortable against his back. They threatened to prick at his ribs if he slouched. Perhaps he thought that was apartment. A throne should never be comfortable. Power was a burden that should be borne carefully and fearfully. He wished he could rise, walk away, and return to the north, to the company of Ghost and the chill air of Castle Black. But the memory of his father, both men who had claimed that name in his life, stopped him from leaving. Ned Stark, who had raised him, and Rhaegar Targaryen, who had given him his blood. If either could see him now, what would they say? He stared across the hall, taking in the new hush that had replaced the earlier tumult. On either side of the audience chamber stood lines of Northmen, Riverlanders, and Baratheon men sworn to Stannis, as well as uncertain courtiers of King's Landing. Clusters of Lannister retainers had gathered in tight knots near the doors, stony-faced and silent, awaiting instructions. Cersei Lannister stood off to the side, her posture rigid, her green eyes glinting with malice. Joffrey was nowhere to be seen at that moment. The guards had escorted him from the throne room to his chambers for his own safety, lest the crowd outside grow unruly. Robb Stark approached, cutting a path through the watchers. Grey Wind, streaked with dust and the cloying scent of battle, padded beside him. When Robb reached the foot of the throne, he knelt. Even now, it pained Jon to see the gesture from the brother he had loved all his life. It was not right, but it was necessary. After a moment, Robb stood. Your Grace, he said, his voice low enough not to carry beyond the nearest onlookers, we should speak. The city is uneasy, and we need to set a clear path forward. Jon nodded. A swirl of conflicting emotions threatened to unbalance him, but he fought it down. He would not allow himself to appear uncertain in front of so many eyes. Yes, he said at last. I don't want to remain here. He rose, stepping down carefully from the throne. The reluctant parting from that imposing seat felt like a weight lifting from him. He gestured for Robb to follow him. We'll go to the small council chamber. They made their way along the cavernous corridors of the Red Keep, flanked by a mix of Stark men and Baratheon guards. Any Lannister men they encountered kept their eyes lowered. Jon felt the tension in every footstep. The city balanced on a razor's edge between peace and chaos. Soldiers from the allied armies were patrolling the streets, trying to maintain order and prevent looting, but he knew such measures rarely worked perfectly. He remembered the sacking of King's Landing from the histories and from what men whispered. When King's Landing fell at the end of Robert's rebellion, the city had drowned in blood. He did not want that repeated. Robb walked beside him in silence, but Jon sensed the turmoil in his half-brother. No, his cousin, he corrected himself with a flicker of bitterness. They passed through a guarded archway into the council chamber where Stannis Baratheon already stood before the table that once sat the highest lords of the realm. Catelyn Stark was there too, looking haggard but resolved, and Davos Seaworth hovered near Stannis' shoulder. Lamps cast dancing shadows on the walls, revealing chipped paint and old cracks. An ornate window overlooked the city, though the glass was clouded. Jon took a seat at the head of the table. He saw how Stannis' jaw tightened slightly, as though the act reminded him that he had ceded his claim for the greater good. Robb sat on Jon's right, while Catelyn and Davos took seats further down. Several northern lords stood by the walls: the Greatjon, Rickard Karstark, Galbart Glover, Meege Mormont. Roose Bolton had not yet arrived. Jon felt uneasy about that, but said nothing for the moment. Stannis cleared his throat. "Your Grace," he said, inclining his head toward Jon in a gesture that was curt but unmistakably deferential. "You asked for a council. We have much to discuss." "Yes," Jon said, swallowing the dryness in his throat. "Foremost is stability in King's Landing. We cannot have the city up in arms. Where are the gold cloaks?" Robb glanced at him. "They're still patrolling, but some remain loyal to the Lannisters. The new Lord Commander, whomever that is, if Joffrey named one, might be in conflict with his captains. We should install someone we trust to lead them." Jon hesitated. He had barely learned the names of the city's key officers. He glanced at Stannis. "You have Davos, who's widely respected among your men, but I wonder if we can trust the gold cloaks to follow someone from outside King's Landing." Davos folded his hands. "I am honored, Your Grace, but the men of the City Watch might resist me. I'm no lord. Another possibility is to appoint one of your own lords, or to let the Watch continue under their existing structure while we oversee them carefully." Catelyn interjected. "We cannot let the Lannisters keep any strong grip on the city's defenses," she said. "If there's a revolt from inside these walls, it could turn bloody in an instant." Jon raked a hand through his hair. He felt the scratch of metal from the short crown that some nameless attendant had placed there only an hour ago. A band of dark steel, plain and severe, that signified his new station. "Then we find a man we trust. Perhaps Janos Slynt is still exiled to the Wall. That's good, he won't cause trouble here. The city needs someone steady. Let's say we choose among the men we can best spare." He paused, eyes settling on Galbart Glover. "Lord Glover, would you take charge of the gold cloaks for a time? You're known for your discipline." Glover blinked in surprise, then bowed his head. "If that is your wish, Your Grace, I will do my best." "So be it," Jon said. "You'll work with the existing officers, keep them in line, and weed out any who might cause trouble. I want no bloodshed if we can help it." He cast a glance at Stannis. "Have your men assist Lord Glover in securing the city, but quietly. We don't want to provoke panic." Stannis nodded, accepting the plan. "As you wish, Your Grace. We also must address the matter of Cersei Lannister and the boy. Do we place them under house arrest? Let them remain at court? Exile them?" Jon felt a pang of uncertainty. What does custom demand? She was Queen Regent. Joffrey claimed the throne. But now the realm knows that Joffrey is not Robert's trueborn son. Even if he were, my own claim supersedes it. Still, we must be careful. Killing or humiliating them will only stoke further divisions. I'd rather keep them from stirring up trouble while we settle the rest of the realm. Catelyn leaned forward. "A highborn prisoner is best kept in comfort but under guard. We can do the same with Joffrey. He's still a boy, for all his cruelty. As for the other Lannisters in the city, we can decide each case individually. But I would strongly advise ensuring Cersei does not have free run of the court." She is cunning and dangerous. If you leave her idle, she'll conspire. Robb chewed his lip, and that leaves Tywin in our custody at Harrenhal. Jon tapped the table. We must decide his fate soon, but first we need to reach out to the other great houses. The Tyrells, Martells, Greyjoys, the Arryns in the Vale. If we unify them behind one banner, we can end the war properly and focus on the threat beyond the wall. I won't forget why I left the Watch. The White Walkers are real, and winter is creeping ever closer. Stannis' gaze sharpened. The Lords of the South will not believe in tales of the White Walkers without proof. This war is all they see. But with the Lannisters subdued, we might stand a chance of convincing them to rally north. Catelyn folded her hands on the table, tension etched around her eyes. My sister, Lisa Arryn, has refused to answer letters. The Vale remains closed. If the realm is to be united, we must gain her support or at least ensure she does not harbor enemies. Robb exhaled. I can ride to the Vale if necessary, speak with her personally, but that would leave matters in the city in a precarious state. We also have Walder Frey to consider. He's demanded amends, and I'd wager he's waiting to see if we remain strong enough to demand his obedience. Jon squared his shoulders. We'll deal with them one by one. First, we consolidate here in King's Landing. Then we send envoys across the 7 kingdoms. Our letters must bear the message that the war is done and that any who continue to fight do so against the rightful king. If the Lords of Westeros understand that we aim to restore peace, perhaps they'll bend the knee without further bloodshed. Stannis' voice dropped low. And if they don't? Jon pressed his lips together. Then we enforce the peace. But I will not allow sacking and slaughter if there's any alternative. He looked at Robb, who gave a small nod, seeming to understand. They'd both seen enough bloodshed in the war already. They debated further details, who would remain in the city, how to feed the influx of soldiers, how to ensure the Lannister loyalists would not ignite a rebellion. By the end of the council, their course was at least roughly plotted. Each lord and sworn knight left with an air of grim determination. As they departed, Catelyn lingered behind, stepping toward Jon. She cast a glance at Robb, who hovered in the doorway, then turned her eyes back to Jon. Your Grace, she said softly, as though the title were a delicate object in her hands. I must speak to you alone. Jon nodded, gesturing for Robb to give them privacy. His brother, cousin, he corrected again with a pang, departed, closing the chamber door. Catelyn and Jon were left in the hush, the lamplight revealing the faint lines of worry on her face. She had endured much, losing Ned, contending with war, and now this profound shift in how she viewed Jon. She exhaled. I want you to know that. I am proud of you. The words seemed to cost her some effort, but they were no less sincere for it. I never expected this. You have shown more mercy and honor than many men I've known, men who had far better claim to such virtues. Jon looked down at his hands, uncertain how to respond. Thank you, he murmured. I know I was never your son. I know the burdens I caused you. She shook her head. We cannot change the past. I hope we can walk forward together. You know I loved Ned, and Ned believed in you, believed you had a role to play. He was right, it seems. I'm sorry for every harsh word, every look of resentment. Jon's throat tightened. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. They stood like that for a moment before Catelyn reached out and briefly clasped his hand. Then she took her leave, the faint rustle of her skirts fading into the corridor. Jon stood alone for a long while, feeling the weight of the realm shifting across his shoulders. He considered going up to the Iron Throne again, if only to remind himself that it was real, but he decided against it. For now, he longed for whatever sleep he could find. That night, he rested in a chamber once used for visiting dignitaries. The old bed was more lavish than anything Jon had ever slept in. A thick mattress stuffed with feathers, draperies that enclosed it, and soft pillows that seemed out of place after the hard bunks of Castle Black. Despite the comfort, sleep came fitfully. His dreams were haunted by images of the wall, of howling winds and dead men walking. Then the vision shifted and he saw the Red Keep in flames, heard the screams of innocence. He jerked awake, cold sweat on his brow, heart hammering. The city was quiet except for distant rumbles of cartwheels and an occasional shout. He tried to settle himself by thinking of Ghost, the direwolf he had left in the north. He wished fiercely that he could have brought him south, but the journey from Castle Black had been too chaotic. Maybe he would send for Ghost now, though he doubted the dire wolf would appreciate city walls. Morning broke over King's Landing in a grimy haze. The smell of rot and sewage drifted from the poorer quarters. Jon forced himself to eat a bit of bread and cheese before holding an impromptu audience in the Great Hall. It was time to show the city and the realm that a king sat the throne again. Robb stood to his right, Stannis to his left, while a mix of northern lords, Baratheon knights, and city folk assembled. A line of petitioners formed, each wanting something: a grievance addressed, a lost child found, a promise of bread, or justice against Lannister men who had harmed them. Jon struggled to handle it all, feeling the swirl of courtly demands press in on him. He missed the simplicity of the Watch, where duty was straightforward: protect the wall, keep the realms of men safe. Now everything was complicated. He did his best, giving each petitioner a fair hearing. At times he leaned on Robb or Stannis for counsel. He tried to be merciful where possible, but he also recognized that criminals and cutthroats needed firm handling. The city was raw from years of misrule, and trust would not come easily. Cersei did not appear among the petitioners, but some Lannister knights came forward to pledge their swords in exchange for clemency. Jon accepted them carefully, ordering them to remain in the city under watch until matters were fully resolved. One of the knights, tall and broad with a copper beard, spoke haltingly of how Joffrey had threatened his family if he did not fight. Jon granted the man pardon, urging him to serve the realm faithfully from now on. Throughout the day, men knelt, men pled, men cursed Joffrey's name, and a few gazed with uneasy awe at the new occupant of the throne. When at last the line of petitioners ended, Jon rose, feeling exhaustion seep into his bones. But there was no time to rest. Stannis joined him on the steps of the throne. "A messenger arrived this morning," Stannis said, voice as tense as a bowstring. "He came from the north. From your half-brother, Brandon Stark." Jon's eyes snapped to him. "Bran? He's alive." The last he had heard, Bran and Rickon had been killed at Winterfell, a news that had tormented Robb and Catelyn. But later word suggested they might have escaped. The rumors were murky. Jon's heart thumped. Stannis gestured for the courier to step forward. The man wore the sigil of House Manderly on his jerkin, a white merman on a teal field. He bowed so hastily that he almost toppled over. "Your Grace," he said, voice raspy from the journey. "I bring word from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Manderly gives you greetings and affirms his loyalty. He offers news as well. 2 of the young Stark heirs are believed to be alive, though scattered. Brandon and Rickon. One in the far north, the other rumored to be in the care of certain allies." Robb came close, face white with shock. "My brothers," he whispered. "Red. Where are they?" The courier twisted his cap in his hands. "Begging your pardon, sire, but the details are unclear. Lord Wyman's letter says that Brandon may have gone beyond the wall with Hodder and some companions, seeking refuge or answers about his special gifts. Some say the boy is a warg or touched by the old gods. Lord Manderly does not know exactly where Rickon is, only that rumors say the boy might be hidden on a small northern island, perhaps Skagos." Jon frowned. Skagos was a savage place if the tales were true, full of cannibals and monstrous repute. "We must send word to the north," he said. "If Bran and Rickon live, we must bring them to safety. The realm has need of them. House Stark must endure." Robb set a hand on Jon's shoulder. "I will go," he said, though conflict warred in his eyes. "But I cannot leave you alone in King's Landing yet. Perhaps after we've secured the city, I can gather a force to find my brothers." Jon gave a firm nod. The thought of Bran wandering beyond the wall, or Rickon hidden among possible cannibals on Skagos, twisted his gut. But what could he do from here? He was trapped by his duties as king, just as Robb was pinned by the needs of the city. "We'll do it as soon as we can," Jon said quietly. "I will send messages to Castle Black. The Watch might know more of Bran if he passed beyond the wall." The courier bowed again, then retreated with visible relief. Stannis's lips were a thin line. "If you need men to search the north, I can lend a few. We must also not forget the threat that creeps closer with every passing day. The wildlings are stirring, the dead rise, or so you claim. I admit I have not seen these White Walkers with my own eyes, but I believe the danger is real." Jon met Stannis's gaze. "Thank you. But first, we must ensure that we do not leave a chaos behind us when we ride north." That afternoon, Jon convened another council. This time, he invited some of the city's wealthier merchants, a few high septons, and the newly appointed commander of the Gold Cloaks, Galbart Glover, to hear their advice. He wanted to be sure that distribution of food remained orderly and that no large riots would erupt in Flea Bottom. While the meeting took place, Robb and Catelyn quietly left to pay calls on Sansa, Jon's half-sister, who had been in King's Landing for far too long under Joffrey's tyranny. With luck, she was safe in her chambers, but the city was rife with rumors. When the business of the day ended, Jon found a moment to slip away from the throng of courtiers milling about the Red Keep's corridors. He ascended a narrow staircase to a small walkway that overlooked Blackwater Bay. The sea stretched out in shimmering waves of green and gray, dotted with ships. Some were battered Lannister war galleys. Others flew the Stag Anhart of Stannis or the Wolf of Stark, and still more were merchant vessels hoping to resume trade. Jon inhaled the salty breeze, letting it clear his mind. He closed his eyes. All he wanted in the end was to do the right thing. But the path was treacherous, with pitfalls at every turn. A hand touched his shoulder. He turned to see Robb standing there, face drawn. "Sansa is all right," Robb told him softly. "She's frightened. Joffrey tormented her for months, and she's changed, Jon. There's a hardness to her that wasn't there before. I told her she was free, that you and I are here, but she barely smiled. I think she's not sure what freedom even means now." Jon clenched his jaw. "She'll need time. Maybe she can go back north or to Riverrun, somewhere away from these horrors." Robb shifted, glancing over the parapet at the bay. "I intend to send her to Riverrun to be under Edmure's care. It might do her good to be among Tullykin, but she might also decide to stay here if she wishes. She's not a prisoner anymore." Jon stared at the horizon. Nothing can give her back what she's lost. He thought of Arya, too, another sister whose fate was unknown. Catelyn had once told him that Arya vanished near the Trident, possibly in the company of a crew of outlaws or a faceless man from Braavos, depending on which rumor one believed. He prayed she was alive. Part of him wanted to ride out and find her himself. But once again, duty bound him. He and Robb fell silent, side by side, as the wind tugged at their cloaks. The sun sank low over the city, turning the sky a bruised pink. In the growing twilight, the towers of the Red Keep cast long shadows across the narrow streets. "Eventually," Robb sighed, "we should return inside. I suspect half a dozen new crises have already erupted without us." They returned to a swirl of commotion in the outer courtyard. Roose Bolton had arrived, accompanied by a small retinue of Bolton men wearing their flayed-man sigils. Servants scurried to bring them refreshments. Bolton himself stood near his pale horse, his expression as tranquil as a winter lake. His eyes flicked to Jon, and he dipped his head in a gesture of fealty. "Your Grace," he said in a voice that was almost eerily soft, "I am pleased to see King's Landing under your control." Robb's shoulders tensed at the sight of him, but he kept his tone civil. "Lord Bolton," he replied, "we wondered when you would catch up." Bolton's thin lips curved in a semblance of a smile. "I lingered in the Riverlands to ensure no Lannister stragglers threatened our supply lines. It seemed prudent. I trust the city was taken without much bloodshed." Jon studied the man's face. Roose Bolton made him uneasy in a way few others did. Perhaps it was the stories he'd heard from men like the Great Jon or the rumors swirling around Harrenhal. Whatever the reason, Jon found himself forcing politeness. "We've subdued it, yes. The Lannisters surrendered. Tywin is in custody. Joffrey is no longer king." Bolton nodded, his expression unreadable. "Then all is as we hoped. I pledge my continued loyalty to you, your Grace, in memory of your father Ned Stark and for the good of the North." Jon inclined his head. "Your loyalty is valued, Lord Bolton. We will need you in the coming days. There is still much to do." Bolton stepped away to oversee the care of his men, leaving Robb and Jon exchanging uneasy glances. They knew they could not trust Bolton entirely, but it was better to keep him within sight. For now, nothing suggested he was outright disloyal, though the Boltons rarely showed their hand openly. Over the next few days, the shape of governance slowly formed. Jon appointed Stannis as Hand of the King, surprising many. Some whispered it would have been more natural for him to choose Robb or even Edmure Tully, but Jon had reasons for picking Stannis. The man was stern, lawful, and had already made the bitter choice to step aside from his own claim. This gave him a personal stake in keeping the realm stable and in supporting Jon's reign. Robb did not protest, though Jon saw the flicker of acceptance mixed with relief in his eyes. Robb did not want to be trapped by the politics of the South. He had enough burdens in the Riverlands and the North. When the announcement was made, a formal ceremony took place in the throne room, with courtiers gathered. Stannis knelt before Jon, who placed a plain silver pin on his tunic, an old hand's badge from the Targaryen vaults, polished for the occasion. Melisandre watched from the sidelines, her red robes standing out in a sea of drab browns and grays. She had approached Jon a few times, murmuring about the Lord of Light's favor and the portents she saw in the flames. Jon had politely evaded deeper conversation. Something about her set his nerves on edge, though he recognized the advantage of her devotion to Stannis. If Stannis remained loyal, Melisandre would likely remain in line as well. After installing Stannis' hand, Jon turned to a cluster of other tasks. He named Davos Seaworth as Master of Ships, trusting the Onion Knight's maritime experience and sense of decency. He brought in a few Riverlander lords to fill lesser council positions, distributing power so no single faction dominated. Still, the Watchers in King's Landing whispered about how the city's new king was mostly surrounded by men from outside the capital. Few local magnates sat on his council. Jon knew that might be a problem eventually, but for now he needed to rely on those he trusted. Cersei Lannister and Joffrey were placed under a loose house arrest in Maegor's Holdfast. Joffrey spat insults and threats when the guards escorted him away, but Cersei held her tongue, only glaring. Jon decided they would remain there until a final decision on their fate could be reached. Likely a trial of some sort, or at least an arrangement that would ensure they could not undermine his rule. Tyrion Lannister was not in the city, apparently vanished after some upheaval with his father. It was unknown whether he might surface later, and that worried Jon. Tyrion had a reputation for cunning and for sometimes acting in ways that defied expectation. Jaime Lannister, last rumored in the Riverlands, had also not emerged. With Tywin in custody, the entire Lannister power structure was in flux. That might be a blessing. No single Lannister figure was positioned strongly enough to foment a civil war in the West. While Jon juggled these affairs, ravens flew across the realm. Missives bearing the official seal of King Jon Targaryen Stark informed the lords of Westeros that the war was ended, the Iron Throne occupied by the true heir of Rhaegar Targaryen. Lords were called to swear fealty or face the consequences. At Jon's urging, the tone of the letters was measured, focusing on the need for unity, the end of Lannister tyranny, and the threat of the winter to come. Some lords replied with surprising speed. Many in the Crownlands swore fealty at once, relieved to have any stable rule after Joffrey's chaotic reign. The Stormlands were divided, some still loyal to Stannis, others resentful that he had set aside his claim. The Vale remained silent, as did Dorne. The Iron Islands under Balon Greyjoy answered with a letter that reportedly arrived soaked in brine, proclaiming that no kraken would ever kneel to a dragon. That spelled further trouble, but not unexpected. The Greyjoys were known for defiance. Each day brought more news, more tasks, more political knots. Jon navigated them as best he could, relying heavily on Robb, Catelyn, and Stannis for support. Edmure Tully arrived from Riverrun to pay homage and discuss the future of the Riverlands. He came with a modest escort, traveling swiftly through roads only recently made safe again. Edmure greeted Jon with guarded respect. He had known Robb as king in the north, but now faced a man who claimed the entire realm. Still, Edmure was Tully to the bone. If Catelyn and Robb stood by Jon, so would he. With Edmure's help, Jon learned more about the devastation in the Riverlands. Towns had been burned or pillaged by both sides during the war. Vengeful lords feuded, refusing to lay down grudges. Jon commanded that restitution be made, that hostages be exchanged to ensure peace. He began to see that winning the throne was only the first step. Truly ruling the realm meant an unending series of these small wars and resentments, each requiring careful handling. Amid all this, news arrived from beyond the narrow sea that Daenerys Targaryen had grown in power, taking cities in Slaver's Bay. Rumor claimed she had dragons, 3 living dragons, the first in centuries. Jon listened to the rumors with a disquieted heart. If Daenerys was indeed the daughter of the Mad King, she too had a claim to the Iron Throne, though by every legitimate measure Rhaegar's line superseded her own. Still, she might not see it that way. If she arrived in Westeros with dragons, war could erupt again. Jon dispatched discreet letters across the sea, hoping to learn more, but he had little time to dwell on that possibility. The immediate challenges of the kingdom weighed more heavily. Fall wore on. Leaves in the Crownlands turned from green to gold and brown, and the nights grew steadily cooler. Most days, the sun still burned overhead, but the wind carried a crispness that hinted at oncoming winter. The city remained tense but did not erupt into the chaos many had feared. Galbar Glover proved an able, if brusque, commander of the Gold Cloaks. The merchants reported that trade was beginning to flow once more. King's Landing was still a cramped hive of poverty and wealth side by side, but at least the new king was not ordering random executions. That was an improvement over Joffrey in many eyes. Jon's nights, however, remained restless. He dreamed of the Wall and the White Walkers often, waking in a cold sweat to the memory of their inhuman eyes. He felt a constant pull to the north, as though a tether was stretched across the kingdom, tugging at him from the top of the world. Robb saw this in him. One evening, after a strained council session, Robb drew Jon aside. "You can't keep ignoring it," Robb said quietly. "I know you feel the threat of the others. We both do, in our own ways. We have men loyal to us now, enough to hold the city, enough to keep order. Perhaps it's time you rode north to see to the Wall." Jon leaned his elbows on a balcony rail, looking out over the city's starlit rooftops. If I leave now, who rules here? Stannis is my hand, but many lords are wary of him. And the war is not truly over. The Tyrells remained silent, the Martells as well. Robb nodded. True. But we have to address the threat in the north sooner or later, and the realm may not come together until we prove ourselves. If the lords of Westeros see you leading an army to protect them from a real menace, they may rally behind you more wholeheartedly than if you remain in the south, entangled in politics. Jon mulled that over. Robb's words held sense. What do you propose? We can split our forces. You're the king, so you should lead a sizable host north. Let the realm see that you are serious about defending it. Stannis can remain as your hand in King's Landing with enough men to keep the peace. I'll go with you or stay, whichever you prefer. Robb's eyes shone with a new determination. I want to look for Bran and Rickon, but I can do that while we're in the north. We can gather more northern banners to your cause. Jon exhaled. We risk leaving the city vulnerable if we march a large army away. Robb shook his head. Stannis is no fool. He'll keep enough men to hold the city's gates. The Lannisters are broken, at least for now. The Tyrells likely won't attack if we haven't provoked them, and the Martells have no love for the Lannisters either. The real threat is the Iron Islands, but they can't easily take King's Landing. They might raid the Reach or the North's coasts. I say let them try. We'll deal with that as we must. Meanwhile, you can head to the Wall. Show the Night's Watch that the realm's new king cares about them and about the danger they face. Jon mulled it over for several days, discussing with Stannis, Catelyn, Edmure, and other lords. The general consensus aligned with Robb's plan. The North was the heart of Jon's support, and the Watch could not hold forever if the White Walkers truly emerged in force. Many in the South still doubted these tales, but the Northern lords, who had heard the stories passed along by Night's Watch patrols, were more inclined to believe. Eventually, Jon made his decision. He would assemble a host of Northmen, Riverlanders, and some Baratheon men to march for Winterfell and then the Wall. He would leave Stannis in command of the city with enough men to keep order and continue forging alliances with the lords of the realm. Took weeks to arrange. Supplies, wagons, horses, and men had to be organized. Messages were sent north, instructing lords to meet the king's forces near Moat Cailin. Jon hoped that the newly pacified Riverlands would allow safe passage. Catelyn, after some thought, decided to remain in King's Landing a while longer. She wanted to ensure Sansa was secure and see if there was any word of Arya. In the fullness of time, perhaps she would join them in the north. Robb insisted on going with Jon, accompanied by Grey Wind. Edmure Tully returned to Riverrun to keep watch over the Riverlands. Roose Bolton, ominous as ever, volunteered to join the king's march north, claiming that the Dreadfort stood ready to support the new monarch. Jon disliked having Bolton close but preferred that to leaving him behind to scheme in the south. At last, on a chill morning, they departed King's Landing. The city gates opened to let the royal procession pass. Jon rode at the forefront, wearing a simpler cloak than might be expected of a king, but with the band of dark steel on his brow signifying his rank. His shield displayed the combined sigils of Stark and Targaryen. A direwolf on one half, a three-headed dragon on the other. Robb, riding a tall gray charger, was at his side. Behind them stretched a long line of knights and soldiers, including many from the north and Riverlands. The streets were crowded with onlookers, some bowing, some watching in nervous silence. Smoke curled from the city's rooftops as men cooked their breakfast or went about daily chores. The wind from Blackwater Bay carried a briny tang. When the column reached the massive gates, Jon paused, glancing back. He spotted Stannis on the walls, watching them go. Melisandre stood beside him in her scarlet robes, face inscrutable. Jon raised a gloved hand in farewell, and Stannis inclined his head once in acknowledgement. Then Jon turned his horse and led the army through the gates, out onto the King's Road. The city receded behind them, and with every mile, Jon felt a knot of tension in his chest begin to loosen. He was headed north, closer to home, closer to the crisis that he had left behind. He only prayed the realm would not unravel in his absence. The roads had been ravaged by war, torn by wagon ruts, stained with old blood, flanked by burned-out hovels. Yet in many places, the fields were returning to life, with farmers trying to salvage the autumn harvest. The presence of the king's column deterred bandits, and occasionally small folk emerged to watch them pass or to hail them with timid cheers. Jon insisted that the soldiers not take so much as an apple without paying, determined to show that the new regime would not behave like roving brigands. Progress was slow but steady. During the march, Jon often rode near the vanguard with Robb, discussing the path ahead. At night, they camped in makeshift encampments ringed with sentries. Gray wind prowled the perimeter, and men spoke in hushed tones about the monstrous direwolf, though by now most recognized him as a guardian more than a threat. Roose Bolton and his men tended to keep to themselves, camping on the far side of the field. Even so, Jon occasionally noticed Bolton's pale eyes studying him across the firelight as if measuring something. The journey took weeks, but eventually the land grew wetter and boggier, the skies grayer. The neck loomed, Moat Caelin's ruins rising from the mist like ancient sentinels. Jon remembered passing these same ruins with a much smaller band when he first went to treat with Stannis. This time, the fortress was in friendlier hands, manned by loyal northern troops. The flag of the direwolf flapped from one of the half-collapsed towers. A few watchers inside the broken ramparts saw the approach and sounded horns in greeting. Soon the gates opened and the king's host filtered in, setting up a temporary camp among the marshy land. The next day, lords of the north began arriving, bringing their men. Rickard Karstark, scowling but polite, commanded a sizable contingent. Lady Midge Mormont came with her dog. Hers, all fierce as she-bears. Howland Reed sent a small band of Crannogmen, though he himself was nowhere to be seen. Glover men arrived too, minus Galbart, who remained in King's Landing. The Greatjon was there, boisterous as ever, leading a noisy throng of umbers. Roose Bolton stood apart, his face impassive. They all came to the king's pavilion to swear their fealty anew, acknowledging Jon's status not just as king in the north, but as king of the Seven Kingdoms. It was a surreal sight to Jon, who recalled the time when these same lords had named Robb king in the north. Now they knelt to Jon, though many still cast respectful glances at Robb, who stood behind Jon's chair as if it were the most natural thing in the world. For a moment, Jon felt a pang of guilt, remembering how Robb had once held the northern crown. But Robb seemed at peace with it, showing neither envy nor regret. When the Greatjon roared, "I only ever wanted to serve a Stark king, and by the old gods, we got two of them," the assembled lords gave a hearty laugh. Jon offered a thin smile in return, the best he could manage under the weight of the moment. Once the fealty swearing was done, they turned to strategy. Word from the Night's Watch indicated that the wildlings under Mance Raydo's leadership had grown more active, with large gatherings reported in the Frostfangs and near the milder passes. Scouts confirmed sightings of pale creatures among them, though details were sketchy. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont had supposedly led a ranging beyond the wall and not returned. Jon's stomach churned. He wondered what had become of the old bear. Perhaps Sam or any of his other brothers could shed more light, but no additional letters had arrived. The combined northern host, now some 15,000 strong, marched onward. They passed through the neck, crossing rickety causeways and braving the damp chill of that region. Some men complained of insect bites and swamp fever, but the columns pressed on. At last, the land began to rise again, the air growing colder, the trees taller and darker. Winterfell lay ahead. When they arrived in the wide valley that spread before Winterfell's walls, Jon felt a rush of emotions. Despite everything, Winterfell was still home. The castle's gray walls and stout towers looked scarred from the fighting and the occupation by Ironborn under Theon Greyjoy. Smoke rose from rebuilt sections, and fresh timbers braced sections of collapsed masonry. Even so, it was Winterfell, the seat of House Stark for thousands of years. Men in the wolf livery guarded the gates, and when they saw Jon's banner, they raised a mighty cheer. Jon entered the courtyard, leading the host inside. Robb, riding at his side, stared at the partially ruined Great Keep. Memories flickered across his face. He had left Winterfell as a boy to wage war. He returned a young man, battered by sorrow but somehow still intact. Jon dismounted and stood for a moment, breathing in the crisp northern air. The sky was leaden, threatening snow. Servants hurried forth to greet them, stable boys taking horses, men calling out for lodging. Some recognized Jon, calling him Your Grace, while others still remembered him as the bastard who once lived in the shadow of the Starks. It all felt unreal. Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Welcome home," he said simply. Jon nodded, tears pricking his eyes. He blinked them away. A new wave of arrivals poured into the courtyard, including Bolton and Karstark, who eyed the old castle with interest. The Greatjon was already demanding ale and a feast. Midge Mormont was barking orders at her men to check the walls. It was a swirl of noise and motion, but in Jon's heart there was a quiet sense of both relief and dread. He was home, but the real enemy lay farther north. They spent 2 days at Winterfell resting the men and conferring with the local stewards who had begun rebuilding the castle in Robb's absence. A blacksmith from White Harbor had re-established a forge in the yard, hammering out nails and tools for repairs. Scaffolding clung to the side of one tower. Inside the great hall, tables and benches had been set up for a communal feast. The hall was half filled with workers, soldiers, and lords, all intermingling in a way that felt more familial than anything Jon had seen in King's Landing. On the second evening, Jon stood at the head table in the great hall, flanked by Robb and the Great Jon, while Bolton and Karstark and the rest spread out along the side tables. The hall rang with conversation, the scent of roasted venison, onions, and hot bread drifting through the air. A hush descended when Jon rose to address them. He had no illusions of being a polished orator, but he did his best to speak plainly. "Lords and ladies of the North," he began, his voice echoing, "I stand before you as both a Stark, through my mother Lyanna, and a Targaryen, through my father Rhaegar. I was born under circumstances none of us could have foreseen. But my heart is here, with the North. I come to you as your king, yes, but also as a brother who shares your blood and your hardships. We have reclaimed King's Landing, but the true battle lies ahead. We have enemies across the narrow sea, perhaps, and in the Iron Islands, but the greatest threat is beyond the wall. The White Walkers have returned." He let the words sink in. Murmurs spread. Many there had heard the rumors, but hearing it from the king's own lips gave it new weight. Jon continued, "We must unite to meet this threat. We will go to the wall with as many men as can be spared. The Night's Watch needs us, and the realm needs the Night's Watch. Winter is coming. I know you've heard these words all your lives, but now more than ever, they are a warning we must heed. The living must stand together, or we will fall forever into a long night." The hall was silent for a heartbeat. Then the Great Jon let out a great bellow, shouting, "For the king in the north, and for the realm." The others took up the cry, though some with more enthusiasm than others. Roose Bolton gave a thin smile, joining the applause as though forced. But the overall sentiment was a rising call for unity. Jon felt humbled and afraid. So many hopes pinned on him. He prayed he would not fail them. That night, he withdrew to the Godwood, seeking peace. The ancient weirwood still stood, leaves a deep red, bark white as bone. The face in the trunk was solemn, its eyes stained red with sap tears. Jon knelt before it, remembering how he used to come here with Robb or sometimes alone, seeking a moment of quiet away from the hustle of the castle. He closed his eyes, let the cold breeze rustle his cloak, and spoke softly. "Old gods, if you can hear me, guide me now. Give me the strength to protect my people. To protect the realm." He paused, thinking of Ned Stark, of Rhaegar Targaryen, of every soul who had shaped his path. "I never asked for a crown, but I will bear it if that is what must be done." He thought he heard the faintest whisper of wind through branches, like a distant sigh. It reminded him of the quiet hush on the wall at night, the vastness of the north pressing in. He opened his eyes. The face of the weirwood stared back, silent and inscrutable. Still, Jon felt a small measure of comfort settle over him. The next morning, under an iron-colored sky, the combined northern host set forth for the wall. Winterfell's gates clanged open, and a cold wind greeted them as they rode. Snow flurries drifted in the air, melting upon the soldiers' cloaks. The men muttered that winter was truly closing in now. Robb rode near Jon, silent but grimly determined. Grey Wind loped alongside, muzzle lifted to the wind. They traveled north along the King's Road, which was narrower and less well-maintained here. Hamlets dotted the path, though the population grew sparse. Days blended into one another. The weather turned harsher with each league they crossed. The wind cut deeper, nights grew longer, and each dawn found frost clinging to beards and eyelashes. Still they pressed on, buoyed by a sense of purpose. Some nights they glimpsed the aurora shimmering faintly to the far north, ribbons of greenish light dancing across the sky. Men whispered of old magic, of the watchers in the forest. They huddled around campfires, telling stories of giants, dire wolves, and the children of the forest. Jon remembered old Nan's tales, how she had spoken of the long night, the heroes who rose to fight it. He felt the weight of those stories now, as though they were not mere fables but the realm's living history. They passed Last Hearth, where the Umbers provided additional men and supplies. Then they passed the lonelier stretches of land that lay just south of the Gift, the territory that historically belonged to the Night's Watch. Farms there were mostly abandoned or in disrepair, the war having ravaged them and the Watchers no longer able to protect them as they once did. Finally, one bitterly cold evening, they beheld the wall on the horizon. Pale and immense, it stretched across the entire width of the continent like a silent guardian. Clouds clung to its top, and the waning sunlight cast long shadows over the vast curtain of ice. Jon felt his breath catch at the sight. No matter how many times he had seen the wall, it never failed to awe him. Now, returning with an army at his back, he found it more imposing than ever. They approached Castle Black at sunset. The great wooden gates stood closed, the old walls manned by black-clad sentinels. Horns sounded from the ramparts. Jon spurred his horse forward, calling out to the guards. After a tense moment, the gates creaked open, revealing the familiar courtyard. He spotted men of the Night's Watch waiting, crossbows in hand. One of them stepped forward, an older man with a grizzled beard and a slight stoop. He wore the black of the watch but no cloak. Jon squinted, realizing it was Bowen Marsh. "Who goes there?" Marsh called, though he must have recognized Jon's face. Perhaps he was rattled by the large host outside. Jon slid from his saddle. "I am Jon Targaryen," he said, the name still unfamiliar on his tongue, once Jon Snow, brother of the Night's Watch. "I come with men to aid the watch in the realm." Bowen Marsh looked wary. "We have heard of your new station," he murmured. "We never expected to see you return." "The Lord Commander," he paused, face tightening. "The Lord Commander is gone, as are many rangers. We've been hard-pressed." Jon felt a jolt. "Gone where?" "To find Benjen Stark, to learn more of the rumors of the dead rising. They vanished beyond the wall. We sent a party after them, but only a handful returned, half-mad and speaking of terrors in the snow. We can't hold the castles alone. Eastwatch by the sea is short-handed, the Shadow Tower likewise. 1,000 enemies press us. Wildlings gather, they say. Mance Raider calls himself King Beyond the Wall." Robb dismounted next to Jon, listening closely. Others in the column crowded forward, a ripple of tension passing through them. Jon set his jaw. "Then we must prepare, and quickly. We'll help man the wall. We'll talk with your officers and make a plan." Bowen Marsh swallowed. "Yes, your grace. There are so few of us left. We need all the help we can get." Jon turned to Robb. "Have the men set up camp outside the castle. We'll rotate companies inside to rest. We need to figure out supplies, build stables, everything. Make sure no one causes trouble for the watch." Robb nodded, beckoning to the great Jon and other officers. Men began to move, horses led away. Roose Bolton stood at a distance, gazing at the wall as though it were some unnatural beast. Karstark was muttering about the cold. Midge Mormont and her daughters busied themselves shouting orders, forging some semblance of organization. Jon took a moment to look around. The courtyard where he had once practiced with wooden swords was emptier than he remembered. The stables looked half-collapsed, in need of repairs. The old common hall was lit by only a few torches. The Black brothers who emerged from the towers looked gaunt, exhausted, and on edge. They were so few. He wondered how many had died beyond the wall or simply deserted in the face of such horror. Then a familiar voice called his name. "Jon." Samwell Tarly stumbled forward, nearly tripping over his own boots in his haste. He wore the black cloak, though it was ragged at the hem, and his cheeks were red with cold. He stared at Jon with wide eyes, then gave a quick bow. "Your Grace." "Forgive me, Jon grabbed Sam into a brief hug before the man could finish. Sam yelped in surprise. "Sam, it's good to see you," Jon said warmly. "I've worried about you. Are you all right?" Sam puffed, adjusting his cloak. I'm alive, if that's all right. So much has happened. White's attacks, the Lord Commander gone, there are rumors that half the watch is dead or missing." Jon's gut twisted. "We'll do what we can to help. But first, I need a full account. Can you tell me everything?" Sam nodded. "Yes, though it's also grim. I'll gather my notes. I've been trying to keep records." He paused, glancing shyly at Robb and the other lords milling about. "This is also strange, Jon, your grace. You're a king now." Jon managed a tight smile. "Strange for me too. Come on. We have much to discuss." He guided Sam aside to a corner of the yard, away from the bustle of the arriving army. Snow drifted around them, the sky darkening. The wind sighed along the base of the wall. Sam explained how Lord Commander Mormont led an expedition to the Fist of the First Men, then vanished fighting an army of the dead. A few survivors staggered back, claiming white-skinned monsters led the undead hordes. Some of the watch had retreated to Craster's Keep, but Craster turned on them. Mutiny, confusion, it all ended in blood and betrayal. The watchers who survived fled back to Castle Black, battered and haunted. Jon listened in stony silence, dread coiling in his chest. This was worse than he expected. If the Night's Watch was so diminished, then Mance Raider might easily overwhelm them with the tens of thousands of wildlings rumored to be gathering. Worse still, the White Walkers were not a rumor. They were real, and they had already inflicted terrible losses. Robb joined them, brow furrowed in concern as he overheard Sam's account. "If the watch is so badly reduced, we'll need to man the wall ourselves," he said. 15,000 men might not be enough if the wildlings are as numerous as the stories claim, and if the White Walkers join them. Jon drew a steadying breath. Then we must do whatever it takes. We have the strength of the North behind us, and we have steel in our hands. If we can rally the wildlings to our side somehow, convince them to join us rather than fight us, that would help. Mance Rayder supposedly wants to bring his people south because they fear the walkers too. Perhaps there's room for diplomacy. He rubbed his temples. But if not, we'll have to fight them, hold the wall, and pray reinforcements arrive from the south. Robb's eyes flickered. We'll send ravens to Stannis, urging him to gather more men from the Crownlands and the Riverlands and march north. The realm must understand that if the wall falls, no one is safe. They agreed on the plan. Over the next days, the castle and the surrounding encampment sprang into frantic activity. Jon met with the officers of the Watch, men like Bowen Marsh and Othel Yarwick, discussing how best to distribute the new forces along the wall's length. Old ramparts needed repairing, gates needed reinforcing. Scouts were sent beyond the wall to locate Mance Rayder's host. Roose Bolton grumbled at the conditions but pledged his men, though Jon kept a watchful eye on him. Rickard Karstark also seemed uneasy. The Great Jon, on the other hand, roared that they would climb over the bloody wall if they had to and smash every White in the face. Meage Mormont's daughters prepared to scout the forest for any sign of the others' approach. Jon felt the cold in his bones every time he stepped outside. But there was a sense of purpose here. He had left the Watch because the realm needed a king to unite it, and now he had returned as that king, ready to stand against the darkness. He prayed the old gods and the new would not let him fail. One morning, as Jon was conferring with Robb in the courtyard, a horn blast echoed from atop the wall. Then another. 2 blasts typically signaled wildlings. 3 blasts signaled the White Walkers. Ancient tradition that most in the south didn't even know. Jon froze, heart pounding. Was it 2 or 3? Another horn blared. A second time. Then silence. 2 blasts for wildlings, it seemed. The yard erupted in tension. Men shouted, grabbing weapons, heading for the stairs that climbed the wall. Jon and Robb hurried to the courtyards, then up the wooden steps that led to the top. The climb was punishing in the biting cold, but they pressed on, accompanied by a few watchers in black cloaks. The wind whipped at their faces as they emerged onto the icy top of the wall. From this vantage, the world spread out in a vast expanse of white forests, rolling hills, and frozen ground. The sky was a pale silver. Some watchers pointed northward, where shapes moved in the distance. Jon squinted. Yes, there they were, dark lines snaking through the snow, an army of sorts, perhaps a mile or 2 away. The watchers handed him a battered bronze tube, a far eye. Jon raised it to his face, adjusting the angle. He saw people, hundreds or thousands of them, trudging south in a loose formation. Some carried crude spears, others just bundles on their backs. At the forefront, riders on shaggy horses. The shapes were disorganized, but they were clearly moving toward the wall. Robb took a turn with the far eye. Wildlings, he murmured, voice-taut. That's a lot of them. A fraction of Mance Rayder's rumored host, said one of the Black brothers, his tone grim. They come in waves. Jon lowered the far eye. They might be trying to pass. Or they might be scoping our defenses. He glanced at Robb. This might be our chance. If Mance is with them, we could try to treat. Robb considered. Or they might be a scouting party and Mance's main force lingers back. If we open the gate, they could swarm us. But if you think we can talk... Jon exhaled, feeling the sting of the icy wind on his cheeks. We have to at least try. Tell the watchers not to fire arrows unless attacked. Let me and a small group go out to meet them and parley. If Mance is as rumored, a reasonable man who wants to save his people, then perhaps we can reach terms. It was a risky plan, but none offered a better alternative. The watchers nodded. Orders were relayed swiftly. Jon and Robb descended from the wall, choosing a small party, Grey Wind, of course, the Great Jon, Meage Mormont, and a handful of others. They would ride out beyond the gate to meet the wildlings, leaving the rest of the army ready to reinforce if needed. Bowen Marsh grimaced but did not argue, as they were desperate for any resolution that did not involve a full-scale siege of the wall. Once armed and mounted, Jon led his small group through the creaking old gate. Snow crunched under the hooves of their horses as they emerged into the vast, silent land north of the wall. The air felt sharper here, the cold biting at exposed skin. The wildling column was closer now, perhaps half a mile away, winding across a frozen plain. Jon raised a white cloth tied to a spear as a sign of parley, hoping they would recognize it. They advanced slowly, hearts pounding, hands near their weapons. Before long, a small contingent of wildlings on horseback broke off from the larger group and approached. They wore patchwork furs, carried spears and crude swords. One of them, tall and broad-shouldered, with hair the color of autumn leaves, rode at the front. He carried himself with confidence, scanning Jon and Robb's party with keen eyes. His expression was neither friendly nor openly hostile, more curious than anything. Jon halted his horse, gray wind growling softly at his side. The wildling leader reined in as well. For a moment, they sized each other up in the swirling snow. Then the wildling, in a surprisingly composed voice, said, "You come under a sign of peace. Do you plan on a peace talk, or is this a trick?" Jon lifted his chin. "I am Jon Targaryen, king of the Seven Kingdoms, though you might know me better as a once brother of the Night's Watch. I've come to treat with Mance Rayder." The wildling's features shifted in recognition at Jon's name. "Jon Snow, the crow who came north. We heard rumors you'd left the Watch." Jon nodded. "I left the Watch to unite the realm. Now I'm back with an army because I know what's coming. The White Walkers are real. We must stand together or we'll all die." The wildling motioned to a cluster of riders behind him. "We've seen them," he said, voice grim. "Our people flee south to escape the dead. Mance does not want war with the Watch, but he'll not let his people be slaughtered. If you mean peace, we might talk. If you lie, we'll fight to the last." Robb spoke up, calm but firm. "We don't want to slaughter anyone. The realm is better served if we combine forces. Let Mance Rayder come forward or let us go to him. We'll talk as men, not enemies." The wildling considered, glancing over Jon's party. Then he turned in the saddle, raising a horn to his lips and blowing a single note that echoed across the frozen land. From the main wildling host, a group separated, making its way toward them. At their center was a man with graying hair and a bearing that spoke of leadership. He wore heavy furs, carried a sword at his hip, and rode a sturdy horse. This, Jon knew, had to be Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, a former brother of the Watch turned leader of free folk. Jon felt a strange swirl of respect, curiosity, and apprehension. When Mance was close enough, he dismounted. Jon did likewise. The wind whipped around them as they faced each other. Mance studied Jon with dark, intelligent eyes, then gave a small nod. "Well, now. The Watch's bastard crow who turned out to be a lost Targaryen prince. A story for the singers, that is." Jon's breath misted in the air. "I'm not here for songs, Mance. You know the threat that drives you south. We do too. Join us. Let your people pass the wall, and we'll give you land if you'll fight with us against the White Walkers." Mance raised an eyebrow. "Give us land? You speak with the voice of a king indeed. But we're free folk. We won't kneel." Robb interjected, "We don't ask for your knee, only your help. We have thousands of men, but that might not be enough. We need every spear and sword if the dead march." Mance ran a gloved hand through his beard, glancing at the great Jon and Midge Mormont, who watched warily from atop their horses. Then he turned back to Jon. "I have tens of thousands of free folk behind me, men, women, children. They can't fight whites with bare hands. They need safety. If I let them scatter through your lands, what's to stop your lords from slaughtering them as invaders?" Jon struggled for a clear answer. "I am the king," he said, mustering as much authority as he could. "My lords will obey or face my wrath. We can find places for your people in the gift or beyond as the Watch once intended. We can share farmland. If you help us hold the wall and defeat the White Walkers, I promise you will not be turned away." Mance studied him for a long moment, reading the sincerity in Jon's face. Then he sighed, nodding slowly. "You speak with the honest voice I remember. A man of two worlds, crow and king. Perhaps you truly mean it. But be warned, if your southern lords break their word, the free folk will not kneel to be slaughtered. We will fight." Jon nodded. "I understand. But together we have a better chance." Mance extended his hand. Jon clasped it, feeling the cold leather of the wildling's glove. In that moment, in the swirling snow, a fragile alliance was forged. Robb dismounted as well, offering a nod of respect. The great Jon let out a rumbling laugh as though he admired the free folk's boldness. Midge Mormont's expression remained stern, but she did not object. The rest of the wildlings watched warily, uncertain what their future might hold. Mance turned, gesturing at his people. "Then let us talk terms. We'll need to pass south of the wall soon. The dead are not far behind. We've lost villages, entire clans. If we wait too long, we'll be overrun." Jon's chest tightened. "We'll open a gate for you. Your people will have to be searched for weapons, but we won't disarm you fully, just ensure no one sneaks in to cause trouble. We'll figure out places for you to camp with supplies. We'll share what we have, but we need your warriors to help man the wall." Mance grimaced. "We're not used to living under your rules. We value freedom." "You'll die without it," Robb said quietly. "Just as we might die without your help. We must do what we can to survive." With that, the negotiations began in earnest, standing there in the cold wind. Messengers on both sides carried word back and forth. The free folk behind Mance cast suspicious glances, while the northern lords kept hands close to their sword hilts. Yet slowly an uneasy consensus formed. The gate would open, letting the free folk through in small groups to be checked and guided south of the wall. Mance's warriors would help defend the fortifications from any assault by the dead or any fragment of wildlings not under his command that might cause chaos. It was the start of a tenuous alliance that might mean survival or utter disaster if trust collapsed. Jon could only hope the realm would accept thousands of wildlings streaming into the north. He recalled how his father, Ned Stark, always said that fear of the unknown was the root of much cruelty. Now was the time to break that cycle if possible. Before the day was done, the first groups of wildlings shuffled toward the gate, half-starved families, old men and women, younger warriors all mixed together. They eyed the Black Brothers, the armed soldiers from the north, and the southern banners with suspicion, but Mance's presence calmed many. Jon watched from atop the wall as a line of them entered Castle Black, where the Watchers directed them to a makeshift holding area. Shouts rang out as arguments inevitably rose. Some free folk refused to surrender their axes for inspection, some Black Brothers cursed the savages. But the process continued, haltingly. In the distance, a gloom gathered among the snow-covered trees. The night was coming fast. Jon peered into that forest, imagining the White Walkers lurking just out of sight. He whispered a silent prayer that they could hold it together. If the White Walkers attacked soon, or if some fool started a bloodbath inside Castle Black, they would all be doomed. But for now at least, they had forged a slim path to unity. He hoped it would be enough. Night fell. Torches flared along the wall, casting wavering light upon its glistening surface. Jon descended to the courtyard, meeting Robb, who shook his head at the chaos of the day. "We'll be lucky if this doesn't all collapse on our heads," he muttered. Jon let out a weary breath. "Perhaps. But it's the only way I see to survive the winter that's coming." He looked around at the swirl of free folk, watchmen, and northern soldiers trying to coexist. "We have to be better than the men who came before." Robb clapped Jon on the back. "We will be. You're the King, Stark, and Targaryen. If anyone can pull this off, it's you." Jon gave a grim smile. "We'll see." He lifted his gaze, scanning the ramparts. Figures moved in silhouette, guards standing watch. The wind carried the faintest sound of a distant horn. Or was it his imagination? He shuddered, picturing pale shapes with ice-blue eyes. The White Walkers were out there, somewhere in the darkness. He wondered if they were already coming. No matter. Tomorrow, they would continue letting wildlings through, strengthening the wall's defenses, gathering what resources they could. Ravens would fly south, begging Stannis to send more men. Beyond that, there was little else to do but stand vigil, blade in hand, for the dawn that might never come. And so Jon Targaryen Stark, once a black-clad bastard named Snow, stood in the cold courtyard of Castle Black, hoping with all his heart that when the storm hit, they would stand as one, or at least stand long enough to give the realm a fighting chance. He thought of Ned Stark, of Rhaegar Targaryen, of all the ghosts who had shaped his destiny. He would not fail them now. Winter was here. But so was he. And sometimes one man's resolve could tip the balance of a world. Jon Targaryen Stark raised his torch, letting the flame illuminate the interior of Castle Black's tunnel. Moisture clung to the rough-hewn ice walls, shimmering in the wavering light. From somewhere ahead came the sound of men's voices echoing off the ice, punctuated by the clatter of crates and provisions. The Night's Watch brothers and northern soldiers were working tirelessly to move supplies through the wall for the thousands of free folk outside who, even now, were passing under its mighty shadow. The swirl of conflicting emotions, relief, fear, hope, radiated through these claustrophobic corridors as if it were a physical thing. Since the parley with Mance Rayder, a slow and precarious process had begun, the gates opened in an orderly fashion to let wildlings enter a temporary camp on the south side of the wall. Clusters of them stepped gingerly along the passage, eyeing the worn ramparts of Castle Black with open suspicion. Black brothers and Northmen, posted every few yards, watched them warily. Most tried to keep tensions from flaring, but scuffles broke out every day. Some free folk refused to hand over their weapons for inspection. Some Black brothers, men who had lost friends to wildling raids, traded curses. Jon had personally intervened more than once, reminding both sides that they now shared a common enemy in the White Walkers. He reached the open air and stepped aside to let another group of wildlings shuffle past. Robb Stark was outside, conferring with the great Jon Umber, Lady Meege Mormont, and several high-ranking Black brothers over a supply issue. Jon glanced back, noting the lines of tired faces passing under the archway. A tall, rangy man with a red beard, Tormund Giantsbane, if Jon remembered rightly, gave him a pointed look of acknowledgement before guiding his companions forward. They were all weary from days on the march, beset by the creeping cold that signaled winter's tightening grip. Jon moved away from the gate, letting a pair of guards take up watch. Snow crunched under his boots as he walked toward the outer courtyard. The sun, pale and weak, barely pierced the steel-gray sky. Here, inside the castle perimeter, a sprawling encampment had emerged, with tents and lean-tos set up by the free folk. Farther out, in the open fields that abutted the stronghold, hundreds more pitched makeshift shelters. Smoke from countless fires drifted skyward, merging into a smudged haze. It was not unlike a siege camp, only this time those outside had been invited to pass through. Above, the wall loomed an immense presence that made everyone feel small. Robb caught sight of Jon and broke away from his conversation. Grey Wind, ever faithful, padded close at his heels, muzzle flecked with snow. "I've just spoken with Bowen Marsh," Robb said. "He's uneasy about so many free folk being in the courtyard. I think you should talk to him. He respects you more than most, given your history in the Watch." Jon nodded. "I'll see what I can do. How are the supplies holding up?" Robb let out a weary breath. "We have enough grain and salted meat for a few weeks, but once the entire wildling host comes through, that's thousands more mouths to feed. If winter deepens, we can't forage off the land. We'll need more shipments from White Harbor or the south. Or we risk starvation." Jon surveyed the swirling crowd. Mance Raider's people included children, old men, pregnant women, countless innocents who had nowhere else to go. The threat behind them was too grave for Jon to simply close the gate. "I'll send ravens to King's Landing again," he said. Stannis promised support. The crown must honor that promise and bring whatever harvest can still be spared. If the realm has any surplus, it should come here. Robb inclined his head. "I hope so. We'll see if the lords in the south heed the call. Most still doubt the reality of the White Walkers. They'll believe when the dead come knocking," Jon said, voice grim. "But by then it may be too late." He parted from Robb, crossing the yard toward a solitary figure in black furs standing near a stack of supply crates. Bowen Marsh, Lord Steward of the Night's Watch, watched the free folk with his usual cautious frown. A swirl of snow danced around them, conjured by the restless northern wind. "Lord Steward," Jon began, "Robb tells me you're concerned." Bowen Marsh nodded curtly. "I am, your grace. The wildlings pour in day by day. We're letting them pass in droves and tensions are rising. Fistfights, stabbings, theft. The men are uneasy. We took vows to guard the realms of men, yes, but the free folk have been our enemies for centuries." Jon exhaled, hugging himself against the bite of cold. "You know why we're doing this, Bowen? The White Walkers threaten us all. If we don't unify now, if we don't at least try to incorporate the free folk into the realm's defense, we'll face them alone and be overwhelmed. Many of your brothers have already died beyond the wall." Marsh's expression didn't soften, but he dipped his head in acknowledgement. "I know the logic of it. I've seen the casualties. Still, it's my duty to speak for the Watch's concerns. Morale is low. We've lost Lord Commander Mormont and his successor is uncertain. At a time when we need unity in the Watch, we're forced to manage an influx of the same wildlings who've bled us for years." "I'll speak to the Black brothers," Jon offered. "I still have friends among them. Maybe I can soothe some of the anger. But we can't turn these people away. If we do, they'll die, and the White Walkers will have that many more corpses to swell their ranks." Bowen pressed his lips together, then gave a resigned sigh. "I'll continue doing my part, your grace. But do remember that every incident, no matter how small, makes it harder to maintain discipline. Good men are near the breaking point." Jon nodded and left the steward to his tasks, his own stomach nodded. No easy solution presented itself. There was too much history of bloodshed on both sides of the wall. Jon understood the Black brothers' suspicion. To them, it was as if the gates had been opened to the enemy, especially for those who had yet to witness the horror of the others. Still, he saw no other way forward but to press on, hoping that once the White Walkers truly began their advance, men would realize how petty their old grudges were. A gust of wind off the wall made him shiver. He passed by a group of wildling women who knelt around a small fire, stirring a pot of thin stew. One had a babe in her arms, swaddled in ragged furs. She cast Jon a wary glance, but said nothing. Another child, no older than 3 or 4, stood barefoot in the snow. Jon crouched, shrugging off his cloak. Before the woman could protest, he swept up the child and wrapped him in the cloak's edge, offering some measure of warmth. The child's mother spoke in a thick accent, too quick for him to follow every word, but the gratitude in her eyes was clear. He gently set the child down again and left them feeling a pang. So many desperate souls. He prayed the 7, the old gods, or any that would listen, to spare them from the coming storm. He found Samwell Tarly in the common hall, poring over old tomes and journals that he had laid out across a battered table. A brazier glowed nearby, its coals giving off a dim heat. Sam's cheeks were flushed from excitement or exertion, Jon couldn't tell which. But when he looked up and saw Jon, he beamed. "Your Grace," Sam stammered, then caught himself. "I mean, Jon. Sorry. It's all so strange." Jon smiled wryly. "It's strange for me too, Sam. I keep thinking I'm still just a brother of the Night's Watch, dreaming all this." "What have you found?" Sam rubbed his hands together. "I've been scouring the old archives, looking for anything that might help us fight the White Walkers. The ancient records are incomplete, but I've found more references to dragonglass, obsidian, as we know. There's a mention that the children of the forest used weapons of dragonglass to drive off the others in the Dawn Age. And we know from your own stories that you killed one with a dragonglass dagger." Jon remembered that horrifying confrontation on the Fist of the First Men, how the White Walker had shattered. He nodded. "Yes, so if we can get more dragonglass, we can arm as many men as possible. But we have only so much. Dragonstone might have more beneath its ground in its volcanic tunnels, but that's in the south. We'll send word to Stannis, see if he can arrange shipments. He's the Lord of Dragonstone after all." Sam brightened. "That's a good idea. Also, we have Valyrian steel. Your sword, Longclaw, and a few others. Those can kill White Walkers as well. But there aren't enough such swords to equip an entire army." Jon drummed his fingers on the table. "We'll do what we can. Have you found anything else?" Sam lowered his voice. "Some cryptic notes on a Horn of Winter. Old tales claim the Horn of Joramun can bring down the wall itself. But it's not clear if that horn is real or if it's just a myth. Some say Mance Rayder once claimed to have it, but I've seen no proof. If the White Walkers got hold of it, it might be a disaster. But that might just be an old wives' tale." Jon frowned. "I've heard rumors. Let's keep our ears open. If the Horn of Winter truly exists, we need to ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. The last thing we need is the wall collapsing." Sam nodded, eyes wide with anxiety. "I'll keep looking. Maybe we can glean more from the old texts here or at Winterfell's library if they've rebuilt enough to share records." Jon clapped him on the shoulder. "Good work, Sam. Your knowledge could save us all." Sam blushed at the praise, returning his gaze to the manuscripts. Jon left him to it, stepping back into the yard. Evening shadows were lengthening and torches were being lit around the perimeter. The free folks' fires dotted the darkness like stars fallen to earth. Jon wove through the throng, greeting those he recognized: Tormund, a woman named Dalla who was pregnant with Mance's child, and several older wildlings who recalled crossing swords with him in skirmishes before. A few addressed him as Your Grace with awkward sarcasm, while others simply called him Crow or Jon. He accepted any greeting that wasn't overtly hostile. Bit by bit, he could sense the beginnings of respect or at least acceptance forming. They all understood on some level that the threat behind them was worse than any spat with the Watch. As the night deepened, Jon climbed the steps of the wall. The wind whipped mercilessly at that height, stinging his face and numbing his fingers. Even so, he wanted to gaze north, to see if any sign of movement revealed the White Walkers in the distance. Brothers of the Watch manned the ramparts with crossbows and longbows, eyes flickering to the vague horizon. Jon approached one of them, an older man with a scar beneath one eye, who gave him a polite nod. "Any sign?" Jon asked. The brother shook his head. "Nothing, Your Grace. The free folk behind Mance's main group have slowed, but no White Walkers in sight. Sometimes we see flickers of light in the far distance at night. Could be fires or something else. Hard to say." Jon peered into the gloom. The north stretched on forever in a jagged expanse of dark forest and icebound fields. Clouds scudded across the sky, partially obscuring the moon and stars. A subtle dread gnawed at Jon's stomach. Winter was only beginning. If the walkers marched in numbers, they would not remain hidden for long. He lingered on the ramparts, heart heavy. At times he thought of King's Landing, of whether Stannis had succeeded in rallying the lords to send supplies. Had Catelyn remained safe? Did Sansa manage to travel to Riverrun? Countless questions weighed on him, each a possibility for new conflict or new sorrow. And there was Daenerys Targaryen across the sea, rumored to have dragons. How long before she turned her eyes on Westeros or discovered Jon's existence? For now, that was a distant concern. The immediate challenge was right here, an existential threat that overshadowed every petty war or quarrel among men. Eventually, he climbed back down. Robb found him near the stables, and they retreated to a small corner of the courtyard that was quieter than most, ringed by barrels and a broken cart. Gray wind followed, sniffing the frosty air. "Listen," Robb said softly, crossing his arms over his chest. "We have a problem with Rickard Karstark. He's muttering that this alliance with the wildlings is a fool's errand. His men have lost patience, some talk of deserting. He's threatened me more than once, claiming his loyalty was to me as king in the north, not to this Targaryen cause." Jon grimaced. The Karstarks had harbored anger against House Stark since Robb executed Rickard's father in another timeline. But in this story, that might not have happened exactly as in the show. Let's keep consistent with the earlier text. We have not described that scenario in detail. We only know that Rickard Karstark was furious about losses. We'll continue with that tension. "Do you think he means to sabotage us?" Jon asked. "He might," Robb said. "Or he might just be venting his frustration. But we can't ignore it. If the Karstarks break away, others might follow. People are unsettled enough." Jon raked a hand through his hair. "I'll speak to him. We need every sword. One house turning renegade could unravel all we've built." They found Rickard Karstark near a cluster of his men, on the north side of the courtyard. He was a gaunt man with graying hair and a stern expression. His black cloak was dusted with snow, and he wore a scowl that suggested a deep reservoir of anger. When Jon and Robb approached, Karstark's men turned warily, hands on hilts. Karstark regarded them with a grim nod. "Your Grace," he said stiffly, eyes flicking from Jon to Robb. The subtle emphasis suggested that in his mind, Robb was the true king, while Jon was an inconvenient usurper. Jon took a calming breath. "Lord Karstark, my cousin Robb says you're unhappy with our arrangement here." Karstark bristled. "You could say that. We're in the middle of nowhere, letting wildling scum pour through the wall. These are the same people who've raided our northern borders for generations, who've killed our small folk, stolen cattle, burned farms. Now we greet them like friends." Robb spoke up, measured. "They're fleeing a threat worse than any we've known. We can't fight the White Walkers alone." Karstark spat on the ground. "So you say? I haven't seen these dead men with my own eyes, just rumors. For all I know, the king beyond the wall drummed up a tall tale to get his people south of the wall. And how do we know they won't turn on us once they're settled?" Jon's temper flared, but he forced himself to remain calm. "Lord Karstark, I have faced the White Walkers. I've killed one myself. They're no rumor, they are real. And if they come, no castle in the north is safe. Mance's people will either stand with us or join them in death. I would rather they stand with us." Karstark's gaze hardened. "Is that an order from a Targaryen?" "It's reason," Jon said, voice tight. "If you cannot accept my word, at least trust Robb's. He's seen the bodies of dead rangers, heard the stories from the survivors. The threat is not some myth." Karstark shifted his glare to Robb. "I followed you, my lord, my king, in hopes of vengeance against the Lannisters and freedom for the north. Now we have a Targaryen wearing a crown over all the 7 kingdoms, and we're playing nursemaid to savages. Where's the vengeance for the north in that?" Robb's jaw clenched. "We defeated the Lannisters at Harrenhal, took Tywin captive, and ended the war in the south. The north is free of southern oppression. Jon is our blood, Karstark. A Targaryen in name, yes, but raised as a Stark. You insult him, you insult me, and the memory of my father." Karstark's expression flickered with resentment. For a moment, Jon thought he might lash out with open rebellion. But then the older man exhaled sharply. "I won't break faith with House Stark, nor will my men. But know this, if these wildlings start killing innocent northerners, I won't abide it. And I'll not stand here forever if the dead never come." Jon forced a nod. "We understand. But if they do come, and I swear to you, they will, your men will be needed." With that, Karstark gave a curt bow, turned on his heel, and stalked away. His men followed, leaving Jon and Robb in a tense silence. Gray wind let out a low huff, as if he sensed the hostility. Robb crossed his arms, eyes distant. "He's testing our resolve," Jon said quietly. "We have to be careful. If he spreads dissent, we could have a mutiny on our hands. Robb nodded grimly. I'll keep an eye on him. Let's hope we don't end up fighting our own while the dead close in. Jon felt the weight of those words pressing on his chest. Was this how kings before him had felt? Trapped by competing loyalties, forced to juggle alliances while a greater threat loomed? He imagined what Ned Stark would do, or even Rhaegar Targaryen, though he knew little of that father's nature. All he could do was keep the uneasy peace, hoping that once the White Walkers showed themselves, men like Karstark would realize that the free folk were allies by necessity. The next day dawned under a leaden sky, spitting snow that blew sideways in fierce gusts. Jon busied himself with oversight of the gate as hundreds more wildlings arrived. Some carried battered sledges, others led scrawny dogs. Word spread that the outskirts of Mance's main force were close. In the afternoon, Mance Raider himself rode through the tunnel, accompanied by a small band that included Tormund Giantsbane, the pregnant Dalla, and a man with braided hair named Rattleshirt, who eyed the Black brothers like he was itching for a fight. Castle Black's courtyard bustled with tension. Northmen formed a ring, watchful. Mance slid from his horse and brushed off the snow clinging to his cloak. He scanned the scene, taking in the mass of free folk crowding the yard and outer fields. Jon stepped forward. "Mance," he greeted. "We're doing our best to provide shelter and food, but we have limits. How many more are coming?" Mance rubbed his gloved hands. "Many. I'd guess at least another 10 or 20,000 scattered across the tundra. Tribes who followed at a distance or needed more time to gather their belongings. They'll trickle in. If you don't have enough to feed us, best you open the road south. Let us find our own way." Jon's gaze flicked toward Robb, who stood at the edge of the courtyard. "We'll do that, but carefully. Not all northern lords will welcome free folk wandering their lands. We need some arrangement, or we'll have bloodshed." Mance nodded. "I expected as much. Tormund and I will speak to the clans. We'll keep them near the gift for now. But we can't stay in one place if the walkers come. We'll need to move freely." Robb joined them, arms folded. "We'll work something out. For now, we're fortifying the wall. We'd appreciate your best fighters helping us stand guard. Scouting the forest. We've set up a command structure, Night's Watch officers working with our northern bannermen. You can join our councils if you wish." Mance raised an eyebrow. A free folk leader on a crow's council. Times truly are changing, it seems. "All right, we'll try. But if your watchers treat our people as criminals, you'll have a riot on your hands." Jon swallowed. "We'll do what we can. Time is short." That evening, a meeting was held in the mess hall. The tables, normally sparse, were crowded with a motley assortment: Black brothers, northern lords, wildling chieftains, and even a few free folk elders. They sat on benches side by side, suspicious glances flickering across the table. Mance and Tormund were there, with Dalla quietly watching from behind. On the opposite side sat men like Roose Bolton, Ricard Karstark, Meej Mormont, and the Great Jon. Bowen Marsh and Othel Yarwick represented the Watch's senior leadership. Jon took a seat at the head, with Robb to his left. The tension was palpable. It felt like a spark could set the entire place ablaze. Jon stood, clearing his throat. "Thank you all for coming. We stand on the brink of a great threat, one that will not spare wildling, Northman, or Night's Watch. The White Walkers are out there, and they will come. We must stand as one, or we will die alone." Mance leaned back. "If we truly stand as one, we need to trust each other. That means letting my people find shelter without being hounded by your soldiers. We'll help man the wall if needed, but the free folk won't kneel or subject themselves to your lord's whims." Bolton's pale eyes gleamed. "No kneeling, no loyalty. Why should we trust them not to turn on us?" Tormund let out a barking laugh. "Turn on you? If we wanted war, we wouldn't be passing south in peace, would we? We'd be climbing the wall or going around the coasts. The only reason we're here is to escape the dead men. But if your men start butchering ours, we'll fight back." Roose Bolton's smile was thin as a razor. "Fight back, yes, I'm sure." Robb cut in before tension could escalate further. "Enough. Lord Bolton, these people are under the king's protection. We'll punish any who murder or steal, whether they wear black or furs. We have a code of law in the north as old as winter. If the free folk are to live on our lands, they'll abide by that law, at least enough to keep peace. In turn, we pledge they'll not be persecuted just for being wildlings." Mance raised his chin. "You see? That's what we need in writing, if such a thing has meaning. Some kind of promise. Jon scanned the table. We can draw up a pact. They fight beside us, the North will not harm them. We'll ask that they not raid or harm the North's smallfolk. If either side breaks the pact, the king's justice will be swift. Agreed. From the watch side, Bowen Marsh eyed Mance warily but said nothing. Karstark's lips twisted. And if they do raid our farms? You'll ride out and deliver justice, your grace. I will, Jon said firmly. Or Robb will, or our appointed justices. If you have doubts, Lord Karstark, you can voice them now. Karstark grunted but remained silent. The Great Jon merely pounded the table once with a huge fist and roared, enough talk. If we're facing ice demons, let's get on with it. A reluctant murmur of agreement spread. Mance and Tormund exchanged glances, then nodded. We accept. If we're to live side by side, we need these terms. From there, the conversation turned practical: how to arrange camps, how to distribute what little food they had, how to coordinate watchers on the wall. Tormund suggested that some wildlings knew the forest intimately and could watch for any approach by the others. Bowen Marsh pointed out the necessity of training more men in archery and proper discipline. Mance gave a short laugh at the notion of discipline, but conceded that knowledge of Dragoglass would be shared among the free folk. By the end of the night, they had the skeleton of a plan. It would be tested by countless frictions, but at least it was a start. When the council dispersed, Jon felt a wave of exhaustion. The night was pitch dark outside, the temperature dropping further. He made his way to a small tower room within Castle Black, offered to him out of respect for his rank, though it was far from luxurious. The walls were bare stone, a single window letting in the biting wind. A modest bed with thin furs stood against one side. Jon sank onto it, letting out a tired breath. The day's negotiations were only the beginning, and it felt like he'd run a gauntlet. A soft knock sounded at the door. Come in, Jon said. Samwell poked his head inside, blinking anxiously. Jon, your grace, I found something else in the records I think you should see. It's about whites. Jon sat up straighter, motioning him in. Close the door. What is it? Sam stepped inside, clutching a small leather-bound journal. I've been reading an account from a ranger named Redwyn, written during the last major undead sightings, about 800 years ago. He claims the whites can be warded off by certain protective measures, like circles of weirwood or lines of salt, though some accounts say that's mere superstition. But one bit stands out: he mentions that the White Walkers fear the presence of living dragons or dragonfire. Jon's brows rose. Dragons? Sam nodded eagerly. Yes, but the text is incomplete. It suggests that in ancient times, when the Targaryens first arrived with dragons, the others receded into the far north again. Maybe the presence of dragons in Westeros somehow keeps the White Walkers at bay. If that's true. Jon's mind raced. He recalled the rumors of Daenerys Targaryen, who was said to have 3 living dragons in Essos. Was that the reason the White Walkers had not come sooner? Or perhaps they had waited, gathering strength. Then if Daenerys ever arrives with her dragons, he began, voice trailing off. Sam shrugged. It might be a huge help. Or maybe it's just old legend. But I thought you should know. We have no dragons here, obviously. Jon ran a hand over his face. All the more reason to keep an eye on the eastern horizon, I suppose. The complexity spun in his head. If Daenerys arrived seeking the throne, would she stand as an ally against the Walkers or a rival to his own claim? He had no easy answer. Sam, sensing Jon's fatigue, bowed. I'll let you rest. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you, Sam, Jon said quietly. Your work is invaluable. Sam departed and Jon lay down, pulling the threadbare blanket over himself. The stone walls seemed to close in around him, his mind swirling with thoughts of dragons, White Walkers, and uneasy alliances. Eventually, exhaustion claimed him. He dreamed of the wall shattering like glass, fragments tumbling around him, the wind howling as the dead poured through. He ran, searching for Robb, for the Night's Watch, for Mance, but found only endless night and frost-crusted corpses. Then the dream shifted and he was in the Red Keep's throne room where the Iron Throne loomed empty. A voice whispered from behind, but when he turned, no one was there. Pale light flickered and he saw the hall was filled with snow drifting down from the shattered roof. With a start, he woke in the darkness, heart pounding. The small window revealed a swirl of white flakes outside. It was still night. After a moment of disoriented breathing, he realized he would not sleep again. With a groan, he rose, donned his cloak, and left the room to pace the corridors, trying to calm his mind. Within the next week, the new arrangement between Free Folk, Night's Watch, and Northmen began to settle into a tenuous routine. Wildling scouts ventured into the haunted forest, reporting eerie silence in some areas and strange sightings in others. Some claimed to have found villages wiped out, the inhabitants missing without a trace. Others said they heard chilling screams at night. Tensions within Castle Black flared sporadically, fistfights, stabbings, even a murder when a Karstark man accused a wildling of killing his brother years ago. Jon had the Karstark locked up, promising a fair trial, while Mance and Tormund, furious at the violence, grudgingly accepted that the matter would be handled by King's justice. Tensions calmed, but seeds of resentment lingered. News from the south was sparse. Occasional ravens arrived from King's Landing, bearing messages from Stannis Baratheon's regent council. They confirmed that shipments of grain and salted fish would be organized, but the crown was strapped for resources after years of war. No immediate reinforcements were promised. Rumors hinted at unrest in the Stormlands, where some lords still doubted Jon's claim. In the Reach, House Tyrell had remained quiet, though they had not stirred openly against the crown. Dorne was silent as well. The Vale's gate stayed shut at Lysa Arryn's command. The realm, it seemed, was content to leave the north to its own devices until a more direct threat surfaced. One bitterly cold morning, Jon was leading a patrol along the top of the wall when a horn blast sounded below. His heart seized 2 blasts or 3. He strained his ears, waiting, but heard only one more clarion note. 2 blasts. Wildlings. Another group approaching, or maybe a small skirmish with some free folk who hadn't accepted Mance's leadership. Jon hurried down the steps, calling for men to follow. In the courtyard, he found Tormund Giantsbane yelling at a half-dozen Black brothers. Beyond the gate stood a ragged band of wildlings, perhaps a few dozen, all armed and looking desperate. Robb arrived at the same time, flanked by Grey Wind, and moved to quell the shouting. "What's going on?" Jon demanded, stepping forward. Tormund swung around. "These crows won't let that lot in. They say they're not part of Mance's host, so they're not welcome." One of the Black brothers shot an arrow at them when they approached. A young ranger retorted, "They attacked us first." One of them took a swing at Marsh with a club. "They were trying to chase us off," a wildling woman shouted, brandishing a crude hatchet. "We have children with us, starving." Jon lifted his hands, seeking calm. "Enough. Lower your weapons. All of you." The Black brothers hesitated, then obeyed. The wildlings stood uncertain, eyes furious. Jon stepped closer to Tormund. "Do you know these folk?" Tormund eyed the group beyond the gate. "A few. They were with Styr, the Magnar of then, who's known for being a bit intense. But it looks like they've broken away, maybe lost their leader. Who knows?" Jon raised his voice, calling out to the ragged band. "You seek passage south?" A tall wildling with a battered helmet nodded. "Aye, we do. The dead walked in our village. We fled. Didn't trust Mance at first, but now we have nowhere else to go." Robb exchanged a meaningful look with Jon. "Another group in need. Another risk. We can't turn them away," Robb said quietly. Jon signaled for the gate to open, just enough to let them enter. Guards stood by, crossbows trained. But the wildlings filed in without violence. Jon saw to it that any dangerous weapons were checked, confiscated or recorded, while smaller arms were allowed for basic protection. The Black brothers simmered, but obeyed Jon's orders. The new arrivals looked exhausted, some covered in fresh wounds, eyes hollow. Children in their ranks clung to the adults, shivering in the cold. After the initial tension eased, Jon pulled Tormund aside. "Take them to Mance. Let him talk to them, get them settled. If they're truly fleeing the dead, they'll join us soon enough." Tormund grunted in assent. "I hope so, but keep a watchful eye. Styr's thens can be savage, half of them eating their enemies after a battle. Hard to say what remains of that clan now." Jon sighed. "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you." He parted from Tormund and turned to find Robb, who was hunched near a brazier to keep warm. Robb shook his head as Jon approached. "More stragglers every day. I fear we'll soon have the entire north side of the wall emptying into the gift. That might be our salvation or our doom," Jon said, rubbing his hands. "If they all fight with us, we gain thousands of warriors. If they turn on us, we'll have chaos." "Yes," Robb agreed softly. "Gods. How are we to maintain order when half our men resent them? We can't remain on the brink forever. Something will give." Jon gazed at the looming ice. "It won't be forever." Sooner or later, the others will show themselves. Another week passed. The deepening chill forced men and women alike to huddle around fires, scavenge for any additional fuel. Even with new arrivals, the forest beyond the wall seemed eerily quiet. No large gatherings of whites or White Walkers had yet been sighted. Some started whispering that perhaps the threat was exaggerated. Karstark was among them, fueling rumors that the entire invasion was a false alarm, a wildling ruse to infiltrate the north. But those who had seen the horrors beyond the wall insisted it was only a lull before the storm. One evening, Mance Raider asked for a private audience with Jon. They met in the old library tower, which the watch mostly used for storage. The wind howled outside as they climbed creaking stairs, the interior lit by a single lantern. Mance's face was shadowed under his hood, his breath puffing in the cold air. "I wanted to speak away from prying ears," Mance said once they were alone. "I've gotten reports from my scouts that some free folk are vanishing. Entire families. They slip out of camp at night, heading back north or east, for reasons unknown. Others suspect the Thens might be gathering, or worse, that they've fallen prey to whites." Jon frowned. "Where did they vanish from?" "Mostly from the outskirts of our camp, near the Treeline. A few from the far side, by the old watchtower." Tormund tried searching, but the tracks led north, then disappeared. Jon rubbed his chin. "I'll speak to my own scouts. We can organize a search party, see if we can find them. But if they willingly left, we can't force them to stay." Mance blew out a breath. "I fear they've been coerced or something else. You know how rumors spread among the free folk. Some say your alliance is a trap. Others think the dead won't come this far south. If they wander off into the forest, they'll be easy pickings for the walkers or any roving band that hates your pact." Jon looked into Mance's eyes, seeing genuine concern. "We'll step up patrols. But there's only so much we can do." Mance nodded, glancing at the dusty old shelves around them. "I know. I just thought you should be aware. If we lose too many, well, that's fewer swords to stand with us. Fewer people we can protect." He grimaced. "This is the best chance my people have had in centuries, and some are throwing it away out of fear." Jon set a hand on Mance's shoulder. "Fear is powerful, but so is hope. It's up to us to show them they made the right choice by crossing." Mance offered a crooked smile. "A king's words, that is. And yet, perhaps we share a throne of ice together, you and I." With that cryptic remark, he turned and descended the stairs, leaving Jon alone with the flickering lantern light. Jon realized he did feel a strange kinship with Mance. Both had served the Watch, both had defied it in their own ways, both were leaders of uneasy coalitions. He prayed they could hold it all together. Snow continued to fall day after day. The cold deepened, making every chore more difficult. Some free folk began drifting farther south, settling near abandoned farms in the Gift under watchful northern supervision. Others stayed close to Castle Black, perhaps too afraid to roam. Jon and Robb frequently met with Mance, Bowen Marsh, and other figures to maintain order. Sam grew busier, searching the library for any scrap of knowledge about the others. Meanwhile, tensions rose between House Karstark and certain wildling groups. Fights broke out in the mess hall, requiring the combined efforts of Black Brothers and Mance's captains to quell. Jon spent half his time mediating disputes, the other half reviewing patrol reports or scanning the horizon from atop the wall. Still, no sign of the dead. One night, while Jon was reading through a set of old parchments, a frantic knock sounded at his door. He opened it to find a panting Night's Watch scout covered in fresh snow, his eyes wide with alarm. "Your Grace," the scout gasped. "The watch post near Whitetree, just a few miles northeast, was attacked." Jon's heart lurched. "Attacked by whom?" The scout swallowed. "We're not sure. Could be a band of wildling deserters or something else." One survivor stumbled back, half-frozen, raving about white shadows with blue eyes. "The rest are missing or dead." Jon's blood ran cold. At last, the threat they had feared. "Gather a party. We'll ride out immediately. Get Robb, Mance, Tormund, anyone who can fight. We need to see for ourselves." Within the hour, a group of mounted fighters assembled outside Castle Black's gate, bracing themselves against the biting wind. Jon led them, with Robb by his side, Grey Wind pacing restlessly. The Great Jon insisted on coming, as did Tormund Giantsbane and a handful of free folk who knew the terrain. They had about 50 men in total, a small but formidable party that could move quickly through the snow. Torches flared against the swirling dark as they set out across the icy land. The old King's Road was nearly buried under drifts, forcing them to pick their way carefully. Each rider was wrapped in thick fur, breath fogging in the lantern light. The sky was moonless, clouds pregnant with more snow. Jon felt tension coil in his gut with every step, imagining each shadow as a lurking walker. After 2 hours of painstaking travel, they reached the outskirts of Whitree, a small village named for the old weirwood at its center. The houses stood in silent ruin, partly collapsed under the weight of snow. Drifted mounds suggested no living soul had disturbed them in some time. The wind whistled through the rafters, creating an eerie wail. Jon dismounted, raising a hand for quiet. Robb and the others did likewise. "Spread out," Jon whispered, voice muffled by the scarf around his face. "Stay within sight of each other. Torches up." The men fanned out. Tormund and his free folk took the left flank, the Greatjon and a cluster of Northmen took the right, while Jon, Robb, and half a dozen Black brothers moved toward the center of the village. Grey Wind stalked ahead, nose low to the ground. Snow crunched beneath boots. One of the watchers cursed softly as he stumbled over a broken cart. All around them lay signs of a sudden fight, scattered footprints frozen in the slush, splatters of blood turned black by the cold. Yet there were no bodies. They advanced cautiously, torches revealing empty doorways and leaning walls. Suddenly, Grey Wind let out a deep growl, hackles rising. Robb seized Jon's arm. He smells something. Jon peered into the gloom, raising his torch. Dim shapes twisted in the flickering light. A hush fell, broken only by the moaning wind. Then, without warning, a figure lunged out from behind a collapsed wall. It wore the black cloak of the watch, but its face was impossibly pale, eyes clouded with an unnatural gleam. It rushed at them with bone-white fingers curled into claws. One of the Black brothers shouted in alarm, stumbling back. Jon recognized the figure as a white and animated corpse. He sprang forward, brandishing Longclaw. With a swift, practiced move, he brought the Valyrian steel blade down in a diagonal slash. The white's torso split, flesh cracking like ice. It collapsed, twitching, blackened blood oozing onto the snow. Still it tried to claw at him. Jon stabbed again, severing the head. Only then did it go still. All around them, more shapes erupted from the darkness, half a dozen or more, each wearing old furs or black cloaks. Likely the missing watchers and villagers. They moved jerkily, moaning or hissing, eyes milky and vacant. The men shouted, brandishing steel. A chaotic melee ensued under the flicker of torches. Robb swung his sword at a wight wearing a tattered wildling coat, hacking its arm off. Grey Wind leapt onto another, tearing at its throat. Yet the undead thing kept thrashing until Robb severed its spine. Another wight lunged at a Black brother, who screamed as cold fingers clawed at his face. Jon spun, slicing into the wight's flank, freeing the brother. Tormund and the Greatjon arrived from the flanks, roaring curses. Tormund's axe cleaved one wight's skull in two, and the Greatjon battered another with his massive sword, though it took several blows to stop it. Torchlight flickered as men scrambled to keep the wights at bay. Jon recalled the lesson from the fist of the first men. Normal steel could hack them apart, but dragonglass or fire was most effective. He shouted, "Burn them! Fire!" A Black brother hurriedly thrust a torch into the remains of a felled wight. The corpse crackled, blackening. Another man lit a patch of oil-soaked cloth, tossing it at a crawling torso. The wight shrieked soundlessly as flames danced across its body, eventually collapsing into twitching limbs that stopped moving. The fight lasted mere heartbeats, though it felt longer. By the end, a dozen undead lay scattered in blackened heaps. One Black brother was dead, his throat torn open, and 2 more were badly wounded. The air reeked of burned flesh and acrid smoke. Robb, panting, wiped gore from his sword. Grey Wind sniffed at a severed arm that still twitched feebly. Jon's heart pounded in his ears. He surveyed the carnage, mouth dry. "Check the houses," he ordered, voice ragged. "Look for any survivors, living or undead." The men moved, shining torches into doorways. It soon became clear that no living souls remained. The watchers who had manned this post were now among the wights they had just fought. Some free folk families had been here, too. All gone. But they found no sign of the White Walkers themselves, only their reanimated victims. Tormund and the Greatjon reconvened in the village square, both grim-faced. "No sign of more," Tormund reported. "But these poor souls, they weren't just killed. It's like they were taken by surprise. Robb knelt by one of the fallen whites, using the tip of his sword to push aside the corpse's hood. "We have to warn everyone," he said, looking up at Jon. "They're here. The White Walkers are raising the dead on our doorstep." Jon felt an icy knot in his stomach. "We ride back to Castle Black at once. The entire wall must be on alert. The time for doubting is over." They bound their wounded across horses, gathered the dead Black brother's body to give him proper rites, and set the whites aflame in a mass pyre. The flickering glow lit the ruined village with an eerie orange glare, sparks swirling up to a sky as black as pitch. Jon took one last, haunted look at Whitetree before signaling the retreat. Snow pelted their faces, intensifying as they trudged back. The wind seemed to howl with a vengeance, as if a malevolent presence chased them. Perhaps it did. They arrived at Castle Black near dawn, battered and hollow-eyed. Robb carried the body of their dead comrade, face etched with sorrow. The gate guards hurried to let them in. Word spread quickly of what had happened, of the whites, the certain proof that the threat was real. Many a Black brother turned pale at the news. The free folk too reacted with a mixture of dread and grim vindication. Mance Raider cursed softly, ordering his warriors to ready themselves. Even Karstark seemed shaken, though he tried to hide it behind stoic anger. In the days that followed, Castle Black and the surrounding camps mobilized like never before. Barricades were built, watch rotations doubled. Scouts fanned out to guard the roads leading south. Dragonglass weapons were doled out in meager supplies, with Sam and Jon supervising the forging of arrowheads from obsidian found in the watch's small stock. Word was sent to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, urging them to do the same and prepare for an assault. Fire pits were dug at intervals around the wall's interior, ready to be lit if a horde of whites approached. Everyone knew the effect of flame on the undead, at least from the stories. It would be a desperate measure if the enemy arrived in force. Meanwhile, the remains of the old watch post at Whitetree continued to burn. Men stationed on the wall's top claimed they could see the glow from miles away, a grim reminder of what lay beyond. Jon spent every waking moment organizing defenses, conferring with Robb, Mance, and the Night's Watch officers. Roose Bolton, uneasy as ever, lingered on the fringes, but even he seemed unsettled by the discovery that the dead truly walked. Tormund's free folk scouted day and night, returning with sporadic sightings of lone whites wandering the forest. Some caravans had been found, gutted, the occupants missing. Still no direct confrontation with the White Walkers themselves. One cold twilight, as Jon was finishing a meeting with the senior watch officers, a messenger raven arrived from King's Landing. Jon opened the scroll in the presence of Robb and Sam, scanning the lines by torchlight. His mouth tightened. "Well?" Robb prompted. "It's from Stannis," Jon said. "He's managed to send one convoy of grain from Rosby, but no more are available at present. The crown is contending with renewed unrest in the Stormlands. Lords who resent our monarchy, especially with me being part Targaryen. A handful might even be rallying behind rumors that Robert's other bastards have claims. It's complicated. Stannis says he'll do what he can, but it may be weeks before he can send additional support." Robb cursed under his breath. "We need those supplies now. Winter grows harsher by the day. Our stocks are dwindling, and this place can't feed so many thousands on its own." Sam glanced up. "What about White Harbor?" "Lord Manderley has always been a staunch supporter of House Stark. If we can get shipments from there, maybe fish, grains, by ship to Eastwatch, then transported along the wall." Jon nodded. "I'll send word. Edmure Tully might also help from the Riverlands if they have harvest left to spare. But that still won't solve the main problem if the others come in large numbers. We can only do so much without direct reinforcements." Robb set his jaw. "Then we fight with what we have." He was right, Jon knew, but the reality was sobering. The Watch Post attack was only the first wave, a test. The White Walkers would gather their strength, picking off any stragglers or smaller outposts until they were ready to strike. Jon pictured an army of whites converging, unstoppable as a glacier, with the White Walkers at their head. Even with the combined might of the Free Folk, the Night's Watch, and the Northern Host, could they hold? The next day, Mance Raider stood atop the wall with Jon, scanning the horizon. Wind whistled around them, carrying flecks of stinging snow. The free folk leader was silent, gaze distant. Finally, he spoke, voice subdued. You realize if the others do come in force, even this wall might not hold forever. Jon stared out at the white emptiness. We'll fight anyway. It's our only choice. Mance gave a mirthless chuckle. Aye. At least we won't go quietly. They remained like that for a time, two men once tied to the watch in different ways, now standing as kings of sorts, though neither found comfort in the word. The cold was unrelenting, seeping through boots and gloves into bone. It reminded Jon of his vow as a brother of the Watch to be the shield that guards the realms of men. That vow had never truly left him. He was king now, yes, but that duty was carved into his heart. If the realm fell under the assault of the others, his crown would mean nothing. He pressed his lips together, letting the biting air fuel his resolve. Not long after, news spread that Tormund's scouts had spotted a large group of undead near a frozen river to the northwest. Dozens of wights, accompanied by at least one White Walker, glimpsed in silhouette. They did not engage, but seemed to be testing the edges of the free folk's newly claimed territory. When Tormund tried to approach with a small band, they faded into the forest. A game of cat and mouse had begun, with the living struggling to track a foe that could melt away into the gloom. The sightings escalated anxiety at Castle Black. Training became more vigorous. Archers drilled daily, practicing with dragonglass-tipped arrows. Pyres were prepared, oil casks lined the walls. Men swarmed the ramparts day and night, their eyes scanning the snowbound landscape. Wildlings joined them, fur-clad archers standing shoulder to shoulder with black-cloaked rangers. It was a sight that would have been impossible just months before. Each day, Jon expected the others to come in full force. Each day, they did not, merely sending small groups of wights or vanishing after brief encounters. The tension stretched taut, a bowstring on the verge of snapping. One frigid dawn, Robb approached Jon with grim determination. We can't wait for them to choose the moment. We should strike out and find them, harry their scouts, maybe gather enough men to destroy a pocket of wights. Show them we won't cower behind the wall. Jon hesitated. It's risky. We don't know how many they have, or if the White Walkers might lure us into a trap. Robb's eyes flashed. True, but letting them pick us off at the edges is no better. We have to do something. The men are getting jumpy, Karstark especially. If we go on the offensive, it might rally morale. Mance might approve, too. Jon tapped his fingers on the hilt of Longclaw. All right, but we go in force and we're careful. Maybe 100 men. A mix of Northmen, free folk, and Watch. We push a short distance past Whitetree. See if we can root out these pockets of undead. But the moment we sense we're outnumbered, we fall back. Robb agreed, and they began planning. The great Jon was enthusiastic about the idea, calling it a good old-fashioned hunt. Mance was more cautious but contributed a few experienced trackers. Tormund volunteered with gusto. The Black brothers, who had once sworn never to ride with free folk, now found themselves side by side with them, uneasy but determined. Rickard Karstark joined, albeit grudgingly, perhaps eager for a chance to vent his anger on some foe. Roose Bolton remained at Castle Black with a reserve, claiming to be more valuable coordinating the defenses. On the morning of their departure, the sky was a dull pewter, the cold biting. Jon's war party assembled in the courtyard. Horses snorted, stamping at the icy ground. Men wore multiple layers, faces hidden behind scarves and hoods. Torches and lanterns were carefully packed, along with casks of oil. Each man carried at least one dragonglass dagger, though the supply of arrowheads was limited. Jon himself had Longclaw at his side, plus a handful of obsidian daggers strapped to his belt. Robb rode near him, Grey Wind close by, the massive dire wolf restless. Tormund bantered with the great Jon, exchanging jokes about who could kill more wights. Karstark sat apart, expression dark. Mance, staying at the wall, clasped Jon's hand before they set off. Good hunting, Mance said quietly. But watch yourself. I've seen men vanish out there as though the snow devoured them. Jon nodded. We won't go far. If we haven't returned in 3 days, assume the worst. Mance's mouth tightened, but he said nothing. With that, Jon spurred his horse forward and the gate opened. The war party rode into the swirling whiteness, forging north along the same path they'd taken to Whitetree. Snowdrifts had grown deeper since then, and more storms had passed. The silent trees bore coats of frost, branches drooping under white weight. A hush lay over the land as though nature itself held its breath. They reached Whiteree after a grueling half-day ride, pausing in the husk of the ruined village. Nothing stirred except the biting wind. The burned remains of Whites still lay in ashen heaps where they'd left them, now half buried in fresh snow. No new footprints. Robb suggested camping there overnight, but Tormund urged them forward another few miles to avoid the bad spirits of the place. Jon acquiesced. They pressed on until twilight, eventually halting near a rocky outcropping that offered some shelter from the wind. Tents and bedrolls were set up in a rough circle, watchfires lit. The Great Jon and Tormund supervised the men, ensuring everyone kept weapons close. Jon stood near a crackling fire, rubbing his hands together. Robb approached, his breath steaming in the dusk light. "Any sign?" Robb asked. Jon shook his head. "None. It's as if the Whites vanished after that attack." Robb frowned. "That can't be good. Maybe they're massing somewhere else." "Likely," Jon murmured. "We'll search tomorrow. If we find no trace, we return." They ate a meager meal of hard bread and dried meat, conversation subdued. The men took turns standing guard, the rest trying to sleep in the bitter cold. Jon drifted into a restless doze, his mind haunted by images of shambling corpses and the memory of that first White Walker he'd faced. He woke several times, hearing only the whistle of the wind. Just before dawn, a shout ripped through the stillness. Jon jolted upright, hand reaching for Longclaw. Others scrambled out of tents, grabbing torches. The Great Jon bellowed, "Form up." Tormund cursed, stumbling to his feet. Through the gloom, Jon saw a figure staggering into camp, a wildling tracker who'd gone to relieve himself. He was covered in blood, arms flailing. "They're here," he screamed. "There." His words cut off as a black shape barreled into him, a white with pale flesh and tattered fur. The pair crashed to the ground. Men yelled. Steel flashed. Robb slashed at the attacker, severing its head. The White's limbs still twitched, but the tracker was dead, his throat torn. Then came more shapes lurching out of the darkness. Half a dozen, then a dozen more. They closed on the camp from multiple sides. Torches flared, revealing frost-rimed faces, vacant eyes, gaping mouths. Whites once free folk or watchers. Screams filled the night. Tormund's axe bit into one attacker. The Great Jon swung a colossal mace, smashing another into pulp, but it kept writhing until he smashed it again. Karstark's men formed a ring, hacking at the undead. All around, black silhouettes collided in a frantic melee. Jon sprang toward the nearest White, bringing Longclaw down in a furious arc. The Valyrian steel cut deep, splitting the creature's torso. Another White lunged at him from behind, but Robb rammed a spear through its spine, toppling it. Grey Wind snarled, leaping onto a third, powerful jaws clamping onto its skull. The undead swung at the dire wolf, raking deep gashes across Grey Wind's shoulder. The wolf yelped but fought on, bones crunching under savage fangs. Curses and shouts filled the clearing. Men tried to light fires, but the swirling snow made it difficult. Jon heard Tormund yelling for oil. Someone hurled a flaming brand, igniting a patch of ground soaked with spilled lamp oil. A White stumbled into the flames, twisting in silent agony before collapsing. Another man shrieked as a White tore into his leg. Karstark dispatched the monster with a heavy blow, then scowled at Jon through the chaos as if to say, "I told you so." Though heavily outnumbered, the living fought with fierce desperation. Valyrian steel, dragon glass daggers, and the raw power of fire gradually gained the upper hand. The Whites, lacking the cunning of their White Walker masters, attacked in a disorganized frenzy, clawing and biting until limbs were severed or they were burned. One by one, they fell. Still, the fight left men wounded or dying, the snow stained red. Finally, the last White collapsed under a flurry of axe blows from Tormund. Smoke and the stench of burnt flesh clung to the air. A hush followed, broken only by ragged breathing and the moans of injured men. The circle of tents was in shambles, gear strewn about, some bedrolls on fire. Dawn's first light peeked over the horizon, revealing the bloodied campsite. Jon forced himself to check for survivors, stepping over the twisted remains of the undead. He found Robb slumped beside Grey Wind, pressing a hand to the direwolf's neck. Grey Wind's fur was slick with blood from multiple wounds, but he was still alive, chest heaving. Robb, too, had a slash across his ribs. Relief flickered in Jon's chest. "We need a maester," Robb gasped, teeth chattering. "Grey Wind, he's..." Jon knelt, examining the dire wolf. The cuts were deep, but not immediately fatal if they could stanch the bleeding. "We'll bind him up." "Stay with me, Robb." He called for bandages, receiving some scraps of cloth from a black brother. Carefully, he and Robb cleaned and wrapped Grey Wind's injuries. The dire wolf whined but did not lash out, eyes full of pain. Around them, the men tallied losses. 4 were dead, 7 more wounded, including Karstark with a nasty bite on his forearm. The whites, numbering close to 20, lay in scattered pieces. Tormund spat on one dismembered corpse. "They wanted to catch us sleeping," he growled. "I wonder if the White Walkers directed them here." The Greatjon, panting, smeared with blood, glared at the rising sun. "No matter. We gave him a fight." Jon surveyed the carnage, heart sinking. "We can't remain here," he said. "We should head back to Castle Black. If they can mount raids like this, they might strike again, and we can't afford more losses." Robb, wincing, nodded. "Agreed. Let's go home." They broke camp hastily, bandaged the wounded, and set off, riding or walking as best they could. The dead from their side were wrapped in cloth for a proper funeral. No one wanted to leave them behind to be raised again. The morning light revealed a bleak landscape. Jon felt the oppressive sense that this was only the beginning, a foretaste of something far worse. The White Walkers were testing them, wearing them down. The journey back took longer due to injuries, but they reached Castle Black late that evening. Word of their ambush spread like wildfire, stoking fear and anger among the defenders. Mance Rayder rushed to meet them, concern etched on his face. When Jon explained the attack, Mance's lips thinned. "So it begins in earnest." Maesters tended to Robb and Grey Wind as well as the other wounded. Several men hovered between life and death. Jon convened a meeting in the courtyard, the half-burned braziers casting flickering light on the faces of Karstark, Tormund, the Greatjon, and the Black Brothers. The wind howled through the ramparts overhead as if echoing the tension below. "This was a small force," Jon said grimly. "We beat them, but that won't always be the case. The White Walkers are near. They can raise more dead. We must be ready for a full assault at any time." Karstark, cradling his bandaged forearm, spat into the snow. "My men have seen enough. If this is your war, let us fight it from behind the wall. I'll not lead them into another fool's mission." Jon stared him down. "We stay together, or we fall. The next raid might come to Castle Black itself." Karstark's glare simmered, but he said nothing more. Tormund slapped his axe handle. "We free folk aren't running away. We stand or we die. That's what Mance promised." The Greatjon gave a hearty nod. "Aye. Let's see if these cold devils can stand against real steel." Jon drew a breath, steeling himself. "We reinforce the defenses further, spread watchers out. Every tower, every rampart. Double patrols at night. Next time, the others may come in greater force. We have to be ready to light the beacons, use everything: oil, fire, dragaglass." He paused, letting his gaze drift over the circle of men. Many wore expressions of exhaustion and dread. "I won't lie to you," he continued, voice low. "This will be the hardest fight of our lives. But we stand here for one reason: to protect everyone south of this wall. The realm is counting on us. If we fail, winter will claim all." A grim silence followed. Then, one by one, heads nodded. Even Karstark dipped his in reluctant acceptance. Tormund grinned fiercely, baring teeth. The Greatjon pounded his chest. Mance stepped forward, meeting Jon's eyes. "Then we fight side by side as we agreed." So it was settled. The defenders of the wall, a patchwork of Night's Watch, Northern Lords, and free folk, braced themselves for the onslaught that felt more inevitable with each passing hour. Snow and wind battered the ramparts as if nature itself turned against them. Yet they would not yield. They couldn't. Within days, watchers on the wall reported silhouettes moving in the far distance, large groups of figures shambling across the white fields. At night, faint blue glows appeared among the trees, then vanished. Panic threatened to spread. Jon insisted on calm. Training, vigilance, and unity were their watchwords. Every man and every woman from the free folk who could wield a weapon was pressed into service. They set tripwires around the perimeter, rigged bonfires that could be lit in seconds, hammered out more dragonglass arrowheads. The tension grew so thick it was almost a tangible force, a coiling storm ready to break. At last, it came. On a moonless night, just past the hour of the wolf, horns sounded in frantic succession from atop the wall. 3 blasts. The dreaded call that meant White Walkers. The defenders sprang to arms, adrenaline flaring. Jon raced to the courtyard, where men scrambled into position. Robb, pale but recovered enough to fight, met him with Grey Wind at his side. Mance Rayder barked orders to free folk archers. The Greatjon clapped Tormund on the shoulder, both sporting savage grins. Karstark readied his men, though fear flickered in their eyes. Then an unearthly chill rolled over them. Even though the night was already cold, the temperature plummeted further, as if the air itself turned to ice. The wind carried faint whispers like distant shrieks. Jon's heart pounded. The gates had been secured and barred. The men lined the ramparts, bows and spears at the ready, torches and lanterns blazing. A hush fell as hundreds of eyes strained outward. Silence. Then movement in the darkness. Pale shapes glided between the snowdrifts, tall, slender figures with eyes that glowed a crystalline blue. White Walkers. Behind them, countless whites lurched forward, a mass of the dead that made the forest floor ripple. They moved in eerie unison, skeletal faces glaring with empty hunger. The watchers on the wall shifted nervously, some crossing themselves or muttering prayers. Jon stood atop a wooden platform near the gate, Longclaw at his side, his cloak flapping in a frigid gust. Robb was beside him, face set in grim determination. The entire combined host of watchers, free folk, and Northmen braced. This was it, the moment of truth. The White Walkers advanced slowly, as though savoring their approach, the snow swirling around them in a malevolent dance. Somewhere on the ramparts, a horn blasted once more, echoing off the colossal ice. Men shouted. Arrows were notched. The free folk readied their spears. Mance Raider's voice rang out, "Hold! Wait for them to come in range." Atop the platform, Jon felt time slow. His breath steamed in the air, heart thudding like a drum. He shared a glance with Robb. No words were needed. This was the war they had prepared for, the enemy they had tried to unite against. All their alliances, their blood and sweat, came down to this night. The first wave of whites reached the range of the archers. "Loose!" Mance bellowed. A volley of dragonglass-tipped arrows hissed through the air, arching down into the ranks of the undead. Some whites fell, obsidian lodged in their skulls or chests, but many kept advancing. Another volley followed. The White Walkers themselves moved with uncanny grace, sidestepping arrows. A few ice spears, cradled in their pale hands, glinted in the torchlight. Then, with a sound like cracking ice, the walkers hurled their spears. Pale arcs sliced through the night. One struck the wooden ramparts, exploding them into shards of splinters and frost. A black brother screamed, impaled. Another spear grazed a watchtower, leaving a thin sheet of hoarfrost. Fear rippled through the defenders, but they held. "Prepare the fire lines," Jon shouted. Men rushed to ignite the pre-soaked trenches. Flames whooshed to life, forming a barrier at the base of the wall. The advancing whites stumbled into the blaze, shriveling and crumbling, but more pressed forward, some circling around. The White Walkers slowed, observing with those eerie blue eyes, apparently assessing their next move. On the ramparts above, men poured boiling oil onto the horde. Fire blossomed, searing undead flesh. Whites hissed and fell, many extinguished by the snow, but enough burned away to create gaps in their lines. The White Walkers behind them glided across the ice, stepping over the remains of the charred whites. A few used their spears to shatter burning wood, clearing a path for more undead to surge in. The defenders rained arrows, but it was impossible to stop them all. Despite the flames and arrows, the tide pressed closer. "Hold them!" Tormund roared, leaping from the ramparts to the ground, swinging his axe at any white that breached the flames. The Greatjon bellowed for the north and hacked furiously with a heavy sword, forging a path toward one of the White Walkers. Karstark's men formed a phalanx, spears out, trying to keep the whites at bay. Many of the free folk archers rained arrows from higher vantage points. The courtyard filled with howls, shrieks, the clang of steel. Bodies littered the ground, some writhing as they reanimated. Jon and Robb descended from the platform, gray wind at their side. The direwolf snarled, limping from his previous wounds, but still fierce. Together, they waded into the swirling melee behind the fire lines. Whites battered at the defenders, some reaching the walls with hideous purpose. Jon locked eyes with a White Walker for the first time in many months, a tall, slender being with skin like bleached bone. It stood beyond the flames, meeting his gaze with a silent, mocking stare. Then it raised its spear of ice, pointing directly at Jon. A cold dread stabbed Jon's heart. But he gripped Longclaw and advanced, mind flashing back to the moment he destroyed a White Walker with Sam's dragonglass dagger. This time he had Valyrian steel. The White Walker stepped forward, ignoring the flames, the frost around its feet snuffing smaller fires. Robb guarded Jon's flank while gray wind snarled. The Walker brought its spear crashing down, and Jon met the blow with Longclaw. A shockwave of cold reverberated up his arms, nearly numbing his hands. The spear's ice cracked slightly at the point of impact. The walker recoiled, letting out an inhuman hiss. Jon pressed the advantage, slashing at its midsection. The White Walker parried with preternatural speed, sending a spray of ice crystals flying. Robb lunged from the side, but the walker twisted away. Grey wind snapped at its leg, forcing it to jump back. Another hiss, this time more vicious. The walker glided around them, steps leaving frosty footprints. Jon circled, feeling the chill intensify. His breath came in ragged gasps, every lungful of air frigid. They clashed again, the spear and longclaw colliding in a flurry of sparks and ice chips. Each strike numbed Jon's fingers further, but he persisted, teeth gritted. Robb found an opening, stabbing at the walker's side. The spear whirled, knocking Robb's blade aside in a shower of shattered steel. The force of the blow sent Robb stumbling. Grey wind pounced, clamping onto the walker's arm. A high, screeching sound filled the air as the direwolf's jaws met unearthly cold. The walker recoiled, smashing Grey wind away with inhuman strength. The wolf tumbled, whimpering. Rage flared in Jon. He roared, driving in with longclaw. The walker tried to pivot, but too late. The Valyrian steel blade cleaved into its torso. A sound like shattering glass echoed, the walker's body splintering from within. It let out a rasping shriek. Jon twisted the blade free, and the creature exploded into shards of icy fragments, scattering across the ground. White vapor rose, dissipating into the frigid air. Where it had stood, only a faint layer of hoarfrost remained. Relief warred with lingering dread. He'd killed it, but more walkers lurked beyond the flames. Around them, whites still clawed at the defenders, some toppling under sword blows or bursts of flame. The Great Jon led a group of Northmen in a savage push, cutting down a knot of undead. Tormund howled as he buried his axe into another walker. Whether it was truly a walker or a stronger white, Jon couldn't see clearly in the chaos. Then a white flash erupted, and Tormund stumbled back, scorched with frost, though the walker collapsed in shards. On the wall above, archers and black brothers fought their own battles as whites tried to climb or break through doors. Arrows whistled. Oil cascaded down. Fires blazed. The night had become an inferno of steel, ice, and screaming. Jon could scarcely keep track of it all, his only thought to fight and survive. Robb knelt beside Grey Wind, checking the direwolf's condition. Blood matted its fur, but it still growled, eager to stand. Robb hauled him back, keeping him from more direct combat. Suddenly, a new figure emerged from the darkness. Jon froze, heart hammering. This White Walker was taller than the rest, clad in pale armor of ice. Its eyes glowed with ancient malevolence, and it carried a sword carved from what looked like frozen starlight. As it moved, the swirling snow parted around it as if paying deference. A hush fell momentarily, men recoiling in primal fear. The walker lifted its blade, pointing toward Jon again, recognizing the man who wore a crown. Jon swallowed hard. He braced Longclaw, knees shaking from both cold and exhaustion. The walker approached with measured steps, no hurry in its movements. Flames in the courtyard guttered, flickering as if threatened by the unnatural chill. Robb tried to stand beside Jon, but Grey Wind whimpered, struggling to remain upright. Jon motioned for him to stand back. A single glance that said, "Let me face it." Robb hesitated, then nodded once, stepping away to tend the direwolf. Man and other locked eyes. In them, Jon saw centuries of hatred and a hunger to extinguish all life. He felt a wave of despair, yet forced himself to stand firm. Gritting his teeth, he advanced, raising Longclaw in a ready guard. The White Walker lunged, blade whistling. Jon barely blocked the strike, ice shards exploding where steel met. The force nearly tore Longclaw from his grip. He staggered, boots skidding on blood-slick snow. The walker pressed its advantage, slashing again. Jon parried, but this time the impact drove him to one knee, pain lancing up his arms. The cold radiating from the walker made it hard to breathe, as though each breath turned to ice in his lungs. Desperation fueled Jon's next move. He twisted away, letting the walker's sword bite into the ground. Without pause, he lunged upward, thrusting Longclaw at its chest. The walker jerked aside with impossibly swift grace. Jon's blade scored a shallow cut, sending cracks racing across the walker's torso. A shriek of rage tore from the creature's throat. It whirled, striking at Jon's head. Jon ducked, rolling through the snow. Before he could regain his footing, the walker kicked him in the chest with a force that felt like a falling boulder. He was flung backward, slamming onto the ground. Air exploded from his lungs. He coughed, vision swimming. The White Walker stalked toward him, sword gleaming with frost. Jon gasped, arms struggling to lift Longclaw again. This was it. Fear churned in his gut. Then a furious snarl rang out, and Tormund barreled into the walker from behind, driving his axe at the crack Jon had made. The walker howled, twisting to smash Tormund aside with its sword. The big wildling roared in pain as the blade scored his shoulder, ice creeping across the wound. But Tormund's strike found home, burying the axe in the walker's torso. Another crack spiderwebbed across its form. Seizing the moment, Jon forced himself up and lunged again. Longclaw slammed into the walker's back. The combined damage proved too great. The creature shattered in a burst of icy shards, sending a biting wind that nearly knocked them off their feet. Tormund collapsed to a knee, clutching his freezing wound. Jon panted, searching the courtyard. The attack was ebbing. Whites littered the ground in smoldering heaps. Flames flickered among the blackened remains. The white walkers that hadn't been slain were retreating into the darkness, leading whatever undead they could. Men shouted after them, hurling curses, but Jon knew better than to give chase. They had survived another wave, that was all. The cost was high. Bodies of black brothers, free folk, and northern bannermen lay scattered, the snow stained red. Exhausted, Jon sank to his knees next to Tormund, who grimaced in pain, shards of ice embedded around his wound. "You all right?" Jon asked, voice shaking. Tormund spat blood. I'll live if you can keep me from freezing solid." He gave a guttural laugh. "That was a good fight. The crows will sing about it, I wager." Jon helped him up, breathing ragged. Around them, men moved to finish off any twitching whites, dragging the dead or wounded away from the worst of the carnage. Robb approached, supporting Grey Wind, his face lined with relief on seeing Jon alive. The Great Jon, battered and bleeding from a cut on his forehead, joined them, letting out a triumphant yell. Mance Rayder emerged from the shadows, face streaked with soot, eyes burning with emotion. "It's not over," Mance said, voice low. "They'll come again, and next time, maybe in twice the numbers." Jon nodded. "Yes, but tonight, we held." He scanned the devastation. Karstark was among the survivors, standing with a haunted expression, the bandage on his forearm soaked through. Brothers of the Watch tried to douse stray fires, while free folk aided them, ignoring old enmities in the wake of shared terror. The reek of burnt flesh hung heavy. Overhead, the first hints of dawn lit the sky a dark blue. The long night had nearly passed, but winter's darkness was far from done. Jon felt tears burn at the corners of his eyes from sorrow and relief and sheer exhaustion. They had fought the dead and prevailed, at least this once. But the cost was staggering, and the White Walkers would return. He closed his eyes, thinking of Ned Stark, of the vow he'd made to protect the realm. For now, they still stood. For now, they had hope. At his side, Robb placed a hand on his shoulder. They were brothers in battle, united by blood and destiny. The wall had not fallen. The living had not succumbed. Yet, drawing in a shaky breath, Jon hoisted Longclaw. The steel was chipped and frosted, but still unbroken, like them. He turned to the battered defenders, voice carrying over the wind. "We live another day. Tend the wounded, burn the dead, and be ready. We fight again if we must. We are the shield that guards the realms of men. And we will not yield." A ragged cheer rose. The Watchers of the Wall, Northmen, Free Folk, Black Brothers stood as one in that bleak, blood-stained courtyard, defiant in the face of the greatest darkness the world had known. For now, unity held against the long night. What dawn would bring, only the gods could say, but by their courage and sacrifice, they had seized that dawn, refusing to surrender to the terror beyond. They were alive. They had each other. And as long as that remained true, there was still a chance to see the realm through winter's wrath. The survivors of the night's battle hardly slept. Whether they lay in the charred ruins of Castle Black's courtyard, in hastily reclaimed barracks, or slumped in corners with a blanket of snow on their shoulders, the same dread clung to them: the White Walkers would return. In the half-light of dawn, the living counted their dead, rewrapped their wounds, and tried to find what little comfort they could in the victory they had snatched from the jaws of annihilation. Jon stood near the shattered remnants of the gate, surveying the carnage. Patches of melted, refrozen snow glittered like broken glass under the morning sun. Bodies of whites lay in charred heaps, unrecognizable lumps that occasionally twitched with some residual, foul magic. They had burned what corpses they could, but there were so many, and each needed to be dealt with carefully or risk rising again in the night. Black Brothers, Northmen, and Free Folk all worked side by side with grim determination, piling the dead into pyres that crackled and spat in the wind. Mance Rado approached him, leaning on the battered hilt of a sword that had lost half its crossguard. Blood stiffened the fur at his shoulder, but he seemed to ignore the pain. His face was set in weary lines. "Your Grace," he said quietly. "We'll need more wood soon. We've burned through most of our stock just to keep these cursed things from rising." Jon nodded. "I'll send out men to the forest. We'll have to watch for more whites or any prowling walkers. But we can't leave these corpses unburned. The risk is too great." Mance squinted at the drifting smoke that plumed from the largest fire pit. "That was a close one last night. If they come again soon, we might not hold." "We will," Jon said, though his voice was tight with doubt. "We have to." He let out a breath, scanning the yard. "Where's Robb?" "In the keep, I believe," Mance answered. "His wolf was hurt, but it should live if the wound doesn't fester." Jon thanked him and left, picking his way through the broken timbers and half-buried lumps of ice. He passed clusters of men stooped in exhaustion, arms streaked with soot or bandages from the fight. The gloom that hung over them was profound, and yet something like relief flickered in their eyes. They had survived a direct onslaught of White Walkers. Survived, but at a bitter price. 30 or more had died, with many more injured. They had found bodies of black brothers frozen solid with eyes wide in terror, or men from the north who had died with swords in their hands. The free folk, too, had lost kin. All of it weighed on Jon's conscience. He reached the old stone building that served as an infirmary. Inside, it was cramped with wounded men lying on pallets of straw, moaning softly. A single maester and a handful of helpers moved among them, applying salves, cleaning cuts. Jon spotted Robb in a corner, kneeling beside Grey Wind. The direwolf lay on a makeshift bed of blankets, eyes half open, muzzle wet with shallow panting. His flank was bandaged in linen already marked by seeping blood. Robb stroked the direwolf's head, his own side wrapped in new bandages. At the sight of Jon, he tried to stand but settled for a nod. "How's Grey Wind?" Jon asked, voice hushed. Robb's lips tightened. "Alive. The maester says he might still have some frost creeping in the wound, but if we keep it clean," he trailed off, swallowing. "He saved me at least twice last night. I owe him everything." Jon crouched beside them, resting a gloved hand gently on the direwolf's thick ruff. "He's strong. He'll fight through it." Robb gave a small, grateful nod. Then he turned to Jon, exhaustion etched into every line of his face. "Did we get them all out there? Any more whites left in the yard?" "We're burning them. Tormund and the Great Jon are overseeing it. We'll need more wood soon, but it's our only choice." Jon hesitated, glancing at Grey Wind's haggard breathing. "Listen, you should rest. You look half dead yourself." Robb shook his head. "Once Grey Wind's stable, I'll rest. But there's still too much to do. Morale is shaky, Jon. Some men believe last night was just a taste of what's coming." "They're right," Jon said quietly. "We can't pretend otherwise. But we have the wall still. We'll hold again if we must." Robb's eyes flicked to the infirmary's low ceiling. "We need more men and more supplies. Stannis promised what he could, but the shipments barely sustain us. We have thousands of free folk among us too. We're running low on rations on everything." A corner of his mouth twisted in frustration. "I got a raven from Winterfell just this morning. Lord Manderley might send grain from White Harbor if the roads stay open, but who knows how long that will take, or if the White Walkers will strike before then." Jon clasped Robb's shoulder. "We'll find a way. Survive today, plan for tomorrow. That's all we can do." A flicker of a smile tugged at Robb's mouth. A stark way of thinking. He exhaled. "Go on then. I'll join you soon." Jon left the infirmary, picking his way back into the courtyard. Smoke still hazed the air, making his throat burn. In the distance, he saw Tormund standing atop a pile of wreckage, barking orders at men who were hauling armloads of wood. The Free Folk leader's broad silhouette and booming voice seemed undiminished by his injuries, though he'd taken a savage wound in the fight. Jon headed over, passing a group of wildlings who carried the scorched remains of a white's torso to the fire pit. Tormund waved Jon close, gesturing at the southern gate. "We're sending a few raiding parties, though I guess we can't call them that anymore, to gather more wood from the deeper forest. We'll keep an eye out for stragglers. Might be more whites about." "I'd like to send a small detachment of Night's Watch with you," Jon said, scanning the men. "No one goes alone in these woods anymore." Tormund nodded. "Aye, that's wise. If we see anything monstrous, we'll run back or fight, whichever seems feasible. But we can't wait for the next assault just standing around, can we?" "No," Jon said. "Keep the men close together. The others pick off isolated groups." Tormund opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a sudden shout from a lookout near the broken gate. "Riders approaching." Jon turned sharply. He and Tormund exchanged a glance before hurrying to the gates, stepping around bodies and piles of rubble. On the rampart above, a black brother pointed south. Beyond the camp's edge, a handful of riders in northern livery were visible, plodding carefully over the churned and half-frozen ground. One carried a banner that Jon recognized as belonging to House Mormont, the Black Bear on a green field. A jolt of relief, perhaps Midge Mormont had returned, or one of her daughters, with news. Jon signaled for the gate to be unbarred and stood by as the riders entered, cloaks caked with snow and frost. The lead rider, a tall woman with a grim face, was Alysanne Mormont, Midge's daughter. She slid from her horse and offered Jon a curt, respectful nod. "Your Grace," she said. "We come from Bear Island by way of Winterfell. My mother has gone west to see about mustering more men from the other northern houses. But we bring tidings of our own." "Are they good tidings?" Jon asked, half afraid of the answer. Alysanne's expression remained guarded. "Mixed, I'd say. We've fought off a few Iron-born raiding parties on the coast. Balon Greyjoy's not done harrying the north, it seems. But that's not the worst of it." Jon felt his chest tighten. "Go on." She exchanged a look with her companions. "We've had ravens from King's Landing, some from your hand, Stannis Baratheon, some from Catelyn Stark. The gist is that unrest grows in the south. A few Stormlords are refusing to heed your call for men or supplies. The Riverlords try to send what grain they can, but the roads are plagued by outlaws." She paused. "And there's more. Word from the Narrow Sea suggests Daenerys Targaryen is preparing ships. Some say she has an army of Unsullied and dragons." Jon's stomach lurched. He'd heard rumors, but never so confirmed. "She might come to Westeros?" "Seems likely. Not sure if she knows of your claim," Alysanne said with a shrug. "But if she does, she may see you as a rival. Or you might see her as an ally, depending on how things go." Jon swallowed, remembering Sam's words about dragons and how the White Walkers might fear Dragonfire. The mere possibility of Daenerys' arrival made everything more complicated. "We have other priorities at the moment," he said. "The White Walkers attacked us last night. We barely held." Alysanne's lips parted in alarm. "So it's true, then? We heard rumors, but to see them here, so soon." Jon grimaced. "Yes. We lost many. If they come again in larger numbers, I don't know if even the wall can hold them forever. But we'll try. Do you have more men with you?" "A score, plus a few supply wagons we left near the King's Road. We didn't dare bring them all the way in until we saw the situation. Bear Island can't spare many fighters, but we brought what we could." "I'm grateful," Jon said quietly. "Every blade helps." Alysanne nodded. "I'll bring them in then. We can help with the wounded or stand guard. My mother will try to bring more from the west if she can." Jon allowed himself a small, grateful smile. "We welcome your arrival. Coming out of the cold." She motioned to her riders and they guided their horses further inside the battered courtyard. Tormund, standing off to the side, rubbed his bearded chin. "Bear women," he rumbled. "Fierce as any free folk, I'll grant that." "Good. We need all the help we can get." "Agreed," Jon said, stepping away to watch Alysanne's men. "Oh, stand back." A single glance that said, "Let me face it." Robb hesitated, then nodded once, stepping away to tend the dire wolf. Man and other locked eyes. In them, Jon saw centuries of hatred and a hunger to extinguish all life. He felt a wave of despair, yet forced himself to stand firm. Gritting his teeth, he advanced, raising Longclaw in a ready guard. The White Walker lunged, blade whistling. Jon barely blocked the strike, ice shards exploding where steel met. The force nearly tore Longclaw from his grip. He staggered, boots skidding on blood-slick snow. The walker pressed its advantage, slashing again. Jon parried, but this time the impact drove him to one knee, pain lancing up his arms. The cold radiating from the walker made it hard to breathe, as though each breath turned to ice in his lungs. Desperation fueled Jon's next move. He twisted away, letting the walker's sword bite into the ground. Without pause, he lunged upward, thrusting Longclaw at its chest. The walker jerked aside with impossibly swift grace. Jon's blade scored a shallow cut, sending cracks racing across the walker's torso. A shriek of rage tore from the creature's throat. It whirled, striking at Jon's head. Jon ducked, rolling through the snow. Before he could regain his footing, the walker kicked him in the chest with a force that felt like a falling boulder. He was flung backward, slamming onto the ground. Air exploded from his lungs. He coughed, vision swimming. The White Walker stalked toward him, sword gleaming with frost. Jon gasped, arms struggling to lift Longclaw again. This was it. Fear churned in his gut. Then a furious snarl rang out, and Tormund barreled into the walker from behind, driving his axe at the crack Jon had made. The walker howled, twisting to smash Tormund aside with its sword. The big wildling roared in pain as the blade scored his shoulder, ice creeping across the wound. But Tormund's strike found home, burying the axe in the walker's torso. Another crack spiderwebbed across its form. Seizing the moment, Jon forced himself up and lunged again. Longclaw slammed into the walker's back. The combined damage proved too great. The creature shattered in a burst of icy shards, sending a biting wind that nearly knocked them off their feet. Tormund collapsed to a knee, clutching his freezing wound. Jon panted, searching the courtyard. The attack was ebbing. Whites littered the ground in smoldering heaps. Flames flickered among the blackened remains. The white walkers that hadn't been slain were retreating into the darkness, leading whatever undead they could. Men shouted after them, hurling curses, but Jon knew better than to give chase. They had survived another wave, that was all. The cost was high. Bodies of black brothers, free folk, and northern bannermen lay scattered, the snow stained red. Exhausted, Jon sank to his knees next to Tormund, who grimaced in pain, shards of ice embedded around his wound. "You all right?" Jon asked, voice shaking. Tormund spat blood. I'll live if you can keep me from freezing solid." He gave a guttural laugh. "That was a good fight. The crows will sing about it, I wager." Jon helped him up, breathing ragged. Around them, men moved to finish off any twitching whites, dragging the dead or wounded away from the worst of the carnage. Robb approached, supporting Grey Wind, his face lined with relief on seeing Jon alive. The Great Jon, battered and bleeding from a cut on his forehead, joined them, letting out a triumphant yell. Mance Raider emerged from the shadows, face streaked with soot, eyes burning with emotion. "It's not over," Mance said, voice low. "They'll come again, and next time, maybe in twice the numbers." Jon nodded. "Yes, but tonight, we held." He scanned the devastation. Karstark was among the survivors, standing with a haunted expression, the bandage on his forearm soaked through. Brothers of the Watch tried to douse stray fires, while free folk aided them, ignoring old, but nowhere near enough to sustain the thousands of mouths that now sheltered at Castle Black. "There's more," the messenger said. "A letter from King's Landing." He glanced at Jon uncertainly. "From your hand, Lord Stannis." Jon and Robb gathered with Mance, the Great Jon, and Alysanne Mormont in the courtyard to read it. Snow fell softly, dusting them as they huddled around a torch for light. The letter's parchment was worn, ink splotched, but Stannis's brusque style of writing came through. "Your Grace, matters grow dire here. The Stormlands remain divided. Some lords openly question your legitimacy. Reports abound that Daenerys Targaryen has seized a fleet in Meereen and prepares to sail. If she lands, we may face a new civil war unless her intentions align with yours. Supplies are scarce, and I cannot promise further convoys beyond what I have already arranged. The crown is in debt. I have garnered what alliances I can, but we stand on uneasy ground. I urge you to hold the wall. If there is truth to these tales of White Walkers, and I do not doubt your word, then the realm needs you to prevent disaster. If you can spare any envoys, perhaps you might send them to treat with the Tyrells or the Martells, though we have had no direct hostility from either quarter so far. As always, I do my duty. May the Lord of Light protect us. Stannis, Hand of the King." Jon scanned the letter again, feeling a heavy weight settle in his chest. No further supplies, and there's trouble in the Stormlands. Alysanne Mormont made a face. "The South is always in turmoil, but if the Lannisters and the Greyjoys alone weren't enough, now we might see a Targaryen queen land with dragons." The Great Jon let out a rumbling laugh, though it carried no real mirth. "Seven hells, we can't catch a moment's rest, can we? Any chance these dragons might help us burn the dead?" Mance folded his arms. "If she's wise, she might realize the threat is from the north, not from your throne. But Targaryens are rarely wise about power." Jon rubbed a hand over his eyes. "We can't do anything about Daenerys now. If she lands, she lands. The White Walkers won't care which Targaryen sits on the Iron Throne. And if she does have dragons, maybe that's exactly what we need. Or exactly what will tear the realm apart again, Robb murmured. But we have our own war to fight. They agreed to store the new supplies and ration them carefully. Then the meeting dissolved, each going back to their tasks. Reinforcing the wall, organizing patrols, tending the wounded. Jon found himself moving from crisis to crisis. Someone had stolen bread in the Free Folk camp, prompting a near riot. A black brother had been found dead near the latrines, possibly from a white that had slipped in at night. Tormund's foraging party returned with a meager haul of timber but reported seeing fresh footprints that led nowhere, as if vanished by sorcery. As the days bled into one another, the gloom deepened. Though the White Walkers did not mount another full-scale assault, whites prowled the edges of the forest, snatching the unwary. Men stood double shifts on the ramparts, eyes sunken. Sleep, when it came, was plagued by nightmares. A few tried to desert, especially from among the free folk who wanted to slip south. Jon had them brought before him, but he refrained from harsh punishment. He tried to reason with them. Deserting into the wilds would only get them killed, or worse. Some listened. Others swore never to bow to southern laws. Mance also tried to keep them in line, reminding them that the entire reason they came south was to escape the others. Ricard Karstark pressed for a more aggressive stance. We should march beyond the wall with all we have, hunt down these walkers. Show them we won't be cornered. Every day we wait, they gather more corpses for their army. Robb, leaning on a cane while Grey Wind healed, refused. We'd be destroyed in the open field. The White Walkers thrive in the cold, and we have no knowledge of their numbers. The wall is our advantage, Jon added. Abandon it, and we lose the one barrier that's kept them out for centuries. Karstark seethed but did not openly defy them. Tormund, by contrast, advocated for targeted raids only, not a grand offensive. We free folk have skirmished with whites before, but never in such numbers. This is bigger than any fight we've known. So they waited, nerves fraying. The nights grew longer. Snow piled in drifts against the walls, forcing men to shovel pathways each morning. Supplies dwindled. Men coughed in the chill, fevers spreading through cramped barracks. By the end of another fortnight, the situation felt precarious. Jon and Robb shared more than one grim conversation about whether they should send urgent ravens to every corner of Westeros, begging for men to come north. They did just that. Letters were sent to White Harbor, the Drefort, Deepwood Motte, Bear Island, every stronghold in the north, calling on them to send any forces they could. Ravaged by war, many houses had few men left to spare, but it was now or never. Letters also went to King's Landing, urging Stannis again to muster more from the Crownlands or to call upon the Vale or the Reach. The days passed in anxious anticipation. Then, in the middle of a stormy afternoon, horns blared from atop the wall. Not one, not two, but 3 blasts. The watchers froze. 3 blasts meant White Walkers. Immediately, the defenders scrambled into positions, running to the walls, gripping weapons. Flames were lit. Men in black, men in northern cloaks, women from the free folk, all pressed to the ramparts, peering into the swirling white. Jon shoved his way through the chaos to a vantage point, with Robb leaning on him for support, Grey Wind at their side despite the pain. The snow whipped fiercely, limiting visibility. A black brother pointed into the haze. There. Through the swirling storm, eerie shapes emerged, dark silhouettes. Something about their formation made Jon's skin crawl. The Watchers banged weapons on shields, trying to muster courage. Gradually, more detail came into view. Lines of dead men, or dead things, marching with unnatural coordination. Many wore ragged furs, some wore old watch cloaks. Rotting skin clung to bones, eyes vacant. At their head moved a cluster of White Walkers, tall and gaunt, their eyes aglow with pale fire. Even from this distance, Jon felt the temperature drop. "Raise the alarm," he shouted. "Archers, man the ramparts. Fire it will when they're in range. Oil casks at the ready." Men scurried to obey, stumbling on slick boards. Robb, lips pressed thin, signaled to the Grey Jon. "Form lines near the gate, defend the approach. If they break through the perimeter, we'll meet them with steel and flame." Within minutes, the defenders had arrayed themselves in well-practiced positions, each man or woman standing where weeks of drilling had placed them. Torches flickered, braziers glowed, oils were prepared. Tormund was near the front, axe in hand, scanning the darkness for any sign of a flanking move. Mance took a vantage point on a watchtower, coordinating archers. Karstark and his men gathered on the right flank, grimmer than ever. Then the whites came into arrow range. Mance gave the order. A volley of dragonglass-tipped arrows arced out, vanishing into the storm. Glows of orange from the watchfires followed. Some arrows found their mark, whites collapsing. But many kept moving, unaffected by lesser hits. They advanced with halting steps, arms outstretched, jaws slack. The White Walkers behind them moved with a chilling grace as though unconcerned by the defenders' efforts. Again, horn blasts echoed. Archers loosed another volley. Men on the ground waited for the inevitable clash. The first rank of Whites approached the trench lines where the Watchers ignited carefully laid traps. Flames roared up, scorching a swath of undead. They shriveled and fell, but more pressed from behind. Some tried to climb over the burning bodies, ignoring the fire's effect on their decaying flesh. Loose again, Mance cried. Arrows whistled, but the wind battered them off course. Snow blurred everything, making aim difficult. Jon peered down from the ramparts. He could just make out the White Walkers, tall shapes flitting between the swirl of Whites. One raised an icy spear. In a moment of dreadful clarity, Jon shouted down and flung himself flat against the walkway. A spear of frosty blue light streaked overhead, slamming into a watchtower behind him. The structure exploded in a burst of shattered wood and ice. Screams tore through the air. Men toppled from the walkway, plunging into the courtyard. Jon scrambled up, coughing in the swirling snow. Robb was nearby, half buried under fallen timbers. He coughed and shoved debris away, cursing. Gray Wind limped to his side, snarling. I'm fine, Robb spat, though blood trickled from a cut on his forehead. Gods, that was close. Jon helped him up. Another ice spear soared into the ramparts, splintering the wood with a groan. Through the confusion, men and women tried to regroup, returning fire with flaming arrows that hissed into the night. Meanwhile, on the ground level, the Whites were massing at the gate, piling bodies as they fought to force a path through the flames. Tormund bellowed, "Fight, you bastards! Fight for your lives," as he swung his axe at Whites that climbed the barricade. A monstrous undead bear lurched from the gloom, half its fur singed off, roaring silently. It charged the defenders, scattering men. The Great Jon crashed into it with a savage roar of his own, hacking at its front legs until it toppled, yet still it clawed at him. Others poured lamp oil onto it, setting it alight. The bear flailed, collapsing in a swirling mass of flame and smoke. One by one, pockets of the living were isolated. Karstark's men on the right flank contended with a cluster of Whites that had circled wide. They lit torches, thrust them at the undead while hacking with swords. Karstark himself, arms still bandaged from the previous fight, fought with desperate ferocity. Mormont warriors held the left flank, launching arrows. Some free folk took advantage of the cover to hurl spears at the White Walkers, hoping to disrupt their attacks. Up on the ramparts, Jon wiped snow from his eyes, searching for the largest cluster of White Walkers. He spotted them near the center, just beyond the trenches. They had parted the flames somehow, an unnatural cold extinguishing the fires in a narrow path. Whites funneled through that breach, pouring closer to the walls. Jon snarled, thrust a hand at a black brother who manned a catapult. "Aim there," he shouted, pointing at the breach. The man nodded, adjusting the angle. They loosed a canister of oil. Flames erupted, momentarily cutting off the gap. The White Walkers hissed, retreating a step. Then another one raised its spear, aiming for the catapult. Jon's heart seized. He tried to warn them, but the spear flew. A jagged column of ice crashed into the catapult, freezing it in place. The men operating it scrambled away, one losing a leg to the shattering impact. Jon felt desperation claw at him. This was a more coordinated assault than last time. The White Walkers were using their Whites to soak up the defenders' ammunition, then striking key points with uncanny aim. Another tower collapsed under a hail of ice spears, sending more Watchers tumbling to their doom. The flames flickered dangerously, threatened by the swirling storms of cold that hovered wherever the White Walkers strode. "Jon!" Robb bellowed, beckoning him down from the ramparts. "They're coming through the eastern side." Gray Wind limped beside him, growling. Jon followed, half sliding down a battered ladder to the courtyard. The swirl of chaos pressed in from all sides. Whites grappling with living warriors. The stink of burning corpses. He saw Tormund locked in combat with a pair of Whites, his axe cleaving them. Mance stood on a pile of rubble, directing archers. A monstrous White with a pair of antlers, possibly a reanimated elk, gored two free folk before being brought down by a dragonglass spear. The eastern flank was teetering. Bodies littered the ground, the defenders outnumbered by Whites that swarmed in from a collapsed section of the outer rampart. Jon, Robb, and a handful of Watchers hurried there, forming a wedge. "With me!" Jon shouted, raising long claw. Robb pressed close, sword in hand. Gray Wind bristled, ignoring pain as he lunged at the first White in his path. They cut a path through the undead. Longclaw's Valyrian steel sheared arms and torsos with relative ease. though many whites refused to collapse until they lost their heads. Robb grimaced as he drove his blade into a white's chest, stepping aside so Grey Wind could finish it off. Jon swung left, parried a claw that raked for his throat, then pivoted to deliver a decapitating strike. 2 more whites lunged, forcing him back. He glimpsed Karstark in the melee, face set in a snarl, spear in one hand, torch in the other, trying to burn the creatures away. A monstrous clang of ice drew Jon's attention. A white walker strode through the gap, pale hair streaming in an unnatural wind. His frosty armor glowed with eerie luminescence. The defenders recoiled. Immediately, the temperature dropped further, and the edge of Jon's cloak crackled with rime. Another walker followed behind, carrying a spear that gleamed like a piece of the night sky. They advanced in silence, their presence an aura of living frost. "Dragonglass!" Jon shouted, voice hoarse. Men fumbled for daggers or arrowheads, but the swirling snow made it almost impossible to aim bows. The first walker raised its sword, forging ahead. Alysanne Mormont rushed it, brandishing a dragonglass-dipped spear. She lunged with a battle cry, but the walker sidestepped fluidly, bringing its sword down. The blade crashed into the spear, shattering the dragonglass tip in a spray of obsidian shards. Alysanne stumbled, wide-eyed. Before the walker could finish her, Karstark intervened, jabbing a torch at its face. With a hiss, it recoiled. In that second, Jon lunged in, driving Longclaw at the walker's exposed flank. Steel met ice in a burst of sparks. The walker let out a piercing shriek. Cracks webbed across its torso. Jon twisted the blade, but the second walker thrust its spear at him. He jerked away, wincing as the spear's cold edge grazed his arm. Pain lanced through him, as if ice shards had plunged under his skin. He grit his teeth, forced himself to keep a grip on Longclaw. Robb joined the fray, thrusting at the second walker with his steel sword. Parried easily, forcing Robb to retreat. Grey Wind snarled, snapping at the walker's legs, but the cold rolling off it made the direwolf flinch. Karstark battered the first walker with the torch again, giving Alysanne time to roll free. Jon struck once more, burying Longclaw deeper into the walker's chest. With a sound like shattering glass, the creature exploded in shards of ice, leaving a swirl of pale mist behind. But the second walker was still there, lethal and poised. It lunged at Robb in a flurry of graceful strikes, forcing him onto the back foot. Grey Wind tried to assist, leaping at its flank, only to be swatted aside by the butt of the spear. The direwolf yelped. Jon rushed in, ignoring the biting pain in his arm. He slashed at the walker's back, scoring a hit that fractured its icy armor. The creature whirled, spear slicing the air with uncanny speed. Jon ducked, reeling from the near miss. Robb lunged forward, seizing his chance. He drove his sword at the walker's midsection, only for the blade to freeze and snap where it touched the walker's chest. Robb fell back, cursing. Longclaw was the only blade that could end this. Jon circled, forcing the walker to turn its back on Robb. Grey Wind mustered the last of his strength, lunging at the walker's leg and seizing it in powerful jaws. The walker screeched, trying to shake the dire wolf free. In that heartbeat of distraction, Jon thrust Longclaw straight into the walker's back. The ancient steel bit deep, and the walker erupted in a spray of icy shards, dropping the spear with a clatter. A swirl of frost-laden wind whooshed outward, knocking Jon off balance. He landed hard on his knees, gasping. Robb stumbled next to him, panting, sword reduced to a half-blade. Grey Wind collapsed, whining softly, blood matting his fur once more. Karstark and Alysanne Mormont stared, panting, the torch guttering in Karstark's grip. Another White Walker slain. Another small victory. But the courtyard raged with whites still pressing in. They had to keep fighting. The swirl of battle continued for what felt like hours, though it might have been only minutes. Archers loosed arrow after arrow, setting whites aflame. Warriors on the ground hacked and burned the undead ranks. Another White Walker emerged, only to vanish under a combined assault from Tormund and the Greatjon, who used a dragonglass axe to shatter it. Eventually, the whites began to thin. A few stumbled away into the storm, leaving behind heaps of smoldering carcasses. The remaining White Walkers retreated, icy silhouettes fading into the blowing snow. Then it was quiet, aside from the moans of the wounded and the crackle of fire. Jon stood in the midst of the wreckage, chest heaving. The defenders had held again, but only just. Bodies lay everywhere. Walls splintered. Towers destroyed. The Great John limped over, a chunk of his ear missing but still wearing a fierce grin. "We showed those devils," he croaked. Tormund, spattered in gore, nodded wordlessly. Mance slumped against a shattered post, blood trickling from a cut above his brow. Jon spotted Karstark kneeling beside Alysanne, who was regaining her breath. The torch in his hand burned low, spitting embers onto the slick ground. He rose when Jon approached, meeting his gaze with weary eyes. "Well fought," was all Karstark said, but it was not the grudging tone of before, more a quiet acknowledgement that they had saved each other's lives. Robb stumbled up, supporting Grey Wind. "We can't keep doing this," he breathed. Jon understood the weight in those words. Another wave like that and they'd be finished. They had fought valiantly, but each victory cost them more men, more resources. The White Walkers could replace their losses by raising fresh whites from the fallen. The living could not. In the aftermath, they carried bodies to the pyres. The Watchers took final tallies, discovering more than 50 dead among the defenders. Mance Rayta sighed heavily. "We'll be out of men soon," he said, speaking to Jon and Robb by the largest fire. "And if the Walkers mass again with double or triple the whites, it won't matter what we do." Robb grimaced, pressing a hand to the cut on his head. "We have to hope reinforcements arrive. But even that might not be enough." Jon stared into the flames. They roared, consuming the remains of men he might have known by name if he'd had the time. "We can't hold them here forever," he said at last. "We need a real solution. A decisive edge." Mance huffed. "And where do you propose we find that?" Jon hesitated, remembering Sam's talk of dragonfire. The old stories about how the others withdrew when the Targaryens came with dragons centuries after the long night. He also recalled the letter from Stannis about Daenerys. If her dragons could drive the others back north or burn them in droves, but that was a dream, was it not? She might never come, and even if she did, she might see Jon as a usurper of her birthright. Still, the memory tugged at him. If dragonfire could stop the others, how could he ignore that? Possibility? He cleared his throat. "There is talk that dragons might harm the others," he said carefully, addressing Robb and Mance. "If Daenerys Targaryen is truly in Essos, preparing to sail, maybe we can find a way to contact her." Mance let out a short, humorless laugh. "A lot of ifs there, Crow King." Robb frowned. "If we summoned her, we risk a new Targaryen invasion. She might not come north. She might aim for the Iron Throne first, ignoring the White Walkers as nonsense. Or she might treat you like a pretender, seeking to burn you alongside the undead." Jon nodded slowly. "All true. But if we do nothing, we face slow defeat. Unless the entire realm can muster behind us. That seems unlikely, given the disunity. Dragons might be the only real weapon that could turn the tide." Mance regarded him with a thoughtful look. "Then do it. Send a message across the sea. Beg or bargain for her dragons. If she refuses, we're no worse off than we are now." Robb pressed his lips together. "Stannis wrote that she's in Meereen. Perhaps if we sent a trusted envoy who could speak for you, or for the realm, it might sway her. Show her proof of the Walkers. But that would take time we don't have." Jon exhaled shakily. "Still, I see no alternative. We can hold as long as possible. Meanwhile, we send an envoy to Essos. If there's a chance of forging an alliance, we must try. Otherwise, the realm could be consumed by winter." Robb nodded, though his gaze was distant. "All right, we'll do it. But who do we send?" Jon looked from Mance to Robb, to the Great John and Tormund as they drew near. "Someone we can spare. Someone who won't be missed on the front lines. Who can speak well enough to a queen across the sea." Karstark, overhearing, scoffed. "And how will they even get to Meereen? The narrow sea is crawling with pirates and sellsails. The Ironborn might harass them too." Jon rubbed the bridge of his nose, the weight of it all grinding on him. "Perhaps White Harbor can provide a ship. Or even King's Landing, if Stannis can be persuaded. We'll figure something out. First, we have to survive here. Gather the best envoy we can." Mance watched him for a long moment. "You truly think a Targaryen with dragons is our best chance?" Jon met his gaze steadily. "I think it might be the realm's only chance, or at least the greatest hope we have left. We'll keep fighting no matter what, but the White Walkers have the advantage of numbers and the cold. Unless the rest of Westeros unites behind us soon, we'll be overrun." He glanced at the raging pyre. We need a force that can burn them wholesale. That might be Dragonfire. Silence settled over the group. The fire crackled, sparks dancing into the icy air. In the distance, men mourned the dead or tended to the wounded. This was no place for half measures. They were cornered. Then we do it, Robb said, voice firm. We send an envoy. Meanwhile, we hold. Let's see who can we spare. The battered leadership drew together in a small side tower that still stood. By torchlight, they named potential candidates, men or women who had shown some skill at negotiation or knowledge of Essos. One black brother, Cotter Pike from Eastwatch, had once sailed the eastern waters but had a foul temperament. Davos Seaworth might have been ideal, but he was in King's Landing with Stannis. They considered Samwell Tarly, who had read about Essos and could speak with a certain earnestness, but Sam was too valuable in the library, unearthing lore that might help them defend the wall. Mance offered a free folk scout who had traveled as a mercenary in Bravos, but no one was sure of his trustworthiness. In the end, they realized the best bet might be to coordinate with White Harbor to find a suitable volunteer or, failing that, to ask Stannis if he could spare someone from King's Landing. Letters would have to be sent out at once. Jon wrote them himself with Robb's help, describing the urgency and the possibility that Daenerys Targaryen's dragons could turn the tide. He hoped the letters would not be intercepted by the Greyjoys or random outlaws along the road. The next few days were tense but mercifully free of another large assault. Scouts reported pockets of whites roaming the forest, perhaps searching for stragglers, but the main host of the White Walkers had melted into the gloom. Men dreaded the next wave, certain it would be even worse. They worked day and night to rebuild the battered walls, gather wood, treat the sick. Morale hung by a thread. The free folk grew restless, lamenting that they had trapped themselves here. The Black Brothers faced the reality that they might all die at their posts. The Northern Lords, including Karstark, knew they were fighting an enemy who would not negotiate or show mercy. In quiet moments, Jon found himself at Grey Wind's side, helping Robb tend to the direwolf's bandages. The beast's wounds were healing slowly, but he still limped and whimpered at sudden movements. Robb refused to leave him for more than a few hours at a time. As they wrapped fresh linen around the wolf's flank, Robb caught Jon's eye and forced a small smile. "It's not the future I imagined," Robb said softly. "We once thought we'd fight a war in the south, reclaim the north, maybe see justice for father. Now all of that feels so far away." Jon nodded, stroking Grey Wind's thick fur. "I never wanted a crown. I'd trade it in a heartbeat if it meant we could be safe at Winterfell, living our old lives." He paused. "But that's not the world we have." Robb exhaled. "No. We fight the war we're given, not the war we choose. You remember how father used to say that? A man must do his duty no matter how grim." "Always," Jon murmured, thinking of Ned Stark's face, the quiet resolve he wore. Duty. Honor. It was all that remained in the end. Word arrived from Tormund that he'd led a group of free folk south toward the Gift to see if the farmland there could still be salvaged. They returned with dire news of their own. Entire homesteads stood empty, the people gone without a trace, likely fled south or lost to roving whites. The fields lay covered in snow. Even if they tried to cultivate anything before the deep winter set in, they would not reap enough to feed an army. A few forlorn cows shuffled around half-collapsed barns, easy prey for wolves or bandits. The Watchers surmised that the Gift was effectively a dead zone now. Ravens also came from King's Landing. Another letter from Stannis confirmed that the Stormlands crisis had worsened. One of Robert's reputed bastards, a young man named Edric Storm, had become a rallying figure for certain lords who rejected Jon's claim. They refused to send men or supplies north, calling Jon a false king. Stannis was doing all he could to quell the rebellion, but with the realm weary from war, it would take time. "It's all time we don't have," Robb said bitterly after reading the letter. They stood in the courtyard again, snow drifting from an iron sky. Jon pinched the bridge of his nose. "The realm tears itself apart while the real enemy is at our doorstep. We might have to consider retreat." Robb's eyes widened. "Retreat from the wall?" Jon swallowed hard. "I don't want to. It goes against everything I learned at the Watch. But if the next assault is unstoppable, we might have to fall back, regroup somewhere like Winterfell or Moat Cailin. The White Walkers might spread across the north, but maybe we can slow them further south, coordinate with whoever remains. The Vale might open its gates if the threat is real enough. The Riverlands might muster an army. We can't just all die here, leaving the rest of the kingdom defenseless." Robb nodded slowly, though the idea pained him. "If that time comes, we'll do what we must. But as long as the wall stands, we hold. Maybe the letters we sent about Daenerys will bear fruit. Maybe she'll come." Maybe, Jon echoed, though he felt little optimism. By the time dragons reached Westeros, if they came at all, the walkers could be halfway to the neck. Late that evening, as another storm descended, the men huddled around fires, taking shifts to rest. Jon sat with Robb, Tormund, and Alysanne Mormont in a small side room near the old mess hall. A brazier provided a scant circle of light. Snow battered the walls outside, the wind keening. They shared a pot of watery stew rationed out carefully. Tormund snorted at the blandness, but no one complained. At least it was warm. They spoke in low voices about the next steps. Tormund suggested sending out more raids to pick off white patrols or glean any advantage. Alysanne argued that it was too risky with the storm. The debate meandered through various strategies. Eventually, the conversation fell into a pensive lull. It was then that an unexpected visitor arrived, Melisandre of Ass High, the Red Priestess who had once followed Stannis. She had traveled north with him but parted ways when Stannis left for King's Landing. Jon hadn't seen her since the war ended in the south. Rumor said she'd remained in the Gift preaching about the Lord of Light. But apparently she had returned. She entered the cramped room with a swirl of red robes. Immediately, the temperature felt even colder, as if the storm outside resented her warmth. Her ruby choker glowed faintly, reflecting in her deep red hair. Tormund eyed her suspiciously but said nothing. Melisandre inclined her head to Jon. "Your Grace," she said in that smooth, measured voice. "I have come to offer what help I can. The flames have shown me visions of this darkness. You cannot stand alone." Jon stood, uncertain. "We can use any help," he admitted. "But I recall you forging strange alliances and shadowy tactics. We're past that now." Melisandre's lips curved. "Shadow and flame are both aspects of the same truth. But I come only with knowledge. I have no illusions that Lord Stannis' cause has overshadowed yours. The truth is, the Dead March and the Lord of Light alone can hold them at bay." Alysanne scowled. "If you have some power, then use it." Melisandre's red eyes flicked to the Mormont woman. "Magic alone will not save you. But the Lord of Light grants me certain glimpses." She turned back to Jon. "I have seen dragons dancing in the snow, clashing with pale shapes. I have seen a great wolf standing at the center, half-blood of fire and ice. The outcome was unclear, but flames do not lie. The union of Targaryen and Stark is key." Jon's jaw tightened. He exchanged a look with Robb, who stared at Melisandre warily. "So you're suggesting the rumors of Daenerys Targaryen crossing the sea are our salvation?" "In part," Melisandre said. "Or perhaps your ruin if she chooses otherwise. The future is not fixed. I see only pieces. But I know this, the White Walkers will not be defeated by steel and courage alone. Either you need dragon fire or you must find the ancient secrets to quell them. The prince that was promised, the champion of Lawlor, stands among you." "So the flames whisper." Robb's face clouded. "You speak in riddles. Is Jon that champion? Or are you speaking of someone else?" Melisandre turned her gaze fully on Jon. "He carries the blood of the dragon, raised as a wolf. The old prophecies do not speak plainly, but I sense a great destiny in him. Whether that destiny is to save the realm or to doom it remains to be seen." Jon felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. "I'm no chosen savior," he said quietly, "just a man trying to keep his people alive." "A worthy goal," Melisandre replied. "But fate often chooses the reluctant. Will you accept my help, at least?" He hesitated, recalling the stories of shadows she birthed for Stannis, the rumors of black magic. But if she could glean knowledge from her fires, if she could possibly help them hold the wall. "What do you propose?" "I can guide your watchers to read the signs more effectively," she said. "Perform certain rituals that might weaken the White Walker's influence, if only slightly. Lawlor's flame resists the cold of the Great Other. It's no guarantee, but every advantage helps." Tormund snorted. "Red gods, old gods, new gods. If you can kill the whites, kill them. That's all I care about." Melisandre smiled thinly. "Faith is a weapon. Perhaps you will see." Jon nodded. "All right. I'll allow it as long as no one is harmed by your rituals. We have enough horrors without unleashing new ones." Her ruby glowed. "As you say, your grace." She then turned to Alysanne, Tormund, and Robb. "I can begin at once if you wish. The fires must be built high. The largest pyre we can manage, so I might read the truth in the flames." Alysanne's lip curled. "We're short on wood already." Melisandre stepped closer. "Then gather what you can spare. If the flames reveal a path to victory, is it not worth the cost?" A hush fell. Jon could see the skepticism in Alysanne's eyes, the curiosity in Tormund's, the wariness in Robb's. But again, they had so few options. "Let her try," Jon said at last, ignoring the knot in his gut. If the White Walkers attack again before we're ready, a pyre will be the least of our worries. So it was settled. That night, under a howling wind and swirling snow, the defenders built a towering pyre in the courtyard, using what they could spare from broken towers and old beams. Some looked on with suspicion, others with desperate hope. Melisandre stood before it in her red robes, chanting in a language few recognized, Valyrian, perhaps, or some dialect of High Valyrian. Her voice rose above the storm, and a single torch ignited the base of the pyre. Flames curled upward, devouring the dry wood. The blaze grew high, crackling with an almost ravenous hunger. Men and women huddled at a safe distance. Robb stood with Grey Wind by his side, the dire wolf uneasy but too weak to flee. Tormund and Mance watched from a vantage near the ramparts. Karstar kept a hand on his sword, as if half expecting dark magic to lash out. Jon stood closest to Melisandre, blinking back the fierce heat. Though the night was cold, the fire's radiance hit him like a wave. Melisandre raised her arms. "Lord of Light, hear us," she intoned. "In your flame, show us the path. Reveal the secrets of ice and death. Let us see the threat that marches on your children." Her voice melded with the roar of the inferno. Sparks soared into the sky, swirling with the snow in an odd dance. Jon felt a tingling along his spine, a mixture of dread and fascination. The flickering flames seemed to shape images, half-formed visions that resolved and vanished too quickly to grasp. He squinted, seeing twisted shapes that might have been dragons. Then a swirl of pale figures. He thought he glimpsed a great city in flames, and over it all, a shadow with glowing blue eyes. His head swam, and he had to brace himself. Melisandre closed her eyes, face lit by the blazing pyre. Sweat beaded on her brow despite the cold. "So much darkness," she whispered. "A tide of ice, unstoppable. I see a queen of dragons crossing the sea. A city in ruin, the world trembling. I see men in black fighting beneath an eclipsed sun. A sword of flame, and blood, so much blood." Jon stepped closer. "Does it show us a way to defeat the others?" Melisandre's eyelids fluttered. She inhaled the smoke, her lips parting. "There is a key hidden in the old powers. Dragonfire can stem the tide, but not alone. The rightful king must stand at the cusp of shadow and light. A choice must be made. A sacrifice?" She trailed off, her voice trembling. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, fixed on Jon with an intensity that made him recoil. "What sacrifice?" he demanded, his heart pounding. For a moment, she didn't speak, as though struggling with an unseen force. Then she lowered her arms, the flames raging behind her. "I cannot see clearly. The vision is clouded. But the Lord of Light demands a heavy price for victory." Jon scowled. "We've paid in blood already. No more talk of burning children or any such madness." Melisandre blinked, as if coming back to herself. "You misunderstand, Your Grace. The cost may be yours to bear, willingly or no. This is not about burnt offerings. This is about the tapestry of fate. The White Walkers bring the long night, and only a bright flame can banish it. That flame must come from within you, or from the dragons, or from both." Robb approached, concern etched on his face. "You speak in riddles, woman. Do you have any concrete advice?" Melisandre tore her gaze from Jon, looking at Robb. "Yes, pray that Daenerys Targaryen sails soon. Pray that your envoys find her. Pray that the realm unites behind your cause. Because if none of those prayers are answered, the cold will claim us all." She lifted a hand toward the inferno, letting the heat wash over her palm. "I will remain here, if permitted, to assist however I can." Jon exchanged a glance with Robb. The promise of knowledge was tempting, but there was a creeping dread about her presence. Still, he nodded. "Stay. If you truly want to help, then help. But I won't allow any forced sacrifices. We stand for the living, not for slaughter." Melisandre inclined her head. "As you command." The flames continued to roar into the night, lighting the courtyard with an almost hellish glow. Men eyed Melisandre warily, uncertain whether to fear her or welcome her. Some free folk spat and muttered curses about red witches. Others stared in awe, thinking any magic might help them survive. Jon turned from the pyre, heart heavy with the knowledge that there were no easy answers. In the days that followed, Melisandre kept mostly to herself, except when asked for counsel. She did not conjure shadows or speak of king's blood, but she did gather watchers around braziers, leading them in prayers to Lawler for protection. Some participated earnestly, others out of desperation. A few insisted on adhering to their old gods. Jon let them pray to any deity they chose so long as no conflict arose. If it soothed men's souls, so be it. From time to time, Melisandre claimed to see glimpses in the flames, more images of a great darkness enveloping the land, of dragons overhead, of a dire wolf with burning eyes. She offered no clarity on the sacrifice she had mentioned, nor any direct method to defeat the White Walkers. Her presence sparked tension among the Watchers, but as no open harm came of it, most grudgingly tolerated her. Meanwhile, the fortress braced for another onslaught. Jon and Robb oversaw a constant rotation on the ramparts even as storms battered the wall, icing every surface. Casualties from the last battle weighed heavily, leaving them with fewer able-bodied men. The wounded hobbled about, giving what help they could. Grey Wind recovered slowly, still limping. Tormund arranged small forays to clear out white pockets near the edges of the forest, though each mission risked ambush. Karstark, surprisingly cooperative now, assisted with reinforcing the battered gates. Mance Rayder managed the free folk who threatened to scatter, reminding them that all paths south lay behind these defenders. Despite their vigilance, days passed without another major assault. A hush settled as though the White Walkers were content to let the living freeze and starve. Scouts occasionally spotted movement in the distance, but no full-scale approach. Supplies dwindled. Rations were cut further. The men grew gaunt, eyes hollow with cold and hunger. Then, one bitter morning, a horn blew from the southern watch where men observed the roads, expecting supply caravans or messengers. Not the dreaded triple blast that signaled White Walkers, but a single clarion note. Jon rushed to the ramparts, feeling a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, reinforcements had come at last. He saw a small column of riders, banners flapping in the biting wind. It was not a northern sigil, nor the flayed man of House Bolton, nor the wolf of House Stark. Instead, the banner displayed the crowned stag in flaming heart, Stannis' personal standard. One large wagon accompanied them, trudging over the frosted path. As they drew closer, Jon recognized the man at their head, Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, cloaked in black and gold. Relief tugged at Jon's chest. Davos had come north. Perhaps that meant supplies or news. The gates opened, letting them in. Jon hurried down to greet them. Robb, leaning on his cane, arrived too, Grey Wind trudging faithfully behind. The men parted as Davos rode in, flanked by a handful of Baratheon soldiers. The wagon rumbled on iron-rimmed wheels. Davos dismounted with a grimace, bowed to Jon, and gave Robb a respectful dip of his head. "Your Grace," Davos said to Jon, voice hoarse from cold. "It's good to see you alive." Jon took his offered hand in a firm clasp. "Likewise, Ser Davos. You've no idea how welcome you are." Davos smiled ruefully. "I bring little enough, I'm afraid. A modest load of grain, dried fish, and some casks of black oil for your fires. Stannis sends what he can spare. The city is half-starved, the storm lands in chaos. It's no easy feat to gather more." Robb exhaled. "We'll make use of whatever you brought." "Thank you." Davos's expression turned grave. "There's more. Word from across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen has indeed set sail, or so the last ship's reports say. She leads an army of unsullied, Dothraki, and 3 dragons." Jon's heart pounded. "She's coming west, then?" "Yes. No one knows her precise course, but we suspect she aims for Dragonstone or the Crownlands." Davos paused, glancing at the battered fortress. "If she marches north, it won't be soon. She'll likely contend for the throne first. Lord Stannis fears a new war could erupt." Robb let out a weary sigh. "We have no men to spare for any war in the south. Not unless she comes here and attacks us." Davos nodded. "I argued to Stannis that we should try to parley with her, explain the threat in the north. He half agreed, but is tied up dealing with rebels in the Stormlands. He sent me here, hoping I might be of use." Jon looked at Davos, admiration stirring. "You've always been a voice of reason, Ser Davos. I'm glad you came. We need help both in supplies and in urging the realm to unite against the White Walkers." "I'll do what I can," Davos said. "Though I'm but a smuggler turned knight. Perhaps the Lord of Light guided me." A wry voice cut in. "Guided indeed. Or manipulated." Melisandre stepped forward from the crowd, her red robe catching the torchlight. Davos turned to her, tension flickering between them. Their last interactions had been fraught with conflict when Stannis was in the north. "Melisandre," Davos greeted stiffly. "So you remain here, preaching your fire?" She inclined her head. The true war is here, Ser Davos, as I have always said. Now you see it with your own eyes. Davos pursed his lips, then bowed to Jon once more. Shall we speak privately, your grace? I have letters from Stannis detailing possible strategies, including how we might treat with Daenerys should the opportunity arise. Jon gestured. This way. Robb, come with us. Mance, Tormund, Alysanne, Karstark, any who wish to join, do so. We have decisions to make. And so they convened in the battered hall that had once been the Night's Watch common room. A large fire crackled in a stone hearth, the best they could do against the raging storm outside. The newcomers, Davos's small retinue, shared salted beef with the Watchers, grateful to be out of the cold wind. Davos set forth the meager supplies from the wagon, sacks of grain, barrels of salted fish, casks of lamp oil. Hardly enough to last a week if another full-scale assault came. But it was something. Then Davos spread out Stannis's letters, reading aloud in a low, gravelly voice, proposals for forging alliances with unaligned lords in the Vale or the Reach, references to Daenerys Targaryen's approach, even a suggestion that if King's Landing fell to her, they might sue for peace and beg her to send dragons north. Stannis believed Jon's claim was lawful but recognized the overshadowing of Daenerys's arguably older Targaryen right. The letter ended with an admonition: survive at all costs. The realm needs you. The Night's Watch still guards the realms of men. When Davos finished, the assembled leaders exchanged glances. Tormund rumbled, all that talk of alliances won't matter if we're dead. Let's see these dragons come if they're real. Alysanne nodded. I doubt a new war for the throne will bring help to us. More likely it keeps the southern lords busy while we freeze. Karstark crossed his arms. At least we have a smuggler knight to advise us. I'd prefer an army of thousands, but we take what we can get. Mance Rayder leaned forward. What do you suggest, Ser Davos? The Onion Knight glanced at Jon and Robb. You have two broad paths: hold the wall, pray for Daenerys and her dragons, or for the southern lords to rally. Or fall back, gather your strength further south, and try to hold the line somewhere else. But if you abandon the wall, the White Walkers could overrun the entire north quickly. Robb rubbed his brow. Then we stay. Jon cleared his throat. We stay for now. We've come this far. He looked to Davos. If there's a way to contact Daenerys directly, we should try. Send an envoy, someone who can speak on my behalf, show her the threat we face. Davos spread his hands. I'm willing if you'll have me. Stannis might prefer me to remain at King's Landing, but if you truly think I can help, I'll sail for Essos. I know how to talk to queens in my humble way. Jon felt a surge of gratitude. You do that? It's a perilous journey, especially now. Davos smiled thinly. I've sailed through storms and worse. This might be the most important cargo I ever carry, the fate of the realm. Robb frowned. We need to ensure your safe passage. The Ironborn prowl the seas, and there's no guarantee you can find a suitable ship in White Harbor. But I agree. If anyone can convince Daenerys, it might be you. Davos nodded. Then let me rest a day or two, gather what I need, and I'll head to White Harbor. Perhaps Lord Manderley can provide a vessel. We'll slip across the narrow sea, find our way to her, and present your case. Or be thrown to her dragons as a snack, I suppose. Tormund let out a snort. A brave plan. You have more guts than most crows I've met, Onion Knight. Davos inclined his head in thanks. Desperate times, my friend. Melisandre had been silent, standing near the fire with her ruby glinting. Now she spoke up. I sensed the shadows swirling across the sea as well. Beware, Ser Davos. The great other's power extends beyond mere borders. But your cause is righteous. May Lollaress flame guide your path. He offered a non-committal shrug. I'll take all the guidance I can get. Thank you, my lady. Jon rose. Then it's decided. In 2 days you leave for White Harbor. We'll do all we can to keep the wall standing until you return. Hopefully with dragons at your back. Those words sent a ripple of conflicting emotion around the table. Hope, fear, skepticism. Even if Daenerys arrived, no one could predict whether she would side with Jon or see him as a threat. But they had to try. The alternative was an eventual defeat at the hands of the relentless dead. After the meeting ended, the men dispersed to their duties. Jon caught Davos by the arm. Ser Davos, I can't thank you enough for taking this on. I'm placing the realm's fate in your hands. Davos patted Jon's shoulder. I served Stannis because I believed in doing what was right. If the White Walkers are truly returning, there's no choice. We must unite, or we die. I'll sail as soon as I can. In the meantime, hold fast. Promise me you won't do anything rash. Like ride out alone to meet them." Jon huffed a grim laugh. "I promise. I've learned caution the hard way." Davos nodded. "Good. Then I pray the gods, old or new, keep you safe until I return." They clasped forearms in a final gesture of mutual respect, and Davos left to organize what he could. Jon lingered, gazing at the dying embers in the hearth. So many fragile threads converged now. The chance of Daenerys' arrival with dragons, the realm's chaos, the unstoppable approach of the White Walkers. He felt like a man juggling knives, any slip leading to disaster. He found Robb outside, leaning on his cane, gazing up at the ruined towers where watchers still stood guard. "Davos is our best hope," Robb said softly, sensing Jon's presence. "Strange, isn't it, that everything might hinge on a man once branded a smuggler and a queen across the sea we've never met?" Jon stood by him. "Yes, but we have to trust in something. Otherwise, what's the point?" Robb shut his eyes for a moment, weariness etched on his features. "We hold the wall, then, for as long as we can. If there's another major attack, we might not survive it. But maybe that's our fate, to fight and die so others can rally behind us." "We won't yield," Jon said with quiet firmness. "We stand for all those who can't fight this war. For Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, for Father's memory. For every soul south of here." Robb opened his eyes, nodding. "Agreed." They lapsed into silence, the wind flurrying snow across the ruined courtyard. A few crows cawed overhead, circling as if drawn to the sense of death that clung to the fortress. Light was fading fast, the sky darkening into a slate gray that promised another bitter night. Men prepared torches, oil, and dragonglass, every muscle tight with anticipation. For even with Davos's plan in motion, the White Walkers could strike at any moment. Above it all, the ancient wall loomed, cracked and battered but still standing. A symbol of defiance, or a relic waiting to fall. Jon clenched his fists, remembering all he had sacrificed and endured to reach this point. He told himself that no matter how dark the night became, they would keep the flames burning. They had to. The realm's last hope was pinned on them, and perhaps on the distant wings of dragons that had not yet arrived. Winter pressed closer. The storms grew fiercer. But so, too, did the resolve of those who guarded the realms of men, joined under one banner in the cold and the dark. In that unity, fragile as it might be, lay their only chance of seeing the dawn. If the old gods or the new or Lawler or any power had mercy, Davos would succeed, and the living might stand a chance. Until then, each moment was an act of courage against despair. And so they fought on, forging hope from the embers of an almost extinguished fire, because even in the deepest winter, sometimes the smallest flame could hold back the night. The next few days saw Castle Black remain in an uneasy stasis, as if the entire fortress stood on the knife's edge between survival and ruin. Snow fell incessantly, carried on a bitter wind that howled around the high towers. The men kept to their tasks, stoic and purposeful, yet every time a horn blared, or even sounded to blare in the distance, the watchers all tensed, half expecting another attack by the White Walkers. Few dared to venture beyond the immediate surrounds except for small, well-armed groups that foraged for firewood, fed the meager livestock in the stables, or patrolled for sign of lurking wights. Davos Seaworth spent those days mustering what resources he could for his impending journey. He spoke at length with Jon, Robb, and Mance Rayder, gleaning every detail of the free folks' knowledge of the North, the Night's Watch's lore of the others, and even old Stark traditions. A thick packet of letters and evidence formed under Davos's care, accounts written by Samwell Tarly of his encounters with the White Walkers, testimonies from Night's Watch officers who had witnessed the resurrected dead. A short but urgent letter from Jon Targaryen Stark himself addressed to any who might read it in Essos, and an appeal to Daenerys Targaryen, if indeed she was the same blood that rumor claimed, to bring her dragons north for the sake of all living souls. Davos's men busied themselves checking the meager wagon of supplies that had come with them. Not much remained after the defenders consumed what little they had brought, but a few casks of lamp oil would be left behind for the watchers. Even those casks were precious. The men in black grumbled that it wouldn't last 2 nights in a prolonged siege, but none turned Davos away with scorn. He was recognized as a man doing his best, like everyone else. On the second morning after Davos's arrival, Jon led him to the stables. The interior smelled of manure and stale hay, overpowered by the biting cold that seeped through every gap in the wood. Several horses stomped in their stalls, uneasy from the presence of so many strangers. Jon helped Davos select a horse that could bear the road's challenges and another for one of his men, a quiet fellow named Alistair, who would ride as squire and guard. They agreed to set out at dawn the next day, traveling south by the main road until they reached the King's Road proper, then veering east to White Harbor. If conditions allowed, they might find a ship waiting at the harbor, courtesy of Lord Wyman Manderley, or so they hoped. Be mindful of wildlings who might still roam, or wights, Jon cautioned as they brushed down the horses' flanks. It's safer than going alone, but not by much. I've traveled in rough seas and rough lands, Your Grace, Davos said, running a hand over the horse's muzzle. I've learned to be cautious. Jon's lips tugged into a wan half-smile. You'll do fine. I only wish we had more to spare in terms of escort. They parted, tension thick in the air. Davos, for his part, returned to the small chamber he'd been allocated in the keep. He spent the afternoon meticulously reviewing the letters and writing a final missive of his own in a neat, measured hand, one last attempt to put the horror of the White Walkers into words that might stir Daenerys's compassion or at least her sense of duty. Around dusk, he took his meal in the common hall, speaking quietly with Samwell Tarly about the old texts and how best to present them should he meet the Targaryen queen. Sam stammered excitement about knowledge of dragons, about how they might mirror what the first men once did with dragonglass. Davos listened politely, though his thoughts roved to the coming journey. Elsewhere, the battered garrison of Castle Black tried to cling to something like normalcy. Tormund Giantsbane roamed from campfire to campfire, telling bawdy jokes and tall tales in an attempt to raise spirits. Some free folk warmed to him, laughing when he claimed he once bedded a she-bear or that he drank the milk of giants, though his eyes occasionally flickered with the raw anxiety that lurked beneath his jovial exterior. Karstark maintained a gruff, watchful presence. He and his men reinforced the battered walls, piling rubble to create improvised ramparts. Whatever else Rickard Karstark thought of this war or of Jon Targaryen Stark's claim, he no longer openly questioned the seriousness of the threat from the others. His old resentment simmered, but he fought shoulder to shoulder with the free folk at the last battle, and men whispered that they'd seen him save a wildling boy from a White's clutches. If Karstark found the humiliating, he gave no sign, trudging on with the same stern dedication as the rest. Robb Stark spent much of his time quietly checking in on the wounded. Grey Wind, though still limping, insisted on following him. The sight of the once proud dire wolf trudging behind his master, muzzle bandaged, caused more than one man to reflect on how battered they all had become. Robb forced a nod or a small word of encouragement where he could, but the strain on his face was unmistakable. Gone was the bright-eyed king in the north who once rallied banners to war against the Lannisters. In his place stood a war-weary man whose every breath seemed dedicated to the hope of survival, his own and the realm's. Melisandre's presence remained a source of unease. She spent long hours in solitary prayer near the central fire in the courtyard, sometimes chanting quietly in a language few understood. A handful of watchers were drawn to her warmth, seeking comfort or some hint of divine intervention. Others gave her a wide berth, recalling stories of the Red Woman's sorcery. Now and then, Jon glimpsed her speaking in low tones to Mance Rayder or Tormund, or to the Great Jon, who merely grunted in reply. She claimed no new revelations from the flames, only repeated that the darkness crept closer, that a tide of ice threatened to swallow them all. Eventually, the morning came for Davos Seaworth to depart. He stood at the southern gate, 2 horses saddled, a small retinue of 3 men accompanying him, Alistair, plus 2 of Davos's original guard who had volunteered to continue the journey. They all wore cloaks of thick black lined with fur, courtesy of the watch's stores. The gate shuddered open with a low creak. The courtyard was nearly silent, save for the hiss of wind over snow. Jon approached, Robb at his side, with Mance and a few watchers behind. Davos bowed. "Your Grace, Lord Robb, I take my leave." Jon nodded. "May the gods watch over you, Ser Davos." "We place our trust in your success." Mance gave a curt nod. "I'll not speak for the free folk, but if you truly find these dragons, perhaps we'll all live to see tomorrow." Robb offered his arm for a firm clasp. "Your help is beyond measure. We'll wait for any word you send." Davos managed a tight smile. Pray for fair weather and calm seas. If I manage to cross and find Daenerys, I'll do all in my power to persuade her. But keep one eye on the horizon. You know better than I how swiftly the others might strike. With that, he swung into his saddle. Alistair and the two guards followed suit, and they trotted out into the swirl of white beyond the gates. The watchers closed it behind them, sealing Castle Black once more against the winter. For a moment, Jon felt a pang of emptiness, as if a vital link had just departed and left them alone. But there was no going back. He turned to Mance, forced a steadier expression than he felt. Let's keep men posted at the Southern Watch day and night, he said, in case Davos or any others arrive. If the White Walkers come again, we won't have time to reorganize. We must stay ready. So the days continued. The Watchers grew leaner and more exhausted, their food supply trickling down to a perilous level. The free folk camps complained of hunger and cold. Mance Rayder preached patience, but many wildlings scowled, muttering that they might have been better off forging deeper south. A few tried to slip away, only to vanish in the swirling wastes. Scouts found them later, reanimated among a band of whites that prowled the fringes of the forest. That grim revelation silenced most talk of desertion. Jon balanced every choice like a man juggling blades. If he sent out too many foraging parties, the whites would devour them. If he kept them all behind the walls, they'd starve. Winter forced him to ration everything: oil, arrowheads, food. Word came from the Shadow Tower that they, too, fought off small swarms of undead and that no relief could be spared. Eastwatch sent a raven indicating the sea was partially frozen in places, making it impossible for supply ships to dock safely. The news was bleak on all fronts. Amid the gloom, Melisandre quietly performed small rites, urging men to chant the name of Lawler. A few found solace in it. More remained skeptical. But no one had the energy left for theological debates. The Red Woman sometimes claimed to see flickers in the flames, a wave of black sails on a frozen sea, a knight stepping off the edge of the world, a dire wolf howling alone on a field of corpses. None of it offered a clear path to victory. When pressed, she only said that these were warnings. Robb and Jon continued to coordinate with Mance, Tormund, and the Greatjon to maintain a perimeter. By night, they patrolled the walls, each man wreathed in furs, breath-fogging. The quiet weighed on them like an invisible chain. Snow hammered the walls, burying the bodies of previous battles in drifts so deep they seemed more grave than fortress. Sometimes, the watchers heard distant howls, uncertain whether they came from real wolves or from the throats of whites. Even Grey Wind, battered as he was, stiffened at every half-heard sound. One night, as Jon watched from a high vantage near the eastern tower, a faint horn blast sounded, one single note from the men stationed at the southwestern approach. His stomach clenched. He hurried down the ladder into the courtyard, slipping on ice. He found Robb and Tormund already gathering near the gate. Any sign of the White Walkers? Jon demanded. A black brother shook his head, wide-eyed. Something else, the brother said. Riders approaching from the south. Not a big group, but they carry a banner with the three-headed dragon and the dire wolf, half and half. Could be our own men returning from the gift, or maybe bandits. Jon blinked. Only a few had borne that combined sigil of Stark and Targaryen, the personal banner that signified Jon's new kingship. He turned to Tormund. Gather 10 men armed. We'll see who it is. Keep the gates closed until we know. Tormund gave a short nod. Soon, they stood on the ramparts, gazing into the gloom. Torches flickered below, revealing a small cluster of riders indeed carrying a makeshift banner that combined the wolf and the dragon. The swirling snow made it hard to see their faces. Jon cupped his hands to shout, "Who goes there?" A voice answered, muffled by the wind, "Friends of the king in the north, friends of Jon Targaryen Stark." Then more calls urging them to open the gate. Jon signaled caution and the watchers slowly unbarred the heavy timbers. The riders trudged in. At their head was a hooded figure who dismounted with careful grace, unveiling a familiar face, Mira Reed of Greywater Watch. Next to her stood a taller, somewhat gangling boy, perhaps no older than 16. But with him was a figure Jon never expected to see again. The moment he recognized them, he felt his breath stop. Bran Stark sat astride a small Garen, slender and pale, his legs bound with furs. His eyes, though, flashed with a maturity and calm that Jon had never seen in him at Winterfell. The boy, Jon's younger brother, or rather cousin, though that distinction still felt foreign, held the reins with a gloved hand. His other hand gripped a carved staff. Jon's heart hammered. "Bran," he choked. He hurried forward, ignoring Tormund's startled protest. Robb was only a few steps behind, limping so quickly he nearly fell. Grey Wind let out a questioning whine. Bran glanced at them both, expression flickering with relief. "Jon." "Robb." His voice was thin, as if worn from long travels. Mira rushed to support him as he tried to slide from the saddle. He nearly stumbled, but Robb was there, pulling him into a fierce embrace. Jon joined them, hearing Bran's ragged breath. Robb's eyes shone with tears he did not try to hide. "I thought you dead," Robb said, voice thick. We heard so many stories." Bran managed a shaky smile. "We escaped Winterfell long ago. Then we went beyond the wall, long story. We came back when we heard of the White Walkers. We had help. The children of the forest, some other allies. We learned things." Jon felt overwhelming emotion. He pressed a hand to Bran's shoulder. "You've grown, but you're alive. That's all that matters." Around them, Tormund and the Watchers exchanged bewildered looks. The Great Jon's loud voice boomed out, "It's young Bran Stark. By the gods, I thought you a ghost." He let out a bark of relief. The courtyard began buzzing with murmurs. Men realized that another Stark heir had returned. That was cause for hope, though few understood how or why. Mira Reed, stepping aside with a tired sigh, explained softly to Jon, "We heard rumors you and Robb were here, fighting the others. We made our way south from the far north, across dangerous terrain. We had guidance. We thought you must know what Bran has learned." Jon looked at Bran, who nodded, wincing at some private pain. "We can talk inside," Jon said gently. "You need food and rest. All of you." A hush fell as the Watchers made room, many gawking at the seemingly miraculous return of a boy they believed lost. Robb placed an arm around Bran's back, helping him through the swirling snow toward the keep. Grey Wind pressed in close, sniffing Bran's cloak, letting out a low, plaintive rumble as if he recognized a missing pet mate. Inside, in a narrow side chamber warmed by a brazier, they settled. The Reeds, Mira and Jojen's memory weighed on her features, though Jojen was nowhere in sight, introduced themselves again to those present, while Robb and Jon flanked Bran. Tormund hovered by the door, curious but uncertain. Mance Rado arrived as well, arms folded, soon joined by a few key Watchers and the Great Jon, who said he wouldn't miss a Stark reunion for anything. Bran gratefully sipped a cup of hot broth offered by one of the Black brothers. "You must be exhausted," Robb said, crouching in front of Bran. "But how did you survive?" Bran set his cup down, breath uneven. "The Ironborn attacked Winterfell, but we escaped with Hodder and the Reeds. We ventured north, beyond the wall, searching for a calling I felt. In a cave among the weirwood roots, I found an ancient presence. The last Greenseer. The children of the forest said the others were stirring, and they helped me discover my powers as a warg and more. But with them I saw visions of the White Walkers. Terrible. A night that never ends. They said I had to come back, to warn everyone. The time is near." Jon exchanged a glance with Robb, heart pounding. "We know," Jon said. "We fought them. They nearly overran Castle Black. They come in waves. If they gather more whites, we can't hold them forever." Bran nodded, closing his eyes briefly. "They want to bring about another long night. And from what the Greenseer told me, there's something deeper. The others were made, long ago, as a weapon. They want to extinguish the living. Perhaps they're guided by a cold purpose none can reason with." Mance, listening from the side, spoke up. "The free folk have always told stories of the White Walkers. Your father's father might have known them just as old ghost tales. Now they're real, and we stand on the brink. If you learned anything about their weaknesses, speak up. We're desperate." Bran swallowed. "Valyrian steel, dragonglass, yes. But there's more. I saw something about the Night King, a leader among them. If we strike at him, many might fall." Jon raised an eyebrow. "The Night King? He's real then." "The legends say he once ruled the Night's Watch in ancient times," Bran whispered. "The Greenseer told me he's the first of the White Walkers, or close enough. If we can destroy him, the rest may lose their power. I don't know precisely how, but that's the sense I got." His eyes flicked to Jon's face. "You may be the key, Jon, or you and your dragons if you have them." Jon exchanged a wry look with Robb. "No dragons yet. We're hoping Daenerys Targaryen might bring some if Davos can persuade her. In the meantime, we have our blades and our walls." Bran leaned forward, voice trembling with fatigue. "Then the realm needs you, needs us all, to stand. We'll do what we can. I can use my warding to scout through ravens, see if the others gather somewhere. Perhaps find a sign of the Night King. If we can lure him into a trap." The Great Jon let out a low growl of excitement. "A trap? I like the sound of that. Lure him in, chop him up, feed him to the crows. The question is how." Carefully, Tormund grunted. "We can barely hold the courtyard as is." Jon nodded, pressing a hand to Bran's arm. "Rest now. We'll plan once you've recovered. You've done enough for one night. Welcome home, Bran." He hesitated, emotion welling in his throat. "I'm just so relieved to see you alive." Bran managed a small, weary smile. Thank you, Jon. Robb. Everyone. He glanced at Mira, who hovered protectively. We owe our lives to the Reeds. Hodder. Hodder didn't make it. Jojen either. A flicker of grief tightened his features. They gave everything so we could warn you. Let's not fail them. Robb bowed his head. They'll be remembered with honor. And we won't fail them. They saw Bran to a small chamber near the infirmary. Jon and Robb made sure he was settled, leaving Mira to keep watch while he slept. The Watchers parted in hushed respect, as if carrying the burden of a secret that might shape the war. Word spread quickly among the battered garrison. Bran Stark had returned from beyond the wall with tidings of a hidden threat behind the threat, a Night King among the others. Men whispered about old tales, some disbelieving, others clinging to any chance that a well-placed strike might save them from endless battle. The next morning, the howling wind ceased, replaced by a brittle stillness. Snow still drifted from low-hanging clouds, but the gale had lulled enough for men to shuffle around outside with slightly less misery. Jon found Mance Raider near the stables, conferring with Tormund and a handful of free folk about the best vantage for perimeter watch. As soon as Jon approached, Mance turned to him. We'd like to send out a scouting party, Mance said. 3 or 4 of our best trackers. Now that we know about the Night King, we want to see if there's a large gathering of Whites or White Walkers close by. If the Watchers only see scattered groups, maybe they're massing somewhere else, waiting. Jon frowned. It's risky. But you're right, we need to know if they're near or if they've retreated to build their numbers. We just can't lose more people to an ambush. Tormund shrugged. We'll pick survivors, men who can outrun their own fear. If they spot trouble, they'll flee. A quick look, nothing more. Jon considered. All right, but let's also have a couple of Black brothers with them. Any experienced rangers left who want to volunteer? They'd have to keep up with your free folk in the woods. Tormund offered a half-grin. I'm sure I can find a crow or 2 who wants the glory. They organized it swiftly, choosing Roddick, a wildling said to have once navigated every pass in the Frostfangs, plus 2 other free folk known for stealth. A pair of Night's Watch Rangers, veterans with haunted eyes from earlier battles, volunteered as well. Within an hour, they set off, slipping into the gray-white gloom. Jon felt a pang watching them go. He prayed they'd return safely. Meanwhile, Bran woke from fitful sleep, requesting an audience with Jon and Robb. Mira hovered at his side, offering quiet support. They met in a small library annex that held rows of old ledgers. A single brazier crackled, too feeble to banish the cold. Bran sat in a chair, posture still shaky, but determination lit his gaze. I can warg into ravens, Bran said. I've done it before. Not for long, but if I can find flocks nearby, I might see the others from above. That's how I found my way south at times, scouting for safe paths. Jon and Robb exchanged cautious glances. Warding into ravens, some of the free folk do that, Jon noted. Skin changers like Orell. But I trust you not to lead them against us. Bran's mouth twitched in a small smile. I won't. We share the same side in this war. I just need a place to be still where I can focus. We might glean something vital. Robb considered. We'll find you a quiet room, set watchers by the door to ensure no one interrupts. Do you need anything else? Bran looked at Mira, then shook his head. No, just time. And someone to anchor me if my consciousness strays too far. Mira's done that before, talking to me, making sure I come back. Jon nodded. We can do that. But be careful. If the White Walkers are truly near, they might sense you, or at least sense the birds acting strangely. I don't want you leading them here. I'll do my best to remain hidden, Brent said softly. We can't fight blind any longer. So they arranged it, a disused storeroom near the top of the keep, with a heavy door that could be barred if needed. Bran settled onto a pallet of old furs. Mira and a single black brother, a mild young man named Dirk, stood watch. Jon and Robb left them, cautioning that if anything went awry, they should send for help immediately. 2 hours later, as Jon oversaw some patch repairs to the northern parapets, Mira Reed emerged, breath pluming in the cold. She spotted Jon and hurried over, face set in a worried but urgent expression. Bran saw something, she said. He's come back. You should hear it. He wants Robb too. Jon's pulse quickened. Where's he? In the storeroom still. He's awake, shaken, but he says it's important. Jon signaled to the men patching the parapet to continue without him. He and Mira hastened through the courtyard, collecting Robb, who had been checking the infirmary. Gray wind trailed behind them, sniffing the cold air. They found the designated room at the top of a short flight of creaking stairs. Inside, the walls were stacked with old crates. A single torch burned and the air smelled of damp wood. Bran sat on the pallet, looking paler than ever, sweat dotting his brow despite the chill. You found something, Jon said gently, kneeling before him. Robb took a place at his side. Bran nodded, swallowing. I warped into a pair of ravens above the forest. I flew far, seeking any large gathering. And I found them. Thousands of whites, maybe tens of thousands, spread across the snowy plains about a day's ride north of us. The White Walkers are with them, at least half a dozen, maybe more. Robb let out a sharp breath. They're mustering an army. Yes, Bran whispered. At their center, there was a figure that felt more potent, more malevolent. The ravens wouldn't draw too close, as if an invisible chill repelled them. That might be the Night King. He stands in a ring of White Walkers as if commanding them. And it looked as though they had monstrous shapes. Giant whites, I think. Ogres or giants resurrected from beyond the wall. Jon felt the blood drain from his face. Giants reanimated as whites would be unstoppable. Did they seem to be moving this way? Bran's expression turned grim. Not yet. They were gathering, waiting. I saw them dragging more corpses from the edges of the forest, adding them to their numbers. The White Walkers have time on their side. Cold crows feed on dead men, and these dead men feed on everything else. Robb sank back, pressing a hand to his bandaged side as if the news caused physical pain. So they're building an army even larger than before. And we can barely hold ourselves upright here at Castle Black. Bran closed his eyes. There was something else. I glimpsed some sort of massive ice formation. Not the wall, but smaller, maybe an ice fortress or a frozen cave. I didn't get near. My ravens were too frightened. But I suspect that's where the Night King's power is strongest. The children of the forest once spoke of a heart of winter, a place they cannot enter. Perhaps that's what I saw. Jon rubbed his forehead. So they wait. They let us starve or freeze, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation until they're ready to crush us. Robb nodded bleakly. It's working. Our supplies dwindle. If we dare march north, we'd be slaughtered in the open. If we remain here, we're eventually cornered. Mira stirred. Could we use Bran's vision to plan an ambush of some sort? If the Night King is truly the key, maybe a small strike team could slip behind their lines and kill him. Jon met her gaze. We'd need a way to get close without being overrun. That would require stealth or a diversion. And we're talking about a near-suicidal mission. Bran bit his lip. It might be our only chance, though. Unless Daenerys arrives with dragons in time. Robb sighed. And we have no word from Davos. It's too soon for him to have sailed to Meereen, but we can't wait forever. The others might march any day. Jon mulled the thought of a small infiltration force. Could they do it? The free folk had skill in the wilderness, but the White Walkers could sense living flesh, especially in large numbers. And the whites spread so widely, forming a near-impossible barrier. They'd need a miracle to break through to the center and kill the Night King, if that legend even held true that destroying him would unravel the rest. There's another possibility, came a new voice from behind them. All heads turned. Melisandre stood in the doorway, her red robe trailing on the cold floor. Evidently, she had followed them. If you fear the front assault is too daunting, perhaps you could lure the Night King to come to you. Tension crackled in the small room. Robb frowned. Lure him here? Why would he come? Melisandre's ruby glinted in the torchlight. He might come if he senses power or a threat to his existence. If you were to use certain rites, certain illusions of magic, you could draw the walkers like moths to a flame. Then you face them on your chosen ground, though it would be a savage fight. Jon's mouth twitched. We're already battered. If they come in full force, we can't hold. Even with the walls. They'll breach eventually if their numbers are that massive. Melisandre inclined her head. Yet perhaps it's better to meet them on a field of your choosing than let them build unstoppable might. A well-timed trap of flames and steel. A final stand. Unless you plan to flee south. Robb closed his eyes a moment. Bran stared at Melisandre with caution. You speak of a ritual that would risk all our lives. Are you certain it would draw them? No, the Red Woman admitted. But the Great Other's power is drawn to Lawleress flame as to a rival. If we create a blaze so bright in the night, if you, Jon, stand forth with your Valyrian steel and your Targaryen blood, it could be that the Night King cannot resist a direct confrontation. The darkness seeks to extinguish the light. Jon said nothing at first, struggling with the enormity of such a plan. The idea of openly provoking the full might of the White Walkers while they still had no word from Daenerys or the rest of Westeros seemed madness. But the alternative was to wait for the others to choose their moment, likely when the Watchers were at their weakest. Bran coughed softly. I've seen some measure of the old powers, Jon. Perhaps Melisandre's right that we can force their hand. I can attempt to guide ravens to spread false trails or illusions, but that's uncertain. If we wait too long, they'll have unstoppable numbers. If we do it soon, maybe we can focus the fight here. Mira added, we could fortify the approaches, set traps. We still have some oil casks, some dragaglass. We might not beat them in an open field, but if we channel them into killing grow uns, it might be more even. Her voice wavered on that last word, as if even she knew how precarious the idea was. Robb gazed at Jon, shoulders sagging. Brother, the choice seems to fall to you. You're the king, Targaryen, and Stark both. Do we gamble everything on a battle we arrange, or do we wait? Jon felt the weight of every life pressing on him, men who bled for him, wildlings who fled south in trust, black brothers who swore to guard the realm. His gut churned. We don't have enough food to last a month, he said hoarsely. We might not survive another 3 weeks if they keep harassing us with small raids. The men are exhausted. Another big push could break us even if we do nothing. So maybe it's better to choose the time and place. Melisandre dipped her head. I will do what I can, call upon the Lord of Light to strengthen your defenses and lure the Night King's eye. But once he arrives, the battle is in your hands. Bran's voice was almost a whisper. I'll try to warg into the ravens again, see if I can track any movements. We can watch for signs that he's marching. If it looks hopeless, maybe we still have time to flee. Robb set a hand gently on Bran's arm. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. But yes, do what you can. We'll gather the War Council, present this plan. They left that cramped storeroom feeling as though they'd stepped off a ledge in darkness, uncertain if there was solid ground or a yawning abyss below. News spread that the leaders might attempt to provoke a final confrontation. Some men felt a surge of grim enthusiasm, better an honorable stand than slow death by attrition. Others quietly panicked, certain that if the entire White Walker horde came south, no fortress could hold. Yet no one left. They had nowhere else to go and no illusions about outrunning an army of the dead. Jon convened the War Council in the battered main hall, the same room once used for simpler gatherings. The Greatjon, Tormund, Karstark, Alysanne Mormont, Mance Rayder, a scattering of Black Brother officers, and Meera Reed gathered. Bran sat in a sturdy chair, though he leaned heavily on its armrest. Robb stood near him, Grey Wind by his side. Melisandre hovered at the perimeter, silent unless called upon. Even Samwell Tarly was there, at Jon's invitation, to provide lore about the White Walkers or Dragaglass. Jon explained the rough idea. They would make a show of force, a grand blaze of bonfires and beacon fires, possibly with some hint of magical significance, Melisandre's domain. At the same time, they'd stand ready with every defense possible, a triple line of trenches with oil, a forest of dragonglass-tipped stakes, squads of archers with dragonglass arrows, caches of Greek fire, as they might call it in some real histories. Though in Westeros it's usually wildfire, but let's keep to lamp oil if any remained from King's Landing's old stores. Sadly, they had only meager lamp oil. The plan: lure the White Walkers into attacking full-on, but do it before they had a truly massive, unstoppable host. Then, if possible, target the Night King. If he fell, the rest might crumble. When the plan was laid out, a tense debate erupted. The Greatjon pounded the table, declaring they had to seize the initiative. Karstark was skeptical but admitted that waiting meant certain doom. Tormund nodded vigorously, saying that free folk never cowered and if the time was come for a final fight, so be it. Mance asked about the possibility of retreating to Winterfell or Moat Cailin, but Robb pointed out that marching thousands across the winterbound north with minimal supplies would be suicidal. They'd starve or freeze and the White Walkers could pick them off. Castle Black, ironically, remained their best vantage, a fortress with the wall at their backs. At last, they voted. Nearly every major voice came to the same conclusion: better to choose the battlefield now than wait for a slow strangulation. Jon swallowed, shoulders heavy. Then let's do it. We'll prepare in the next few days. If Bran sees movement from the others, we'll spring the trap. That means every man and woman must be armed with dragaglass if possible, or at least torches. We'll strengthen the walls as best we can. And if we fail, well, the realm must hope Davos or Daenerys or the Southern Lords find a way later. Bran quietly said, we won't fail. The old gods led me here for a reason, Jon. I believe that. Jon gave him a faint smile. The next few days saw Castle Black remain in an uneasy stasis as though the entire fortress stood poised on the edge of collapse. Snow fell incessantly, carried on a bitter wind that howled around the high towers and hissed through the gaps and broken walls. The men kept to their tasks, stoic and purposeful, yet every time a horn blared, or even sounded like it might, hearts leapt into throats. A single clarion note usually signified travelers or returning scouts, while 2 meant wildlings and 3 White Walkers. That triple blast still haunted them all, echoing in the corridors of memory. Davos Seaworth lingered at the wall for an additional 2 days to rest and gather supplies. He spent long hours conferring with Jon, Robb, Mance Rayder, Tormund, and even Melisandre discussing the best course for his journey. A message had been dispatched to White Harbor urging Lord Wyman Manderley to ready a ship or two. If Davos was fortunate, he would sail across the narrow sea under cover of winter storms, a risk that made even him blanch at times. Yet the Onion Knight never wavered in his commitment. As he told Jon repeatedly, someone has to try. If the dragons will hear our plea, perhaps we can save this kingdom. On Davos's third day at Castle Black, the storms let up just enough for a break of hazy sunlight, a rare gift that winter. Though the wind still knifed through bone, the sky showed faint patches of pallid blue. Jon insisted on escorting Davos to the southern edge of the camp, where a small party would guide the knight across the snow-laden roads of the Gift. Robb joined them, leaning heavily on his cane, Grey Wind limping at his side. Mance provided a handful of free folk scouts to guard Davos along the route, for wild animals and roving wights remained a threat. Only a fool traveled alone through these lands now. They stood in the battered courtyard, ringed by men who wore the pinched look of exhaustion. Davos's horse stamped restlessly, breath misting in the cold. He had dressed warmly, though he carried little beyond essential supplies and some precious documents sealed by Jon's hand. One of those letters bore both the Stark dire wolf and the Targaryen dragon, along with an official seal hammered out of leftover scraps of silver. Davos had joked that it resembled a battered coin minted by a blind man, but he acknowledged that symbolism counted for a great deal. If Daenerys Targaryen was impressed by seals or titles, she would see that the letter came from someone with a legitimate claim. Safe travels, Jon said, clasping Davos's forearm in farewell. I wish we could offer more than words. Davos shook his head. Words are enough if the Queen believes them. Keep your men alive. That's all I ask. I'll do what I can to bring help. Robb inclined his head. If you find a chance to send a raven from White Harbor, do it. We'd like to know your progress. I will. God's willing, I'll sail as soon as Manderley can spare a ship. In the best case, I might find Daenerys in one of the free cities if she stopped there. If not, I keep going until I reach Meereen or wherever she's landed. I have some knowledge of those waters, though not enough to be called an expert. We're all novices at surviving this winter. Jon released Davos's arm, searching the older man's face. One more thing. If you think she might react poorly to me wearing a Targaryen name, emphasize the threat from the White Walkers above all. I want her to understand that the crown is secondary. If we can only get those dragons to burn the undead, I'd happily bend 1,000 times if it means saving the realm. Davos nodded gravely. Understood, Your Grace. Survival first. Titles second. I'll do my best. They exchanged final goodbyes. Melisandre appeared briefly from the shadows near the charred base of a broken tower, offering Davos a steady, inscrutable look. He stiffened but managed a polite bow. She lifted a hand as if in blessing. May Lawloress flame guide you safely through the shadows, Onion Knight, she said, her red robes stirring in the wind. Davos did not reply, only touched the hilt of his sword in acknowledgement. Then he mounted and set off, leading his small escort out through the half-ruined southern gate. Jon and Robb watched him dwindle into the distance, a dark shape against the white expanse. Grey Wind let out a soft whine, perhaps sensing the gravity of the moment. Once Davos vanished behind a snowy ridge, Jon sighed. We've done all we can on that front, he said quietly. Now we wait. Robb's expression was a mixture of hope and dread. Yes. And the waiting might be the hardest part. They returned to the courtyard, where men were busy with chores, hauling broken timbers for repairs, distributing meager rations of bread. Tormund bellowed at a group of black brothers who struggled with a stubborn rope jammed in an ice-laden pulley. Karstark and his men inspected the walls for cracks in the defensive lines. Alysanne Mormont helped gather more arrow shafts from dismantled bits of wooden furniture, anything to keep the archers supplied. The entire fortress was a patchwork of frantic, improvised solutions. If the White Walkers attacked again in force, many suspected they would not survive. Jon spent the afternoon touring the ramparts, speaking to the Watchers in person. He wanted them to see their king, to take heart from his presence. Some greeted him with cautious optimism, others with weary stares. He asked if any had glimpsed movement to the north. Most answered that the storms obscured all but the nearest trees. Occasionally they heard faint shrieks or moans carried on the wind as though wights or beasts roamed at night. No large host had materialized yet. That worried Jon more than comforted him. The silence felt like a predator's hush before a pounce. As twilight settled over the wall, Mance Rayder joined Jon atop a small watchtower that still stood after the last assault. Though battered by ice spears, it offered a vantage point across the field where they had battled so many wights. Mance's breath steamed in the cold air. He wore a thick bearskin cloak, a gift from Tormund. His once proud posture drooped slightly with fatigue. The calm unnerves me, Mance said, scanning the whiteness. A week since their last push and they haven't tried another. You think they're massing bigger numbers? Jon rested his hands on the icy stone parapet. Probably. The White Walkers command a near-limitless pool of dead if they go far enough north. They might be raising wildling corpses we never accounted for, old dead from crypts, anything. Even old battlefields in the south might eventually feed them. The longer they wait, the stronger they get. Mance's jaw clenched. Then we can't let our guard down. I'd suggest we keep sending out small raiding parties to disrupt them, but that's a high risk. Half of them wouldn't come back. I know, Jon said. I want to attempt it, but we have so few men left who are healthy. One big ambush and we lose them. Mance exhaled, letting the wind snatch away his breath. We're damned if we do, damned if we don't. And if that Onion Knight fails to bring help, then we fight with what we have, Jon finished. It won't be enough, but we'll make the White Walkers bleed for every inch. He gazed at the swirling snow, thinking about how many had already died for that vow. They parted ways without a satisfying conclusion, as was so often the case these days. Jon descended to the yard, checking in on the men burning rubbish and scraps in old braziers to keep warm. Smoke rolled across the ground, tinted orange by firelight. Robb was nowhere to be seen, likely in the infirmary with gray wind again, or limping through the keep's corridors on some errand. Jon decided to seek him out, to share the meager evening meal of boiled oats and watery ale. As he passed the door to the common hall, he heard muffled voices. Tormund and Karstark deep in argument about how to position watchers. Their heated tones spilled into the corridor, but Jon let them handle it. Only if fists flew would he intervene. In the infirmary, he found Robb indeed, but not alone. Alysanne Mormont was there, assisting a maester in binding the broken arm of a black brother who had fallen from a slippery walkway. Robb stood nearby, exchanging subdued remarks. When Jon approached, they both turned. Alysanne gave a polite nod and left the maester to his work. She wore a scowl that might have been her resting face or might have been worry. More injuries? Jon asked quietly. Always, Robb replied. Between the ice, the exhaustion, and the occasional nighttime white attacks on our outskirts, it never ends. He gestured for Jon to step aside. They moved near a dim corner, out of earshot of the moaning men in cots. I've been talking with Alysanne about a forward supply station. If we dare, we could gather what's left in some of the abandoned gift hamlets, store it at a fortified spot, and rotate men to guard it. That way, if we do have to retreat south, we have a fallback. If we stay, it's a bit more grain for the winter. But it's risky. Jon mulled it over. We tried scouting those hamlets. Tormund said some are full of white tracks. We'd need a decent garrison to hold them. He frowned, weighing the possibilities. Still, it might be worth it. We're gonna starve if we don't find more resources. We can't rely on King's Landing or White Harbor alone. Robb nodded. Alysanne and I are planning a reconnaissance in 2 days, if the weather holds. Maybe a dozen riders plus a few wagons. In and out quickly, see what's left. We'll choose one spot that's easiest to defend. Maybe Queensgate or an old watchtower near the Long Barrow. Jon leaned against the cold stone wall, scanning Robb's bandaged side. You sure you want to go personally? You're still injured. And gray wind too. Robb set his jaw, that old stark stubbornness flaring in his eyes. I can ride. Not well, but enough. I won't sit idle while others do all the work. If we run into trouble, I'll manage. Jon knew better than to argue. All right, but take enough men to avoid being overrun. If you see signs of a large white force, you get out. Of course, Robb said. We can't afford heroics right now. He glanced toward the far corner, where gray wind lay dozing, his breath ragged but stable. He's a bit better, you know. The maester said the cuts on his leg are healing. A direwolf is tough to bring down, even for a White Walker. Jon offered a faint smile. That's good. We need him. The men fight braver when they see him on the field. He paused, lowering his voice. I'm proud of you, Robb. You've sacrificed so much for this war, and it's not even the war you once led. I never wanted to take your place as king in the north. Don't, Robb said, shaking his head sharply. It was never about the crown for me either. We do what must be done. Father would understand. They clasped forearms briefly, an unspoken bond passing between them. Then Jon let Robb return to the maester's side, where another patient needed a bandage. Outside the infirmary, the corridors felt colder than before. Jon spotted Melisandre drifting through the shadows, the ruby at her throat glowing faintly. She acknowledged him with a small tilt of her head but did not speak. He wasn't sure if that comforted or unsettled him more. The next morning arrived in a flurry of snow, more relentless than the last. Still, Robb insisted on setting out with Alysanne Mormont and a dozen others to scout the southwestern hamlets of the Gift. They took 4 wagons, each pulled by scrawny horses, plus a pair of stronger draft animals for heavier loads. Armed men in black or northern livery flanked the party. Grey Wind limped along behind Robb's horse, determined not to be left behind. Jon watched from the gate as they trudged away into the swirling white, wind buffeting their cloaks. He felt an odd pang, as though sending a brother into mortal danger. But that was precisely what it was. He wished them a silent prayer for success, then turned back to the fortress and the 100 tasks awaiting him. Another day, another test of will. Hours later, word spread that some watchers on the northern ramparts had spotted fleeting shapes at the edge of the forest. Likely Whites or White Walker scouts. Men readied weapons, lit braziers. A hush descended, expectant. But no attack came. Just that constant swirl of drifting snow, erasing footprints as soon as they were made, swallowing the horizon. Tormund spat at the ground and complained about the cowardly devils. But none took comfort in their absence. Toward evening, the gates opened once more to a returning patrol. A handful of free folk who had ventured out days ago to gather news. The look on their faces, ashen, trembling, told Jon they had seen horror. He received them in a small guardroom near the courtyard, where a single brazier offered warmth. Mance joined him, arms folded. Melisandre stood to one side, hood drawn up, her presence quiet but intense. The free folk leader, a wiry man named Gallon, swallowed hard as he spoke. We scouted far to the north, along the foothills leading toward Craster's Keep. Empty, all of it. Tracks everywhere, human footprints, but they lead nowhere. We followed them for miles. Seemed like entire villages were on the move. Then we found them. Jon's stomach tightened. Them? Gallon's face paled. Whites. Hundreds, maybe more. They roamed the valleys, no sign of White Walkers among them, but that only means the walkers might have been hidden. I saw corpses of crows and free folk alike, walking, half-rotted. Some so old the flesh was sloughing off. We turned south, but they caught our scent. Another free folk woman chimed in, voice shaking. We lost 2 of ours. Rallo and Hestia, we heard them scream as we fled. I doubt they survived. Or if they did, she broke off, unable to finish. Everyone knew what it meant to be taken by the dead. Mance pressed for more details, approximate location, direction of movement. They gleaned that this large group of whites seemed to be drifting generally southeast, possibly toward the wall. No sign indicated an immediate march or coordinated assault, but it was only a matter of time. Jon thanked them and sent them to rest with a hot meal. The news weighed heavily on his mind. We can't face hundreds of whites alone, he said to Mance. We have the wall, yes, but we're stretched so thin. Mance's mouth tightened. If the White Walkers come with a legion of the dead, we'll be pinned here. Maybe that's their plan, push us into exhaustion with smaller attacks, then send the full tide. Jon wondered how much time they had left. Days? A week? Would Davos return with help or at least a message before the real horror descended? Every plan hinged on factors far beyond Jon's control. He felt frustration building like a stone in his chest. All he could do was continue patching cracks in a dam that threatened to burst any hour. Night came without an attack. Another day dawned. Then the storm relented to a sullen gray sky, letting men glimpse the battered landscape for once. Patrols ventured forth, collecting firewood from fallen trees or scrounging for any edible roots near the half-frozen streams. Morale perked up a fraction at the sight of a less ferocious sky. Jon tried not to hope too much. By midday, a horn sounded once from the southern gate. Jon hurried there, heart-jumping. Perhaps Robb's party had returned. Indeed, the watchers swung open the massive doors to admit a ragged line of wagons and riders. At their head, wearing an expression of grim triumph, sat Robb. He rode unsteadily, left arm bandaged again as if he had suffered some new wound. Grey Wind limped by the wagon wheels, Alysanne Mormont brought up the rear, her face bruised and her horse speckled with dried blood. But they were alive, and better yet, the wagons looked full. Jon rushed up, ignoring the cold bite of the wind. "You're back," he breathed, taking in the battered group. "What happened?" Robb dismounted with a wince. "Whites attacked us near an old orchard. We lost 2 men, had to burn their bodies. But we found a storehouse with grain, much of it spoiling, but some salvageable. That's what's in these wagons. We might get a few more days of rations out of it." Alysanne hopped down from her saddle, wincing at a bruise on her thigh. "We also discovered an old holdfast we can fortify if need be. It's got thick walls, a well, and decent vantage on the road. We left a small guard behind, 6 to watch over it. The place is called Wildred's Keep. We may be able to store more supplies there if we find them." Jon's gaze flicked to the wagons, packed with sacks of grain and some barrels that presumably held salted or dried goods. "It's more than I expected," he said, relief mingling with sadness at the mention of losses. "Go get tended in the infirmary. We'll unload everything." "I'm glad you made it back." Robb nodded. "It was close. Grey wind saved us more than once. Some of the whites had been lying half-buried in snowdrifts, sprung out when we passed. We burned them, but not before they claimed some lives." He glanced around the yard. "Any news from the north?" "Scouts found a large group of whites roving near Craster's. They might be heading this way eventually." Jon swallowed. "No fresh word from Davos either. He left only a couple days ago, so that's no surprise." "Understood," Robb said wearily. "Let's just get these supplies stowed. Then I'll see a maester about my arm." Despite the gloom, the success of Robb's foray lifted spirits a notch. Men eagerly unloaded the wagons, transferring the grain into a storage room that was promptly sealed against dampness. The barrels were found to contain salted fish, onions, and some old ale. Some of it reeked of near-rot, but the best was separated out for immediate use. Every morsel counted. Jon oversaw the distribution, ensuring that the meager bounty was shared fairly among Black brothers, free folk, and the northern soldiers. Some arguments flared, fingers pointed at alleged favoritism, but Mance Rayder and Karstark intervened, quelling tensions. A short scuffle erupted when one free folk warrior tried to seize an entire sack for himself, but Tormund and a Black brother parted them, reminding everyone they were allies, whether they liked it or not. That evening, the common hall buzzed with subdued energy. People ate watery stew thickened by the newly acquired grain, praising it as though it were a king's feast. A few raucous laughs broke out in corners, men joking about how the White Walkers must be lazy for not attacking in days. Others gave them side eyes, muttering that such talk courted doom. Jon paced among them, exchanging a calm word here, a nod there. Morale was fragile but not shattered, and that in itself was a small victory. Robb, bandaged and exhausted, claimed a corner seat, grey wind at his feet. Alysanne Mormont joined him, rolling a tender shoulder that had taken a white's claw the day before. They traded quiet jokes about how the whites smelled worse than old fish gone sour. Jon paused by them, managing a faint smile. It was good to see moments of levity amid the dread. He told them so, and Alysanne barked a short laugh. "We laugh or we weep," she said. "Laughter tastes better." In the swirling mix of shadows and torchlight, Melisandre drifted, pausing by each table as though scanning faces. Some men avoided her eyes. Others asked if her fires showed an imminent attack. She offered no direct answers, only a cryptic reassurance that the Lord of Light watched them. As she passed Jon, she murmured, "I sense a stirring in the dark. Be ready." Then she moved on, offering no explanation. Jon felt a jolt of cold. Her vague pronouncements annoyed him, but he couldn't dismiss her warnings outright. He decided to double-check the watchers on the ramparts, but before he could leave the hall, the doors banged open. A pair of Black brothers stumbled in, breath steaming, terror etched in their faces. "The eastern wall," one panted. "Something in the night?" "A shape or shadows," we heard scraping on the stone. Then it vanished. Men scrambled to their feet, reaching for weapons. Tormund and Mance appeared in an instant, swords half-drawn. Robb stood, ignoring the ache in his arm. Melisandre's eyes gleamed, and for once she did not appear surprised. Jon stilled the rising panic with a raised hand. "Stay calm," he said, forcing authority into his voice. "We'll see what this is. Tormund, gather a few men. I'll join you. If it's a scouting white, we'll put it to rest." He led them out into the swirling cold. Torches bobbed as men rallied, forming small squads to sweep the perimeter. The Black brother who'd reported the incident guided them to the eastern rampart, near a half-collapsed tower. Snow crunched underfoot and the wind moaned. Jon smelled soot from the braziers that dotted the courtyard. With Tormund at his side, he climbed the steps to the rampart, scanning the darkness. A cluster of watchers waited, tense and silent. "Show us," Jon whispered to the brother. The man pointed to a patch of stone near a jagged gap where an ice spear had torn a hole last week. Claw marks marred the surface, long, thin scratches that cut deep into the rock. The watchers swore they had heard scraping, then glimpsed something with pale flesh vanish over the edge. As if it had climbed the outer wall like a spider, then dropped away. How could a white climb that easily? Tormund muttered, leaning over the edge. A sheer drop awaited, swirling with snow. Madness. Jon frowned. A White Walker might have the power to freeze surfaces, create handholds of ice. Or maybe there's some fresh abomination they've raised in Ice Spider or some cursed beast from old tales. He ran his gloved hand over the marks. They were real, not illusions. The rock was chipped? It made him think of legends about giant ice spiders that served the others in the Age of Heroes. He prayed that such things remained legend. They posted extra guards around the perimeter and lit more torches, hoping to keep the walls fully illuminated. The watchers gathered in clumps, bows readied. For a long while, Jon and Tormund lingered, scanning the swirling gloom beyond the wall. No further movement revealed itself. Eventually, they descended, though the watchers stayed vigilant. When Jon returned to the courtyard, he found Robb waiting with gray wind. "Are we under attack?" Robb asked, tension in his voice. "Not yet," Jon said. "But something was testing our defenses. Some new creature or a cunning wight. We'll remain on high alert tonight." Robb nodded. "I'll stand guard if needed." Jon shook his head. "You need rest. Let others do it." Robb gave him a wry look. "As if you sleep any better than I do." They parted ways, both too burdened by responsibility to press the matter. That night proved restless. Twice, watchers claimed they saw flickers of motion near the walls, but no open assault came. By dawn, the men were bleary-eyed, half-frozen. Yet the fortress still stood, battered but unbroken. At midday, a small group of survivors from Eastwatch arrived, having traveled overland to avoid rumored blockades at sea. They brought grim tales of wildling raids turned undead, of ships lost to storms, of hearing monstrous howls in the night. Their numbers added a few more swords to the defense, though their morale was even lower than the castle black garrison. They carried black cloaks, the old vow in their hearts, but fear haunted their eyes. Each day after that, rumors of an impending assault grew thicker, like a black storm looming just beyond sight. Some men took to wearing bits of weirwood tokens or scrawled runes on their cloaks, as if superstition alone might shield them. Others pinned their hope on Melisandre's red prayers or on the old gods in the nearby Godwood Grove. Jon walked among them, offering quiet reassurance that they still had the wall, that they had each other. Sometimes it felt like hollow words, but he spoke them nonetheless. On the 6th night since Robb's return, the Watchers reported a large concentration of whites gathering in the forest beyond arrow range. The defenders scrambled to man the walls, lighting fires and checking weapons, hearts pounding. But again, no direct attack followed. Instead, a lone figure emerged from the tree line, a single white with blackened limbs, stumbling toward the base of the wall. Archers loosed arrows, pinning it to the snow. The creature jerked and hissed without voice, pinned like a grotesque moth. Men doused it in oil, set it aflame, and watched it burn. Was it a test? A distraction? No one knew. All that night, horns sounded sporadically, watchers claiming to see shapes scuttling near the walls or vantage points. By dawn, many believed the White Walkers were deliberately fraying their nerves, tormenting them with small feints until they were too exhausted to mount a defense. Jon called an urgent meeting with Mance, Tormund, Karstark, Robb, Alysanne, and a few Black brothers, determined to coordinate a response. They gathered in the old library tower where broken shelves once held hundreds of books. Now only scattered scraps remained, plus a few flickering lanterns that lent ghostly shadows to the walls. Jon stood at the head of a rough-hewn table. "This can't go on. They're wearing us down, testing every gap. If we keep chasing shadows, we'll be too tired when the real assault comes." Mance leaned forward, hands splayed on the table. "We can't just ignore them. If any breach forms, a handful of whites could slip in and murder half the fortress in its sleep." Robb spoke next, voice subdued but firm. "We need rotating squads. Let men rest in shifts. Tormund and Karstark can command squads that respond only to genuine threats or verified sightings. Single sightings might be illusions. We can't send out half the fortress every time someone glimpses a shape." Tormund stroked his beard. "We'll have a watch sign, a double horn if it's truly an attack, one horn if we see something suspicious. If it's only one horn, a small squad investigates. The rest remain at their posts. That might keep men from running around like headless chickens." Karstark nodded, though his expression was as grim as ever. "All right. But once we confirm an actual breach, we ring the triple horn for a full muster." That means no more messing about, everyone to arms. Alysanne frowned. We risk ignoring a small infiltration that grows into a bigger threat. But we have no better options, do we? Jon shook his head. No. We're stuck with rationing our strength. If we keep sending half the fortress to chase rumors, the White Walkers have already won. He looked around, meeting each pair of eyes. Agreed then, we rotate squads, minimal responses to unverified sightings. And if a true assault begins, we gather for war. They all agreed. The tension felt thick enough to choke on. When they exited the tower, Melisandre hovered near the doorway, silent as a wraith. She said nothing, only watched them pass, her ruby flickering in the weak daylight. Jon felt a prickling on the back of his neck, as though her gaze seared him with unspoken knowledge. He forced it aside. They had work to do. That new system functioned for the next 2 nights. The Watchers stood with bows knocked, Tormund or Karstark leading quick-response patrols. Each sighting of a suspicious shape or scraping ended in a short investigation, sometimes revealing only a swirl of drifting branches or a half-buried white. A handful more whites were destroyed at the edges, but the large host in the forest stayed put, biding its time. Men slept in shifts, though sleep was a generous term for the fitful dozing they managed between alarms. On the 3rd morning, the wind changed. Snow stilled. An eerie calm settled, as though the entire sky waited with bated breath. The Watchers on the ramparts spoke of a hush so profound it smothered all sound. Even the ravens perched silently, ruffling their feathers with unease. Jon woke from a short, uneasy rest to find the courtyard strangely quiet, the air tinted with a faint bluish hue from a sun half lost behind clouds. Melisandre's words about a stirring in the dark came back to him like a whisper. He buckled on his armor. Scavenged plates and boiled leather, battered from repeated fights, and took Longclaw in hand. Something in his gut told him that day would not pass in peace. He encountered Robb in the yard, likewise armed, gray wind limping at his side, ears pricked. They exchanged a single glance, a silent understanding that trouble loomed. Mance, Tormund, Karstark, and Alysanne had all roused their men, forming squads at strategic points. Fires were lit, braziers fed. The entire fortress seemed to hold its breath. Jon climbed the steps to the top of the wall, accompanied by a few black brothers. The path was slick with ice, forcing caution. At the summit, he gazed out over the endless white expanse. For a time, he saw nothing but distant trees and swirling mist. Then the sun shifted, or perhaps the mist parted, revealing movement. Dark shapes at the far edge of his vision, too numerous to count. He sucked in a breath. The forest stirred with thousands of whites, a tide of them pouring from behind the hills. Interspersed among them were White Walkers, recognizable by their tall frames and the faint shimmer of frost. The Watchers gasped in dismay. Jon's heart hammered. This was it, the real host. He had never seen so many. Even the largest previous assault paled by comparison. A hush fell over the ramparts, a tremor of fear. One of the black brothers cursed under his breath, hands shaking on the bow. Jon steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. "Hold fast," he said, voice low. "We have the wall. Light the beacons. Sound the horn. Everyone must be ready." The Watchers jumped into action. Torches flared. Horn blasts thundered across the stone, echoing with a stark finality. Down below, men shouted in alarm, rushing to muster. The triple blast was the signal for White Walkers in force. No more illusions, no more feints. The others had arrived. Moments later, horns blared from the forest side as well. A strange, keening note that might have come from some unnatural instrument. The whites advanced like a slow, creeping flood. Jon saw them shuffle over ridges and out of tree lines, forming a ragged front that extended beyond what his eyes could fully track. The White Walkers themselves moved with calm purpose, spaced among the undead. Some carried spears of ice, others swords that glinted in the weak sun. The Watchers gasped at the sight of monstrous shapes within the horde. Giant whites, half-decayed mammoths from the far north, and Jon's heart nearly stopped. A cluster of pale spider-like creatures, each the size of a small horse, scuttling forward with unnerving speed. Legends whispered of ice spiders as big as hounds, but these were even larger. Their elongated limbs glistened, each step leaving frosty prints. Worse still, some bore undead riders, wights perched on their thoraxes, brandishing jagged weapons. Jon felt a wave of nausea. The White Walkers had found a new terror to unleash. He turned to the watchers at his side. "Catapults, archers. Focus on the spiders first," he barked. "Signal the courtyard to ready the oil." Below, the fortress erupted in frantic motion. Robb directed men to the wall's base, preparing fire trenches. Mance and Tormund manned the ramparts with free folk archers. Karstark took the right flank, setting up additional barricades. Everywhere, men scrambled to load catapults with oil-filled canisters, prime the pitch pots, and notch dragonglass arrows. The swirling hush gave way to clamor. Then, with a sudden roar of horns, some unnatural harmony of ice and wind, the army of the dead surged forward. The watchers loosed their first volley of flaming arrows, arching high through the sky. Some wights fell, pinned or ignited, but countless more pressed on. The giant wights rumbled, each footstep shaking the ground. The monstrous spiders skittered faster than anything their size had a right to move, weaving between clusters of wights. Atop the wall, men heaved a catapult arm, launching a barrel of oil. It smashed among the spiders, erupting in a plume of flame. One spider shrieked in a high-pitched squeal, legs flailing as it caught fire, toppling into the mass of undead. Two more dodged away, scuttling with eerie grace. The next catapult shot missed entirely, crashing into a swath of wights near a White Walker, drenching them in burning oil. The White Walker hissed and withdrew, extinguishing the flames around it with an aura of frost, but many wights burned away. Jon shouted for more arrows. The ramparts bristled as men fired dragonglass-dipped shafts. Where they struck flesh, wights collapsed. A direct hit on a White Walker could shatter it. The watchers aimed carefully, ignoring the fear roiling in their guts. Over the next few moments, the battlefield became a mad tapestry of fire and ice, swirling smoke, shrieks, and thunderous impacts. Wights tore at the base of the wall, some attempting to climb or break through newly patched sections. The defenders poured boiling oil down the sides, dropped flaming logs, anything to keep the horde from scaling the ice. Firelight glinted on the swirling snow, a nightmare dance of shadows. The monstrous spiders proved most dangerous. A cluster of them bounded ahead of the main horde, seeking cracks or rifts where the fortress had been damaged. Archers peppered them with arrows, occasionally striking a vulnerable joint. One spider collapsed under a barrage of flaming bolts, twitching violently. But others kept coming, thick ice-like carapaces deflecting some hits. At least two reached the base of a collapsed tower on the eastern flank, scrabbling up with their hooked legs. A black brother on the rampart screamed as one spider lunged over the lip and impaled him with a spear-like limb. Karstark's men rushed to that tower, hurling torches and oil bombs. The spider clacked its mandibles, batting aside torches with unnerving speed. More watchers joined in, hacking at its legs with steel or dragonglass weapons. Sparks flew as one blade managed to wedge into a joint. The spider screeched, black ichor oozing from the wound. A second spider climbed behind it, supporting its companion. Karstark roared for the men to hold, but fear rippled through them. Some reeled away from the monstrous sight. Jon spied the chaos from above, cursing. "Focus the catapult on that tower," he yelled to the men. "We can't let them breach the ramparts there." The catapult crew pivoted, launching a barrel. It struck the tower's side, splashing oil over the spiders. Flames erupted, staggering them. One spider tumbled back over the edge, crashed down upon wights below. The other flailed, partially ablaze, but fought on. Karstark himself leapt forward with a torch, ramming it at the spider's head. The heat and flame forced it to back away. A free folk warrior thrust a dragonglass-dipped spear into its abdomen, sending cracks of frost dancing across the creature's hide. With a final, chittering shriek, it collapsed, legs curling. All along the line, similar struggles played out. Watchers raining arrows, wights piling up, the White Walkers themselves unleashing spears of ice. Tormund led a group of free folk to repel any undead that tried climbing the main gates. Mammoth wights battered the ground, but the fortress's fire trenches forced them sideways. Several collapsed in heaps of burning fur and rotting flesh. Giants, ironically, were absent from the attacking force. Likely not enough had died in the wars with the free folk to be raised. Jon thanked the gods for small mercies. He ran from catapult station to archery line, shouting encouragement, issuing orders. More canisters soared, exploding among the whites. A furious swirl of black smoke and falling snow turned the battlefield into a blurred haze. Flames flickered across a wide front, forcing the whites to climb over charred bodies. White walkers advanced behind them, calmly extinguishing areas of fire with chilling waves of power. One walker impaled a black brother on a spear from 50 yards away, the ice shaft flying with impossible force. The poor man died instantly. Then, from near the center of the horde, a new threat emerged. A white walker seated atop an ice spider far larger than the rest, perhaps the broodmother or some mutated giant. Its 8 legs spanned thrice the length of a man, each glimmering with hoarfrost. A swirl of unnatural cold surrounded it, causing even the drifting snow to crystallize in midair. Defenders on the wall faltered, breath catching at the sight. The monstrous spider scuttled forward with disquieting speed, clearing a path as whites parted before it. Arrow volleys soared, but the white walker astride it deflected many with flicks of its icy sword, while the spider's carapace shrugged off others. A single well-placed arrow with dragonglass might fell it, but hitting a vital spot was nearly impossible at this distance. Jon clenched his teeth, forcing calm. He barked an order to the catapult crews, pointing at the giant spider. Focus all fire there. Barrels soared, though the swirling wind made aim precarious. Some landed wide, splashing harmlessly among lesser whites. Others struck near the spider, but the walker waved a hand, conjuring a sheath of ice that neutralized much of the fire. Curses rang out. The monstrous spider advanced, spindly legs gripping the scorched ground. Whites fell in behind it like a tide. The white walker brandished its sword, a long blade of shimmering ice. Then it made a cutting gesture through the air. A wave of cold radiated outward, snuffing out entire lines of flame and leaving defenders with no barrier. Jon realized in horror that it was systematically clearing a path to the wall. Archers, keep firing. Jon roared, voice raw. Aim for the walker. But only a handful of dragonglass arrows remained, and most men had standard tips that did little beyond slow the whites. The watchers loosed everything they had, occasionally scoring hits that shattered a white or two. But the spider pressed on, unstoppable. In minutes, it would reach the base of the fortress's outer rampart, where a partial collapse from earlier battles gave a potential entry point. If that monstrous spider and its white walker rider broke through, the entire castle could be compromised. Jon's mind raced. He could not let that happen. Summoning his courage, he turned to Robb, who was assisting Karstark's men at an adjacent battlement. Robb, Jon bellowed, beckoning him over. Robb limped across the walkway, face smeared with soot. What is it? Robb demanded, panting. We can't let that spider breach the rampart. I need a small party to get down there, take it out with direct contact. The catapults can't land a good hit with all that cold magic. If we get close enough with dragonglass, Jon paused, throat constricting at the risk. It's suicidal, but we have no choice. Robb wiped sweat from his brow, eyes flicking to the monstrous spider. I'll go. No, Jon said firmly. You're hurt. Grey Wind is limping. I can't risk. I'm going, Robb growled, voice tight. We can't do half measures, Jon. Grey Wind can help. We'll gather a handful of volunteers. Hit them from the ground while you keep them busy from above. Jon's gut twisted. He wanted to forbid it, but time was precious. The spider was nearly at the base, shrouded in swirling ice as it advanced. Dozens of whites followed in a wedge formation. All right, but be careful. I'll direct the archers to cover you. Aim for the white walker on top. That's the key. Robb nodded. We'll come from the old stable's side, slip out behind the rubble, then strike from an angle. Wish us luck. He turned, hobbling off at speed despite his injuries, calling out for volunteers. A handful of black brothers, free folk, and northern men, perhaps 8 in total, rallied to him. Grey Wind padded along, hackles raised. They vanished down a flight of stairs into the courtyard where they could exit through a broken sally port. Jon stayed up top, rejoining the archers. When you see Robb and the others engage, pour everything you have into that spider and the whites around it, Jon commanded. We must distract them, keep them from focusing on Robb's group. A chorus of acknowledgments followed. Nervous tension thrummed through the defenders. Far below, the monstrous spider was close enough that Jon could see the White Walker's face, an inhuman visage of frosted skin, eyes glowing pale blue. Arrows flew from the ramparts, some of which the walker swatted aside midair. Others stuck in the spider's carapace, but only a few lodged deep enough to cause it to flinch. Meanwhile, the rest of the undead host hammered at other sections of the fortress. Smoke rose where watchfires burned heaps of whites. Shouts rang out from every side. At last, Jon glimpsed movement near the collapsed stables, a small knot of men creeping out. Robb led them, sword in hand. Grey Wind padded beside him, head low. They used the rubble of a toppled wall as partial cover. A group of wights milled nearby, but the men swiftly dispatched them with dragonglass blades. Then they advanced in a crouch, approaching the spider's flank. The White Walker rider had its attention fixed on the ramparts above, batting away arrows, unleashing blasts of cold that snuffed flame lines. Now, Jon yelled to the archers. Concentrate your fire. A volley of arrows arced out. Oil bombs from catapults soared overhead, smashing near the spider's path. Flames erupted, forcing it to veer slightly. The White Walker gestured, pushing the fire aside, but it took precious moments. Meanwhile, Robb's party crept closer, possibly 20 yards from the spider's left side. A swirl of wights rushed to intercept them, but Grey Wind charged, snapping at undead limbs. The men dove in, stabbing with dragonglass. The wights fell in smoking heaps. Still, more threatened to swarm. From the ramparts, Tormund roared encouragement, hurling a spear that caught a wight in the back. Mance unleashed arrows with deadly calm. Jon loosed his own dragonglass-dipped arrow, aiming for the walker. It soared true, but clinked off a swirl of frost that enveloped the creature, deflecting the shot at the last moment. Jon cursed. The spider took another step nearly at the base of the rampart. If it climbed unopposed, the entire fortress could be undone. Push it back. Jon yelled hoarsely. Below, Robb and his volunteers broke through the last cluster of wights. Robb shouted a wordless cry, lifting his sword. It was ordinary steel, his Valyrian blade had shattered in a previous fight, so it would do little against the White Walker. But if he could get close enough to use dragonglass. The men brandished torches and obsidian daggers. Grey Wind lunged, dragging down a final wight. Then the group closed in on the spider's flank, almost under its massive bulk. The spider sensed them. Its legs skittered sideways, stepping to block their approach. The White Walker astride it turned with alien grace, gazing down at these puny foes. It raised its sword, the icy surface glinting. A wave of cold lashed outward, swirling snow into a razor wind. Two of Robb's men cried out, stumbling back as frost coated their limbs. Grey Wind let out a pained yelp, hacking as if the air burned his lungs. Robb braced himself, leaning into the gale, the torch in his hand sputtering. In that crucial instant, the archers on the ramparts fired again. Arrows rained down, some embedding in the spider's back. One found a gap near its thorax, sending a splash of blackish fluid spattering. The spider chittered in rage, its head whirling upward to see who had struck. The White Walker twisted as well, ready to conjure more frost. Robb seized that moment. He lunged forward, thrusting with a dragonglass dagger clutched in his offhand. He aimed for the spider's side, hoping to pierce its exoskeleton near the gap. The spider skittered, screeching, but Robb's blade sank partway in. A hairline crack appeared around the wound, tendrils of frost and dark fluid. The spider bucked, flailing a leg that smacked Robb aside. He rolled across the churned snow, losing his torch. Another volunteer dove in, trying to wedge a second dagger deeper. The spider's leg came down like a spear, impaling him through the chest. He died with a gurgle. Meanwhile, Grey Wind forced himself upright despite the cold blast. The dire wolf leapt for the spider's underbelly, jaws snapping, but the White Walker thrust its sword down in a deadly arc. The blade bit into Grey Wind's shoulder, sending shards of ice and a spurt of blood. The wolf howled in pain, battered aside. Robb let out a ragged cry. Another volunteer hurled a jar of oil at the spider's face, lighting it with a torch. Flames whooshed up, making the spider recoil. But again, the White Walker reached out, quenching the flames with a wave of biting cold. Above, Jon's heart hammered as he watched the desperate melee unfold. He drew another dragonglass arrow, but he had only 2 left. He forced himself to aim, focusing on the White Walker. The swirling frost made a clean shot almost impossible. Still, he breathed, remembered his training, steadied his hand. Then he released. The arrow streaked downward, cutting through the haze. The White Walker swatted at it, but not quickly enough. The arrow struck its shoulder, fracturing the ice armor. A keening shriek erupted as cracks webbed across the walker's torso. It reeled, losing its grip on the cold. For a split second, the storm around it lessened. Robb, battered but alive, seized that chance. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in his side. One of the volunteers thrust him another dragonglass dagger. Robb locked eyes with the White Walker, now half-slumped in the spider's saddle. With a feral grunt, he lunged, driving the dagger upward. The White Walker tried to parry, but the fracturing in its armor slowed its movements. Robb's blade plunged into its torso. A sound like shattering ice echoed across the battlefield. The walker's body split from within, shards of frost bursting outward in a cloud of pale mist. Robb tumbled back, shielded by an arm across his face. The monstrous spider shrieked, legs twitching in disarray. Freed from its master's control, it flailed chaotically, black fluid gushing from the wound Robb had first inflicted. Archers seized the opportunity, firing more flaming shafts. The spider hissed, battered by arrow after arrow. Another volunteer forced a dragonglass spear point under its jaw. With a final spasm, the spider collapsed, all 8 legs curling inward. A hush fell around that section of the battlefield, the immediate threat neutralized. But no time for celebration. The rest of the undead horde still pressed the walls, and White Walkers remained at large. Robb sagged to his knees, panting, glancing around. 2 of his men remained standing, plus Grey Wind, who limped badly from the sword wound. Others lay dead or mortally wounded. The area was littered with shattered ice fragments from the walker, and the spider's massive carcass twitched. Robb gripped his bleeding arm. He had done it, though at a terrible cost. On the ramparts, Jon let out a shuddering breath, relief mingling with dread. The monstrous spider was down, but the fight was far from over. "Keep firing," he roared at the archers. "Don't let up." A swirl of wights advanced near the main gate, where Tormund's defenders struggled. Another group hammered the eastern flank. The Watchers poured arrows and oil bombs. Some White Walkers tried to breach the flames, but the defenders fought them off, occasionally felling one with a direct dragonglass hit. The air reeked of burning hair, rotting flesh, and bitter cold. After what felt like hours of frenzied struggle, the undead's push began to slow. Many wights lay in smoldering piles, courtesy of well-placed oil bombs. The monstrous spiders were all accounted for, most destroyed, some vanished back into the gloom if they'd been only slightly wounded. The White Walkers had lost at least 4 of their number, shattered by dragonglass or Valyrian steel. Perhaps that was enough to break their immediate assault. A horn sounded from the far side of the battlefield, and the tide of wights started to withdraw. Men on the walls pelted them with arrows as they retreated, but did not pursue. Even a disorganized chase into the forest would be suicidal. Slowly, the defenders realized they had weathered the storm. They had not been overrun. With cautious relief, horns on the ramparts let out a victory blast. Cheers rose, though many were half-choked by grief and pain. Fires crackled, devouring white corpses, filling the air with greasy smoke. The ground below was a churned mess of blood-slick snow and blackened bone. Jon ordered men to remain on guard in case this was only a feint. But as minutes passed, the undead truly withdrew. The White Walkers did not try another angle. They vanished into the swirling storms from whence they came, leaving the living to count their losses. Jon rushed down to the courtyard, organizing search parties for the wounded. He found Tormund battered but grinning fiercely, blood on his beard. Mance Rhaeda limped, cursing a gash on his thigh. Alysanne Mormont clutched a broken spear, hair plastered with soot, yet her eyes sparked with grim satisfaction. Karstark sat against a wall, breathing hard, not noticing the blood dripping from a scalp wound. Everywhere, men and women reeled, stunned but proud they had held the line. Then Jon spotted Robb's group returning through the battered sallyport. Robb leaned heavily on the last volunteer, face ashen. Blood ran from a long cut across his ribs, and his breathing was ragged. Grey Wind trudged behind, favoring his wounded shoulder. 2 other men carried the limp body of the volunteer who had been stabbed through the lung. Jon hurried to meet them. "You did it," Jon said, voice thick with relief, seeing the gore spattered across Robb's cloak. "You killed the walker. Destroyed that spider." Robb attempted a faint smile but winced. "Barely. Lost too many good men. Grey Wind's hurt. Need a maester." He staggered, knees buckling, and Jon caught him. The stench of blood was strong. A piece of the walker's ice had slashed him across the side, apparently deeper than it first appeared. "Get him to the infirmary," Jon shouted, beckoning. "Move." They rushed Robb inside, though he tried to walk on his own, gritting his teeth. Grey Wind whined, limping after them. The infirmary was crowded with wounded from the battle, men with missing limbs, terrible burns from mist-thrown oil, shattered limbs from the spider's strikes. Maesters and volunteers bustled, overwhelmed. Jon cleared a space on a cot for Robb, ignoring the protests of others, and yelled for a maester. The next hours became a blur of triage and grief. Many had died in the final push. Bodies were stacked in the courtyard, awaiting burning. The Watchers scoured the ramparts for any clinging wights. A hush of exhaustion settled as men realized how close they had come to annihilation. While the White Walkers had ultimately retreated, no one believed it was a permanent victory. They had tested the castle again, revealed new horrors with the giant spiders. Next time, it might be worse. Jon spent the rest of the day coordinating care for the wounded, ensuring the fires burned any corpse that might reanimate. He stepped outside near dusk, shivering in the aftermath. The sky was a bruised gray, and the wind carried the tang of death. Faint moans drifted from the injured. Some men wandered like specters, dazed. Tormund tried to organize a meal of thin broth, though many lacked the appetite to eat. More than 100 had perished in this assault, a grievous toll. No sign of Davos or outside aid. Near the largest pyre, he found Melisandre. She stood with her hood lowered, letting the flickering glow paint her face in ruddy light. When she heard him approach, she half-turned. "You have bought another day," she said softly. "But the great other will not stop." Jon gazed into the flames. "We know. We'll fight until we can't." He inhaled the acrid smoke. "Your visions said there might be a chance with dragons. We can only hope Davos succeeds in bringing Daenerys Targaryen north." "Yes," Melisandre murmured. "She must come or all is lost." She paused, eyes flicking to him. "But you must not shrink from your own power. You are the blood of the dragon, raised as Stark. The flames of R'hllor sense your destiny. If you stand idle, the cold will swallow the world." Jon's voice sounded hollow in his own ears. "I'm no chosen one. I'm just a man standing between the living and the dead." She did not contradict him, merely gazed into the pyre's heart. Sparks spiraled upward, lost in the gathering night. Jon felt the weight of exhaustion press down, but also a grim resolve. They had repelled another onslaught that morning, somehow. They would repel more if they must, until nothing was left of them. Each hour they survived was an hour closer to Davos's mission bearing fruit, or so he prayed. He left her there and found Mance Rayder in the yard, conferring with Tormund and Alysanne Mormont about reorganizing watch rotations. Mance paused to update Jon. The immediate threat had ebbed. No sign of another wave that night. They would fortify the battered ramparts with debris from the destroyed spider carapaces and scavenged wood. The main gate would remain heavily guarded, day and night. A hush of relief and dread lay over them all. But they soldiered on, for life had no alternative. At last, Jon headed to the infirmary to see Robb. Inside, the place smelled of blood and boiled wine, a haze of torch smoke clinging to the rafters. Wounded men lay on cots, moaning softly. Some had lost limbs, others had bandaged stumps or hideous burns. A pair of maesters darted about, pale with fatigue. Jon spotted Robb near the back, lying motionless, a blanket pulled to his chest. Grey Wind dozed at the foot of the cot, tail thumping once in recognition when Jon approached. Jon knelt beside the cot. Robb's eyes opened, dull with painkillers. "Jon," he rasped. "How are you?" Jon asked, voice tight. Robb tried a crooked grin. "Maester says I'll live if fever doesn't claim me. They stitched me up. Wish we had better medicines or half the resources of the South. But I'll manage." He shivered, sweat beading on his brow. "Grey Wind, is he?" "He's alive," Jon assured him, resting. A hand on the direwolf's thick fur. The wound in Grey Wind's shoulder had been treated, though it still looked ghastly. He pressed his muzzle against Robb's leg as if drawn by an unbreakable bond. "You saved us out there, Robb. That spider might have broken the ramparts if you hadn't intervened." Robb's eyes flickered. "A cost too high. So many died. We can't keep doing this." Jon felt the sting of that truth like a blade. "We have no choice, brother. Until help comes or the others are driven back." Robb's eyelids drooped. Just promise me if something happens to me you'll see this through. Don't let the realm die. For father. Jon swallowed a lump of sorrow. I promise, he said. But you're not going anywhere. Rest now. Robb gave a faint nod and drifted into a fitful sleep. Jon sat with him a while, one hand on Grey Wind's fur, listening to the ragged breathing all around. Outside, darkness fell. Another day survived, but how many more remained? The fortress felt like a candle flickering in a gale, valiantly refusing to be snuffed out, yet each new gust threatened to extinguish it. That night, no further attacks came. Perhaps the White Walkers had spent their strength for the moment, or they were regrouping. Either way, the defenders gleaned what rest they could. Morning dawned, cold and gray as always, but no horns sounded. For once, the Watchers reported no movement near the forest. A lull. Time enough to bury the dead in fire. Jon joined Tormund, Mance, and dozens of others in hauling bodies to the pyres, building them high with the last of the salvageable wood. The reek of burning flesh hung heavy. Men wept over fallen friends. Free folk keened in guttural lament for their kin. Jon helped carry a black brother named Totter, who had once taught him a body song. That memory stung. He placed the body gently on the flames and closed his eyes as the fire consumed it. Mercy, if such a thing existed in this world. Evening approached again with no sign of the enemy. As Jon prepared to do another circuit of the fortress, a horn blast echoed from the southern gate. Once more, hearts jumped, but it was only a single note. A messenger or small party. Jon rushed to see who it was, half hoping that Davos had miraculously returned with an army behind him. The gate opened, letting in two riders wearing thick furs, their horses lathered with sweat. One carried a banner showing the flayed man of House Bolton, though it was tattered at the edges. Jon's stomach tightened at the sight. The riders slid from their saddles. One stepped forward, raising a gloved hand in greeting. We bring word from the Drefort, he called, voice rough. Lord Roose Bolton requests urgent assistance. He claims the White Walkers have sent a force into his lands, and he can't hold them alone. Mance, Tormund, and a handful of Watchers exchanged stunned looks. Jon came forward, frowning deeply. The Walkers are in the Dreadfort's territory? That's east of here. Are you certain? The messenger nodded, eyes wide with genuine fear. A large group of whites, at least, maybe White Walkers behind them. They appeared near the forest edges by the Broken Branch. Bolton's men are outnumbered. He begs the king in the north to aid him, or all will be lost. The man's gaze flicked around the battered fortress, taking in the exhausted defenders. We weren't sure if you were still alive up here. The roads are near impassable, but we had to try. Jon felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. The Boltons had been uneasy allies at best. But if the White Walkers threatened them, it meant the undead were no longer focusing solely on Castle Black. The invasion might be spreading across the north, moving around the wall's eastern flank or slipping through unguarded passes. If that was true, countless more innocents would die. And what if the undead host at the Dreadfort combined with the host still menacing the wall? Tormund growled, we can't split our forces. We barely have enough to hold this place. Mance rubbed his brow. If Bolton falls, the Whites add more dead to their ranks. That's not good for any of us. Jon inhaled a shaky breath. We can't abandon the wall. But we might send a small detachment to help or at least slow the undead. If the White Walkers spread unchecked, the entire north will collapse. Then we'll be surrounded from behind. The messenger's expression was desperate. Lord Bolton said he'd do anything, send men, gold, bend the knee if needed. Just help him hold the Dreadfort. The flicker of grudging irony was clear. Bolton had once contested or undermined the Starks, but now he was desperate for salvation. Jon turned to Tormund, Mance, and the Black Brother who commanded the gate. Assemble the leadership. Let's decide quickly. He paused, glancing at the messenger. You've come a long way. Rest, get some food. We'll have an answer soon. The man nodded, sagging with relief. Thank you, Your Grace. Within the hour, the battered war council gathered once again. Robb tried to attend, but the maester insisted he remain Abed, so he sent Alysanne Mormont in his stead. Karstark, Tormund, Mance, and a few senior Black brothers convened in the same library tower. Melisandre appeared too, standing near the back with her hood raised. The messenger repeated his plea, voice trembling. Then he withdrew to let them deliberate. Karstark was the first to speak. Why should we risk a single soldier for the Dreadfort? The Boltons have never been steadfast allies. Alysanne Mormont scowled. If their lands fall, that's more whites for the White Walkers. Then they'll swing back around and hit us from two fronts. We can't handle that. Tormund crossed his arms. We can't spare many men. We just lost 100 in the last fight. If we weaken ourselves further, the next time the White Walkers come, we're finished. Mance nodded. But if we do nothing, the White Walkers gather more numbers at the Drev Fort. We might be finished anyway. All eyes shifted to Jon. He stood quietly, hands braced on the table, mind churning. We must hold the wall, that's our first duty. But we can send a small force, maybe 100 men, no more, to assist or at least slow the undead near the Drev Fort. Enough to keep them from multiplying too fast. He glanced at Karstark. That leaves the bulk of us here. If the undead attack in our absence, we'll still have enough defenders. But if we let the Drev Fort fall swiftly, we might face an even larger horde soon after. Karstark grimaced, but said nothing. Tormund rubbed his beard, grudgingly nodding. All right, I'll lead them if you want. I've fought whites in open ground before. But you'd better hope we don't get pinned between them and the cold. Jon considered. Tormund, you're one of our best fighters, but we also need strong leadership here. Let's see. Mance, can you spare a few free folk? Combine them with some Black Brothers and Karstark's men. That might be enough. He glanced at Karstark. You know the eastern roads better than most. Perhaps you should go, or at least some of your knights. Karstark's expression soured. I'll go. I want to see how Bolton fares when he's the one begging for help. He exhaled, struggling with bitterness. But you're right. The Drev Fort is part of the north. We can't let it fall to the dead. Jon dipped his head in acknowledgement. Then it's settled. Karstark will lead. Take no more than 100. Speed is key. Arrive, assist Bolton, or lead his men in a strategic retreat if needed. We can't let them get cornered. Then circle back. If you get pinned, send a raven, and we'll do what we can. But we can't risk more than 100. Understood. Karstark nodded curtly. Understood. I'll gather them tonight, leave at first light. And if the Bolton bastard tries any double-cross? Alysanne Mormont smirked. He won't. Not with the dead on his doorstep. They dispersed to make preparations. The messenger was told the plan and wept with gratitude. Even so, many worried that splitting forces at all was folly. When Tormund voiced his concern, Jon could only say, we have no good choices. Only less terrible ones. By nightfall, a ragged company of 100 volunteers, some Black Brothers, some free folk, some northerners sworn to Karstark, had mustered in the courtyard. Their horses and gear were meager, but their spirits grimly determined. Karstark strode among them, issuing terse commands. Firelight danced on battered steel. A hush lay over the fortress, men glancing wearily at the gates. This was the shape of war in the new winter, splintered forces rushing from crisis to crisis, never enough to fully secure victory. Jon walked among the men, offering a quiet word of thanks to each. When he found Karstark, he clasped the older man's wrist. Good luck. Return as soon as you can unless you truly believe you can hold the Dread Fort. We watch for ravens. Karstark's pale eyes flickered with resentment or some old bitterness, but he managed a nod. You've done right by us, your grace. I'll do my duty. Then he mounted his horse, leading the men out the gates into the frigid darkness. Jon stood on the ramparts, watching their torches fade, heart heavy with the knowledge that most might never return. The next morning found Robb stable but feverish, gray wind curled protectively at his side. The fortress continued its tired routine. Watchers patrolled, men repaired broken sections, the wounded groaned in the infirmary. No sign came of another major assault. The ground outside remained littered with blackened corpses. Vultures or crows dared not approach, for even scavengers seemed wary of the undead's taint. Morale hovered precariously, but the knowledge that they had staved off one more siege gave a thread of pride. Jon found himself longing for news of Davos. How far had he gotten? Had he even reached White Harbor? Could he find a ship in these conditions? And if by some miracle he did, how long until he reached Daenerys Targaryen? Weeks? Months? The White Walkers would not wait that long. He tried not to dwell on it, but his mind circled endlessly. 3 days passed, mercifully calm. No large host of whites materialized. Some watchers glimpsed flickers of movement in the far distance, but no attacks came. Men began whispering that maybe the others had shifted their focus, heading east or deeper into the north, especially with the Dread Fort crisis. The logic offered little comfort. If the undead roamed free across the north, the entire kingdom might soon be lost. Robb's fever broke on the second day, to the relief of all. By the third evening, he sat upright in the infirmary, scowling at the maester's instructions to remain abed. Grey Wind dozed with his muzzle on Robb's thigh. Jon visited, bringing a mug of watered ale. Any sign of Karstark's men? Robb asked, voice still hoarse. Jon shook his head. They left days ago. No ravens yet. We can only hope they reached the Drev Fort in time. Robb sighed. I hate lying here while others fight. You've earned the rest, Jon said gently. Your dagger ended the giant spider. A flicker of pain crossed Robb's face. At a cost. So many died that day. I can still see their faces. We can't keep. He was interrupted by a sudden blare of a single horn from the courtyard. One note echoing up the stone walls. Visitors. Jon felt a jolt of surprise. I'll see who it is, he said. Robb waved him off, frustration mingling with relief that something might be happening. Jon hurried downstairs, half expecting Karstark's return or more Bolton messengers. Instead, the watchers at the gate were peering out at a lone rider approaching from the south, leading 2 pack horses. As the figure drew close, men let out exclamations of shock. Jon strode up to the gatehouse, heart leaping. The rider wore a thick cloak, the crest of a black ship on his surcoat, Davos Seaworth. His bearded face looked thinner, more hollow, but unmistakable. He raised an arm, calling out, "Open the gates! By the gods, open up, I bring news from White Harbor." Cheers erupted. The gates ground apart. Davos entered, slumping in his saddle. A pair of free folk stepped forward to help him dismount. Snow caked his boots and cloak. Jon rushed forward, gripping Davos's arms. "You're back." Jon gasped, a swirl of relief and questions burning in his mind. "Did you sail already? Where's Daenerys?" Davos managed a tired smile, blinking away the swirling snow. "I've only made it as far as White Harbor, Your Grace. But I have tidings, complicated tidings." He drew a sealed parchment from within his cloak. "From Lord Manderley and from King's Landing, too. Seems many things have shifted in these last weeks." Jon guided him inside, men crowding around with curiosity. They found a sheltered corner near a brazier. Davos accepted a cup of hot broth from a black brother, sipping gratefully. "I left White Harbor a few days ago," he began, once he could speak. "I did indeed find a ship, a couple, in fact. Lord Manderley was generous. But the sea lanes are more dangerous than ever. Ironborn raid the coast, and storms battered us. My vessel nearly sank in an ice-choked harbor. I had to turn back to land routes." Jon frowned in concern. "So you didn't sail to Essos?" "No, not yet. But I plan to. We're preparing a sturdier ship as we speak. Might take a week or 2. Meanwhile, I learned news from King's Landing. The Stormlands rebellion is faltering. Stannis has reasserted control. But apparently Daenerys Targaryen has landed in Dorne." Murmurs rippled among the men. Jon felt a jolt. "Dorne? She's in Westeros, then? Already?" Davos nodded. "Yes. She formed some alliance with the Martells, or so rumor says. Took Sunspear without a fight. They're welcoming her as the rightful Targaryen queen. If that's true, then she's already on the continent. Word is she has 3 dragons, plus a host of unsullied, Dothraki, and Dornish spears. Everyone expects a swift campaign up the coast, or perhaps she'll treat with King's Landing. That's uncertain. The realm could be thrown into another war any day." Jon took a moment to absorb that. "But if she's in Dorne, that's closer than Essos. Could we send a messenger south to parley? Let her know of the threat here?" Davos nodded emphatically. "That's exactly what Manderley and I discussed. A direct approach might be faster than crossing the sea. If we can slip through war-torn lands, we can speak to Daenerys. Show her the dead truly march. Beg her for dragons." A swirl of hope, fear, and confusion rushed through Jon. "We have to try. If she can be convinced, the dragons could turn the tide. But how do we reach her in Dorne with all these rebel factions and the Ironborn lurking?" Davos sighed. "Manderley offered men to escort me south by land if you give the word. It's still perilous. The Ironborn raid the coasts, some storm lords might try to seize me, and we have no guarantee the Martells will let me pass. But it might be easier than braving the narrow sea in these winter storms." Jon raked a hand through his hair, mind racing. Either route is fraught with danger. But time is short. The White Walkers are at our gates. If Daenerys is truly in Dorne, that might be the quicker path. Tormund sidled up. "You want to trot across half a kingdom teeming with enemies? You're mad. But if it brings dragons, maybe that's the madness we need." Mance Raider, having arrived from the courtyard to see the commotion, folded his arms. "It's risky, but if the alternative is letting the dead consume us, then do it." Jon turned back to Davos. "Will you go south again, then? Even after all you've endured?" Davos gave a tired chuckle. "I said I'd see this through, didn't I? I'll meet Daenerys Targaryen if she's truly landed. With luck, I can reach her in a few weeks. The storms hamper travel, but land routes might still be possible. We just have to pray the Ironborn don't intercept us and that the Martells greet us peacefully." Jon clasped Davos's shoulder. "I can't thank you enough. We'll provide you what we can, letters, a small escort if we can spare it. But we must keep most men here." Davos nodded. "I understand. A small escort might be better anyway. Less likely to draw attention. Lord Manderley said he'd help me cross the reach by careful roads or sail up a river. Many details to work out, but I needed to inform you first. Jon's relief warred with the knowledge that this was only the start of another uncertain trek. At least there's a chance. Perhaps the dragons can save us from the White Walkers. From behind them, Melisandre's quiet voice rose. They can if the queen wills it. But do not forget, your grace, you also carry the blood of Targaryen. The Lord of Light may have other designs. Jon set his jaw, refusing to be distracted by her cryptic words. He turned back to Davos. Rest now, Ser Davos. Then, as soon as you're able, return to White Harbor. We place our last hope in your success. Davos's eyes glinted with a weary resolve. Hope is all that keeps the dark at bay, my king. I'll not fail if the gods grant me breath. So it was agreed. Men bustled around, offering Davos stale bread, watery ale, a blanket to drive off the chill. He took it all with humility. Outside, the wind hissed against the walls as though mocking the fragile plan. Jon tried to quell the racing in his heart. Daenerys Targaryen was in Westeros. If she had dragons, they might turn the tide. Unless she chose to ignore the threat in the north or saw Jon's claim as a challenge to her own. The realm teetered on the brink of another civil war even as the White Walkers spread their chill. But perhaps in the narrow space between ambition and doom, some path to unity could be forged. Jon prayed it was so, for if not, the war for the dawn would end in a night without end. He left Davos to rest and climbed to the ramparts, gazing north at the black silhouette of the forest. Snow drifted lazily, cloaking everything in white. In the distance, he imagined he saw faint shapes of whites or White Walkers lurking among the trees, but maybe it was only his mind conjuring phantoms. The world was balanced on a thread. He thought of Ned Stark, of Rhaegar Targaryen, of every soul lost to this war. They had to hold on a little longer until either dragons arrived or something else broke the dead's momentum. Failure meant death for all. And so each day, each breath, was a fierce act of defiance against the gathering dark. Night settled. The watchers tended their fires, the wounded groaned, the living huddled in camaraderie. Davos slept in a cramped chamber, regaining strength for another impossible journey. Robb dozed in the infirmary, recovering from his wounds. Grey wind lay at his feet like a sentinel. Mance and Tormund patrolled the battlements, cursing the cold but refusing to yield. 100 leagues away or more, Karstark marched on the dread fort to save a hated ally. Farther south, Daenerys Targaryen might be forging alliances, mustering her dragons, or preparing for war. The entire realm was in flux, swirling with battles and heartbreak. Yet here, at the wall, one truth remained constant: the White Walkers would not stop. Jon closed his eyes, letting the wind cut his cheeks. Beneath the dread, a small ember of hope flickered in his chest. For all the horror, they had persevered. They had slain monstrous spiders, turned back a tide of whites, broken White Walkers. They had compelled Roose Bolton to beg for help, found partial succor in White Harbor. Perhaps these alliances, uneasy and improbable, would coalesce into the saving grace Westeros needed. A single man or a single dragon might not stand alone, but an entire realm united behind the living Caw. Essie could stand against even the long night. He inhaled the icy air, tasting salt and ash. The night was silent but for the crackle of torches along the wall, the distant murmur of men at their posts. Tomorrow, they would wake again, repair more damage, bury more dead. And wait for the horns that might signal the next wave of the undead. They would endure. They must. Each hour gained was an hour for Davos to reach Daenerys, an hour for potential reinforcements, an hour for the realm to awaken to the true war. He stood there a long time, letting the snow settle on his shoulders, letting the dark soothe and threaten him in equal measure. The old gods' faces in the Winterfell god would seem so far away, yet he silently prayed they might watch over him, watch over the men. If Daenerys Targaryen brought Dragonfire, then the living had a chance. Until then, the watchers on the wall remained the shield of the realm, battered but unbroken. Their torches stood against the night. So long as one flame burned, the dawn was not lost. And so Jon Targaryen Stark, once a bastard named Snow, king of Westeros by blood and by war, carried on, heart steady in the face of winter's fury. No matter how long the cold pressed in, he and his people would hold the gate between life and death until salvation arrived or until their last breath.